We've talked about this a lot. Like we got a 45-55 type deal where we're 45% sure we can make NASL, but it's like it's not guaranteed. It's like essentially a 45% chance, and then 55% we're in NASA. So we hope to hit NASL. That's our end goal, but we wouldn't be surprised if we end up in NASA at the end.
But I think realistically, if we were to make it to NASA, we would be super happy. And that's what we're going to be shooting for now. But no matter what, we're really happy with what we've done. If we end up in NAST, we're going to keep working, try to do the best we can in there. But yeah, NASA I think is a great goal for us, and we would love to surprise some people again and make it happen.
Okay, so I definitely think we can make NASL because I think we're playing really well together recently. But I do think that it does come down to a little bit of luck if we make it to landing. I'm not like super confident into like all the landing teams, but I know we definitely have like a shot. The main reason I want to make NASL isn't like for myself or for Doxy. I really want to make it for Luke because I know that guy definitely deserves NASL, and I know it's gonna mean a lot to him if we make it to there. So I'm definitely gonna try my hardest.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Season 5 Liftoff, day number 1 here. My name's Gordo, I'm joined by Lego Mage, and we've got a couple of best of threes to kick on off the tournament and find out who is going to be making it to landing for Season 5 of the North American Strikers League. What's going on, Lego?
Hey, yeah, it's good to be back once again. First match, we're starting off Polar Cortex and Ember's Flame. We're going to be loading into it right now. The series starting off on Tycho Temple, then going over to Atlas Labs and Night Market for the other two. But getting into this game, these rosters are kind of loaded with some NASA vets for sure. Polar Cortex, a team to be on the lookout for, kind of an up-and-coming midfielder throughout this tournament to keep your eye on. Meanwhile, Ember's Flame has Jay, kind of the signature NASA veteran, certified Juno GOAT. But joining her is Mr. Zert and Wisp. Mr. Zert been around for a while, a NAST veteran from last season, and Wisp kind of a wild card, though. So interested to see how these teams kind of pan out. They're seated right next to each other as well. And as they start to kick off game 1 here with their picks, we'll see what they got.
Yeah, a couple of interesting compositions coming out here. Good to see the Juno back in here for A, as you brought up. A player that we've been told to get a little bit hyped for, and a composition that could just be 3 goalies if you move the characters around just a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how Polar Cortex is going to be able to be performing with this one. Elo Tourist, of course, going to be the one who is in the actual goal arc on the Kai, and so far doing a good job of being able to fend off some of this early aggression. Mr. Zerk doing a good job of continuing to poke this core in, but it's not able to find its way home. A nice Giga Blast going to send things back over towards the left, take the first barrier up against Wisp, and Elo Tourist going to try to keep it on up here, try to get it back into Chaotic's hands, who's just waiting for the pass to come on through. A going to be leading up on the top side to keep pushing it down. Jay going to be able to move things back around and get it back over into Elo Tourist's face, and finally they will find their first barrier in the set.
And Elo Tourist on the Kai, it's not a goalie pick you see super often on this map. Ooh, big slimes coming out from A there for that aggression. But yeah, normally we see a lot of turtle goalies like Atlas and whatnot, but Named Chaotic went with the Mako forward, so that ended up taking that off the table, and it can kind of give a lot of trouble to those turtle goalies, just being a counter wall, a counter stuffer in those pockets, and with A on the slimes to just put a bunch of stuff right behind them. It definitely makes for a really strong corner offense here, and with the perfect form all around, the cooldowns are definitely going to be the name of the game here, as we're kind of seeing abilities constantly getting used.
Yeah, nice use of the perfect pitch there coming through from Named Chaotic on the other side, able to fire it up off the top, get the recoil, and come back on through on the rebound, rather, to be able to find its way into the barrier, but does get cleared out eventually, and Drum and Bass actually going to end up sending it backwards there for a moment. Flip comes out of Wisp just to buy a little bit of time, gets it back down to Jay after juking him out, and Jay now looking for the barrier, will be able to find a KO found on the opposite side, and now a breakaway opportunity here for Ember. They look to see if they can find themselves the closeout. Ember's Flame, one more shot, not quite able to get it in there with the piercing shot, but Mr. Zert not letting up yet. Another poke forward with the umbrella. Should be able to find that maddening descent here for a little bit of another ricochet to try to push it on through. Jay goes in for another piercing shot, and able to fund it there either, and the comeback from the drums still going to end up just with Named Chaotic able to take it back on the offense, and now a scoring opportunity eventually here for Ember's Flame. Even goals for both sides. Who's going to be able to find it here? A with a little bit of an own goal. Comes in off the drum and goes right into the goal.
Yeah, you hate to see it. A bit of a staple of that map. The center bounce own goal. Midfielders and goalies alike will look for the clear that they're so used to doing through the midfield, and it just kind of messes up, especially in overtime when things are going kind of fast and you don't always paying attention. But Mr. Zert able to preserve the core flip that he earned last round off of that, so gonna be able to use it here. Actually, a nice block from Elo Taurus, but the barrier will fall, and once again Ember's Flame in a pretty good position here with 2 barriers still up.
And Snare Drums going a little wide, and an open goal found once again here for Polar Cortex. Struggled for a while to be able to put it in last time, or sorry, for Ember's Flame rather. So far not able to take it all the way home today. He lines up the shot, still not going to be able to send it through, trying to get it back up to Mr. Zert. Going to be continuously fended away by Elo Tourist and A here for the backup, but top spin, going to send it through. Mr. Zert gets it in there and will take them to set point.
Good positioning there by Mr. Zert. Jay doing a really good job keeping control here in this midfield, even against the Juno, which the Slimes have been proving to be kind of the big weapon that Polar Cortex has been relying on. But when Ember's Flame is able to kind of play around that and just constantly feed Zert the core, that's when we're seeing them get these points. But Name Chaotic holding on to the core for a pretty long time there, keeping possession, and now the state of the game has switched just a little bit as it's Polar Cortex who find themselves with a pretty good barrier advantage. Core flip from A will get blocked away, but Ember's Flame holding on for life right now.
Yeah, Polar Cortex in a real favored position here to be able to send this to point 5. Elo Tourist ready to send things back over off the back of the rebound. A flip available for Name Chaotic, and they take it into the bottom of the goal. Wisp not able to get the position for that one. The Cosmic Expansion not reaching that far. So we do go the full distance in our first set of the day here, Lego.
Yeah, these teams keeping it neck and neck so far. Wisp does have the flip up and available very early in Snare Drums from Name Chaotic. But so far, no one able to find a huge offensive setup here. We'll see if Ace able to make a play on the top side right now, pushing that corner hard. But so far, nothing big. Wisp going for the core flip pretty early on. The barrier's still staying up. They're going to have to play around the energy that Mr. Zert's earning right now. But a great strike war from A. Fence is on lock right now for both sides. Polar Cortex not letting anything get by at all, and they'll actually be the ones to pick up the first barrier.
Wow, great save once again by Elo Tourist. Doing a great job on the defense in the goal arc this game. It's just the offense coming through from Polar Cortex's felt a little bit lacking. Perhaps character choice having a little bit to do with that. Not the most offensively minded composition here, but Elo Tourist has been able to hold down the fort for long enough to keep them competitive. Flip comes out, though, doesn't find the core this time. Second barrier falls, and nearly a scoring opportunity for Jay. She just can't quite send it the rest of the way through, but Mr. Zert waiting up on the top side. Piercing shot connects, and Jay will send it home for the first set of the game. That will be Ember's Flame taking an early lead.
Jay, the MVP here. As we get into draft one, the first spark showing up. Someone could opt into this, but Stack's Twin Drive also available, and looks like it will be Pancakes for the Estelle right now. Primetime Twin Drive also showing up here pretty big when you have a Kazan and a Mako in the game. The Primetime going to get picked up by Elo Tourist on the Kai. Mr. Zert actually going for the size here. Going to look to get really big. Leave the Twin Drive available for the Atlas, but A is going to be the one to actually deny that away. Sparks opted into by Name Chaotic. Titan's Creator, still a pretty good pickup. Falling all the way down to Wisp at the end there. Pretty solid draft all around. I don't think everyone kind of get what they want there. There's no like huge advantage I can really see.
Yeah, no, definitely some important pieces coming through for both of the team compositions, and after a close round number 1, looks like we might get a pretty close set number 2 here. A trying to push on down, get it over into Name Chaotic's hands. Elo Tourist on the backup, but it gets away from him. Nice job by Jay to sneak that one around the defender, find the second barrier, open up the goal, and the Crystal Thorns now to follow on up. Going to be Make It Rain coming through from A just to try to provide that additional backup, try to keep the core on the offensive side, and Snare Drums find their way onto Wisp, but not going to be able to block them out of too many defensive options. Another attempted shot from A, using the blob bounce, not going to be able to get that one through, and the defense from Wisp very good here, continuing to be able to navigate this core in and around these barriers, but finally they will find the second one. The blobs keeping the offense going. Flip comes through from Name Chaotic. A shot not quite going to find its way into the goal. Elo Tourist coming in for the backup, fires off the kick-up blast. Another shot towards Wisp. Ask for protection, going to fend it away, and finally they force it through. 2 members strong, and the first point of the set goes to Polar Cortex.
Now, Polar Cortex, they're doing a really good job whenever they're able to keep the core up on Ember's side of the field. They have the tools with the Slimes, as well as with the Giga Blast. Elo Tourist doing a great job with those to just keep the offense going. And as long as Name Chaotic can hold on to the core, they can keep the offense up. But it's as we see right here, when Ember's Flame is able to kind of convert it back over to their side, they struggle to get it off of Polar Cortex's side of the field quite a lot. Juno is not exactly the best character for doing that, and Kai does not like it when people are up in his face. And as we're seeing right here, now it's Ember's Flame who, once they kind of get that momentum, are able to really keep it.
Yeah. Ooh, nice move by Jay there. Uses the Rose Warp, gets a good favorable bounce, and guides that right into the goal. And just like that, Ember's Flame able to tie things up and able to maintain their lead here in game number 1. Elo Tourist, as you said, just really struggling when faced with a massive amount of pressure at the start of that point.
Yeah, especially on this map, it becomes very easy for a ranged goalie to get overwhelmed in those corners right now. And Mr. Zert, a bit of a miscrooked leverage there, but they're looking to recover in the midfield, try and regain some of their offense. But A doing a good job working his way up the field there. A nice piercing shot from Jay puts the pressure right back on Mr. Zert, but main Chaotic looking for the barrier is going to get the core flip instead. Not a bad trade there. And a great kick blast from Elo Tourist will get it back to the midfield.
Jay taking a lot of damage as they try to position themselves to take that second barrier, and at risk of getting KO'd now, named Chaotic in a similar position on the opposite side, gets hit with another top spin and is forced back up to the top. Going to just go right in for the flip, throws down the ensnare drums and traps the core for themselves. A little bit of a non-bow there. Is A going to be able to send it back on down towards the bottom using their own core flip. Finds the first of the barriers named Chaotic. Looking to keep it pushed up towards the top, but going to be KO'd for it. Mr. Zert goes for one last poke in towards the barrier, but can't quite find its way onto the core. So that one barrier will remain. Elo Tourist still doing a good job of keeping up the defense, using the barrage to push it back out onto the offensive side. Named Chaotic now respawned. A KO found on Polar Cortex's side, and they now have the power play available. Wisp fending it away, doing a good job with the Astral Projection, hanging on, much the same way Elo Tourist is on the opposite side. Piercing shot going to be able to connect onto its target, and a shot into the bottom corner from Mr. Zert will take them up 2-1.
Wow. Really tricky shot there from Zert off the center. Elo Tourist did not know where that was going to be going. But I'd like to point out, Wisp and Jay did a very good job buying time on that power play. The way that they were dribbling, Wisp did a center dribble and then a dribble off the drum on the bottom, and a couple dribbles around named Chaotic to just not let the Mako even have a chance to touch the core so that Mr. Zert could respawn. And they just burnt a whole lot of time and did not let Polar Cortex capitalize on that KO whatsoever.
Yeah, Seeding had this as a close game, and it has made itself that way so far. A faint lead over to Ember's Flame, Seed 9 team, but still plenty of comeback opportunity to be had. One more score, though, will put them in a pretty dominant position for this game number 1. Polar Cortex fighting back, though, keeping themselves competitive in this one. They need to start getting some scores on the board, though. Second barrier going to fall. Jay done a great job from this bottom side, cycling through shooting options, using the piercing shot, getting the core into great positions, and taking it forward. Another Rose Warp attempt, not going to find its way into the goal. Mr. Zert trying to send it backwards in through the drums. It is bouncing back on the opposite side now. A flip comes out once again from named Chaotic, and they manage to juke it out with the Astral Projection, take the barrier, and take the point. Great passing play between A and Chaotic there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was pointing out earlier as well. If the core ever gets past named Chaotic, A has like every tool to send it right back forward, but not a lot of tools to get it off their side of the field. And when they're in that position where they're just able to hold it up in Wisp's face and not like lose possession at all, long enough for A's cooldowns to come back up, it becomes so hard to get it away from this Mako. And now once again on 0.5, I mean, both these teams just keeping it absolutely neck and neck. The energy very well might end up being what determines this. Egoist and Catalyst could very well just be the pickups that define this game. And if they show up this set, the winner, well, they could be looking at a pretty big lead.
Absolutely. Would definitely give a chance for Ember's Flame to potentially run away with it. Would give a lot of margin for error in the game number 1 at the very least. Astral Projection from Wisp trying to support this last crucial point. Not able to get it on through, but the goal is open. Flip comes out of the goal, trying to keep the offense going. And it will be fended back away by named Chaotic once again. Drum and Bass doing their best to keep that core on the offensive. They open up the goal on the opposite side. A going to go in for the flip, but it's fended back away by Jay. Looking for the piercing shot, not quite able to find it there, but Mr. Zert waiting around, should have that maddening descent available before too long and would give them a shot to be able to take it all the way to the goal. Jay goes in for the bounce once again, lands the piercing shot out of 2, one more poke, they get another from Mr. Zert, but still not getting into the goal. Named Chaotic with a shooting opportunity, doesn't take it that time. A trying to reset it, get another one into their hands. Jay goes in for another shot, she cannot find it, but has access to the core flip now, dribbling it off the bottom, shooting it forward. Elo Tourist going to use their own flip to be able to send it back away. Jay taking it through the bottom. Mr. Zert dashes forward, finds the shot, and takes the lead for Ember's Flame, 2-0.
A great setup there from Jay. Zert knew the job, and Jay, the rightful MVP, I think, of that set, played an absolutely solid few rounds of Estelle there, and Fight or Flight will be her reward. One of the best awakenings in the game, debatably the best awakening in the game. So an absolutely huge momentum shift here for Ember's Flame. Monumentalist going to get picked up here by the Juno. More of a deny against Wisp, who's going to get Team Player instead, which is only going to help even more with getting it past that midfield line. Rampage going to have to get denied here from Elo Taurus. That's a bit of a rough pickup, as you don't want Mr. Zert getting any bigger. And Mr. Zert, of course, going to deny the Spark in turn against Named Chaotic, which Spark of Speed isn't horrible by itself, but I think Ember's Flame definitely came out the winners in that draft for sure. If they're able to keep up the momentum, game one, it might just be theirs.
Very well could be. Oh, and again, some shenanigans with the center drums. Going to end up with a free barrier given over, but Polar makes it worth it. They take the goal on the opposite side and an early lead in set number 3, and just like that, we'll forget about maybe some of those shenanigans that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I said that Ember's Flame would have the advantage, so naturally they have to score a 20-second point just for fun here. But
that's what having the advantage is like sometimes.
I mean, yeah, that's how it's because I said it. I cursed them. That's generally just how it goes, you know.
It is. But Jay taking it down towards the bottom once again, looking to just keep cycling the same mode of offense that have gotten them this far. But Named Chaotic again, just getting in there, able to jam it into those barriers and slip it through right as the goal's opening up. And a 2-0 lead here for Polar Vortex, incredibly early, and they have a chance at being able to take this one to a set number 4 at the very least.
Yeah, that was a really big ensnare drums from Named Chaotic. He trapped Mr. Zert, Wisp, and himself all inside of it, and there was just nowhere to go. The topspin ended up just ricocheting off the back wall and just sending it right back in. And now there's going to be 3 flips available for Polar Cortex. They might actually just be able to steal a set away and drag this game on for longer. Jay and Mr. Zert and Wisp, actually, everyone's getting core flips up right now, and we're about to see a lot of energy getting burnt here.
Yeah, really good defense there from Elo Tourist once again, able to fend things away from those flips. Jay and Wisp have flips of their own now available, a lot of economy available. The A going to be the first one to use theirs. Named Chaotic waiting on the opposite side. Jay going to go in for the flip, sends it through with the piercing shot, and will be able to take that second barrier. A chance for the goal now, but continuing to be able to find barriers on the opposite is Named Chaotic. Piercing shot blocked by the blob. KO found, and Polar Vortex with a power play and a moment to be able to take a set for themselves. Steal that one away, like you said. Named Chaotic, the flip though, going to be stuffed away by Wisp, and going to buy some of that additional time. Goal gets opened up. Named Chaotic with scoring chance, not able to find it. Jay giving him one more chance as the blob send it back forward, and Named Chaotic pushes it through. 3-0 in set number 3, and Polar Vortex hang on.
Huge win there for Polar Vortex. And Named Chaotic, the MVP. No Spark showing up, unfortunately. That could have been pretty big to get Spark of Focus here. But some other nice options available. So it's going to be a built different pickup, but Hotshot, Rapid Fire, Stagger Swagger all still available on the board. Wisp going to have to deny away that Hotshot from the Juno. A going to pick up the Rapid Fire in turn. Even more cooldowns with the Twin Drive perfect form now. That Juno is kind of scary. A Dash Awakening here for Jay, as this Estelle build is looking absolutely disgusting in turn. Elo Taurus opting in for the Unstoppable, and Mr. Zert landing Stagger Swagger. Some good pickups all around, but both the midfielders looking pretty happy here, as once again, I think these two are going to end up kind of defining the tempo of this game.
Definitely could. Aim Chaotic, though, right into their faces to start things off. Loses a fair bit of stagger, but has some despair. Jay getting it back over to Mr. Zert, but all three members of Ember forced onto the defense here, and A not letting up, using the blobs to keep it going. Finds the first of the barriers, snuck back away by Jay, but Elo Tourist just ready to send it back over in the nick of time, and makes it incredibly difficult to actually be able to hang on to this for long at all. A sends it back on up. Named Chaotic looking for another shot onto the barrier, but stolen away by Jay, pushing in for that second barrier and trying to get themselves back into scoring position as they've given up 3 in a row now. Definitely don't want to give up some of that lead. They have a margin of error, but it is not infinite, and stagger onto Mr. Zert already going to make things a little bit tougher. Named Chaotic loses a fair bit of stagger, gets staggered back away by the piercing shot. Not KO'd yet, though, and they don't have to stop looking for goals. A going to be the one who pushes it through. It's 1-0 again for Polar Vortex.
Great core flip mind game from Polar Cortex there, and A threading the needle there. As soon as they saw Wisp start to move down, that's when they knew that they had the open shot. Ember's Flame thought that they were going to be going for a passing play there, which I think would have been like the typical reaction, but they saw the opportunity and took it, and a great stall on the course as well from Named Chaotic to throw Ember's Flame off of their game a little bit there. So, but now with no energy though, Ember's Flame a little bit in the lead in that department. We'll see if they're able to get a point here in return and bring the set back.
Absolutely here, and able to find these barriers repeatedly now to fend off any potential comeback opportunity. I say comeback, the lead does still sit with Ember for the time being, but not going to be as firm as it was earlier. Flip used early by Jay, doesn't find its way onto the core. There's a KO found, and a power play here will give a chance for the blue side to be able to get themselves back into this. Ember's Flame really need to stem the bleeding here, as they've given up 4 in a row now, and certainly wouldn't want to make it 5. Full forces available for both teams now. Elo Tourist fending it back away. Named Chaotic throws out the ensnare drums, not able to connect it onto the core or anybody, but A just cycling back onto the offense. Mr. Zert comes on down. Jay has fallen back onto defense, though. She's not able to get into the bottom, where she's constantly been able to find these big piercing shot angles throughout the game, and making it tougher to make this offense work. Named Chaotic with another shot coming through, not letting up, but Jay going to be able to fend it on down towards the bottom. Named Chaotic, though, ricochets it off the top. Wisp can't reach it in time and make that 5 points in a row.
Polar Cortex, they are making the biggest comeback potentially in this game, and this is only game 1 as well. If they managed to bring this back, I think that's going to be a pretty big hit to Ember's Flame for sure, when they had it basically in the bag. Bit of a cheeky KO there onto Named Chaotic. A nice Rose Warp there from Jay will start off the power play, and we'll see if Ember's Flame is able to capitalize on this one. Polar Cortex's defense held up the last time they got it, but it looks like it will once again. Only one barrier gonna actually fall there.
Now falling back to the defense yet again are Ember's Flame. They look to find a way to get back into this one and start finding some scores again, but down 2-0. It's looking like we very well might have a set 5 before too long. A, with the flip available, going to use it, gets it back over to Named Chaotic. Drum and bass sends it into the wrong direction, but back into the ensnare drums, nearly finding the barrier. Don't know how that one didn't actually end up coming through, but they will hold on to it for the time being. Named Chaotic trying to get the perfect pitch off the top, will be able to get the strike in onto the barrier. Open goal for Polar Vortex as they look to be able to cycle it back. But Jay back into that bottom corner, back with the piercing shot. Crystal Thorns combo finds her first point in a while.
A nice passing setup there from Mr. Zert as well. Synergy locking in a bit there for the forwards of Ember's Flame, and that's what you got to see. They got to get that momentum back that they had in the earlier sets when they were holding the core on Polar Cortex's side of the field for so long. Polar Cortex have been doing a good job recently of clearing it out of there much sooner. And I think Jay and Mr. Zert now having to figure out how to play around that and catch up to it, because forcing them to fall back is definitely rough for Ember's Flame.
Yeah, and ooh, a KO found here for Ember's Flame, giving them another chance. Open goal already available. Jay, with a shooting opportunity, warps up, piercing shots down, doesn't find the core, but they're not done here yet. There's the crooked leverage, bringing it back on in. The flip from Elo Tourist will clear things back out, and Name Chaotic right back onto the offense. They do manage to withstand the pressure for the time being, but now barrier's starting to fall onto the Polar Vortex side. They get the first one. Mr. Zert, though, finds a poke down towards the bottom, and Snare Drum's going to hold it in place for the time being. Jay's flip going to go to waste as they aren't able to actually get a good shot on goal off of it. Mr. Zert brawling with A, but A continues to send it leftward, and not able to hold onto it is Zert, but the poke upwards and into the goal takes us to point number 5, and Ember's Flame with a shot to take the series right here.
And that's big fish right there. That was press the point, big fish. A didn't even have a chance to strike that one second. The hitbox just a bit too big. Mr. Zert is able to cover quite a bit of ground in terms of repositioning around in the midfield with the Stagger Swagger and the Spark of Speed here. And winning Strike Wars is definitely something that Size Kazan is able to do right now. So we'll see if they continue to get it past, but trading barriers here, it's Ember's Flame that has an open goal, and if A and Elo Taurus can convert this, it might just be the set.
It could be set number 5 here, all coming down. 2.5 set 4. A chance to close it out for Ember's Flame, but they need to resteady themselves and get this offense grooving. Once again, good use of the top spin from Mr. Zert. Going to be able to find that second barrier, open up the goal. Coming down with the maddening descent, taking another shot in from the top side. Jay already using those Crystal Thorns. Rose warps back to the bottom, not getting the bounce that she wants. Sent back up to the top side. Mr. Zert dashes forward, top spin again, knocks back away A, has access to the flip now. Mr. Zert takes another shot, blocked away by Elo Tourist, who has the flip of their own, but A can't hold on to the defense. Mr. Zert pokes it through, and game number 1 will go to Ember's Flame.
Big win. Polar Cortex almost brought that back in kind of a scary fashion, but Ember's Flame will hold strong. Jay putting up a very solid performance there. Going to be rewarded the MVP. 264 redirects on the Estelle. A with 318 on the Juno, and Mr. Zert with 268. Everyone putting up pretty big numbers across the board for a 25-minute game. Not even the longest games that we've seen for sure. But if that's going to set the pace for this series at all, then I think we've definitely got a nail-biter on our hands. A potential Game 3 run here. I mean, after that... And that's with A picking up the Juno as well. It's kind of famous at this point that a lot of people ban or pick away Juno from Jay, but it's happened so much that Jay literally just plays another character and still is able to dominate pretty solidly. So it's very difficult to ban out the midfielder here for Ember's Flame.
Yeah, and I mean, that's as close of a game as you're really ever going to get. 3 of the sets go to 5 points there, and the one set that didn't go to 5 points was a 3-0 for the team that ends up losing the match. So a very, very, or the game rather, not the match, but a very, very close start here for our Seed 8 versus Seed 9 matchup. Seed 9 going to start things off with the early lead, but now we're going to move on over to Ember Flame's choice. It's going to be Atlas's Lab for game number 2. So looking forward to kicking off that draft before too long and finding out how these teams want to adapt. I do wonder if Polar Vortex is going to look for maybe a more traditional composition, something with a more traditional brawler, and see if they can find themselves a little bit more space to play with if they're able to achieve that.
Yeah, I definitely think that's something to consider here. I think the Mako forward is definitely situational. It can be good on maps like Tycho, where you have a lot of those corners to really work with. It can work on Atlas like as well, but I think not as like ideally. You have to be like pretty good at it. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially depending on starting Awakenings here, if we just see like an X or an Asher, as well as since you're playing against Mr. Zert, a guy kind of known for playing the X. If this does end up being like a decent X start, that might just be the pick. I wouldn't be surprised. I think when you're down a game as well, the KO comp can definitely be a risk worth taking. And it actually looks like it's Adrenaline Rush and Twin Drive showing up here. Two pretty interesting awakenings if they do end up going the damage route. That ad rush could mean a Juliet pick could be on the table.
Yeah. Polar Cortex going to take away the Aimi to start things off with, and then there goes the Kazan as well, so Ember Flame don't want to see that one a second time. The Juno going to be snapped up by Polar Cortex to start things off, and now looking at a Rasmus Atlas rotation to get themselves just a little bit more control over the core and running back that goalie selection that was so good for them in Game 1.
Yeah. Looks like the Mako coming back out again. There's the Kai, it looks like, for Elo Tourist. So the same comp from Polar Cortex. They're running it back, presumably playing around the Twin Drive, which is actually pretty big, especially for the Mako and the Kai. That is in fact Mako forward. You can still you can use one of your secondaries for scoring and another one for buffing your team on defense, kind of the opposite of how Mako goalie does it, but similar comp coming out as well from the other side. It looks like we're gonna have Jay back on the Estelle. And
so
just
it's really
Rasmus
one pick that's different, really. It's the Rasmus for Kazan, Swapperoonie, as the Kazan ends up banned away by Ember's Flame. So an interesting one coming on through. Of course, the side swap as well, and the map swap going to have some degree of influence, but yeah, we'll see. The Atlas, of course, incredibly adept at being able to defend some of these little circular barriers that you find on Atlas's lab. I do wonder if the map swap here is going to lead to maybe a different one of these characters in the goal arc for Polar Cortex. You could see something like a Mako goalie here, and then you just move the Kai over to forward. It's an option that they have if they do want to go for it, but that's the question, right? Is that actually something that they're interested in sampling for game number 2, especially when they have their upper bracket run on the line here with already being down 0-1?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting scenario. You're kind of running double midfield at that point, which I think against an Atlas is like not bad. Once you get the goal open, you can really like maneuver the core around him. But the problem is you also have Jay on the Estelle back there, who is exerting quite a lot of control. I think just running back what they did previously and kind of hoping that it goes better is really what they're hoping for, because I think they definitely had the opportunity to win that first game, and I think they know that. And maybe if a few awakenings went different, maybe if a few plays, a few missed bounces, a few strike wars went different, that could have definitely been in their hands. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's literally just the Mako forward and then just backing him up, dropping the slimes in midfield, Gigablast Barrage coming out from the goal box to just keep the core as far up as possible and just burn the cooldowns off of the Atlas.
Yeah, that could definitely be a strategy that works here. Is really curious to see if even Ember's Flame want to make some real massive changes in their strategy here. It's not like that was a dominant Game 1 performance from them, despite the win. They definitely did show that they could give up quite a few points. They got 3-0'd in one set, got taken to 5 points all the other sets. So a rough run of it, even though they do end up coming out on top at the end, but certainly comfortable running back the same composition. So let's see how they're going to do as we get onto Atlas's lab for map number 2.
Yeah, definitely going to be... It's basically the salty run back. And it felt like last game as well, when Polar Cortex were able to get goals very quickly, to bring down the barriers as quickly as possible. That's when they were getting the points. Whereas Ember's Flame, it felt like even when they got quick barriers, it still took a little bit of setup to actually confirm the goals. When you're playing around Kazan and Estelle, you don't exactly have the run through stuffing power like someone like Mako has, where you can just get so much off of a couple abilities. So we'll see how it ends up going. Looks like it will be the goalie Kai, once again, named Chaotic, continuing to stay on the Mako forward and Twin Drive all around, except for Mr. Zert. He's going to be opting for the Adrenaline Rush. If a hook KO does come through, it'll be a pretty solid buff there for the Rasmus.
Would be a big help for them, but we'll see how they're going to be able to hold down here. Still Elo Tourist on that Kai goalie, and they do take both locks right off the board. Good start here for Polar Cortex as they're looking to get off to an explosive start for game number 2, try to reassert themselves after a rough game number 1. A jumping forward, not quite able to get it into the goal. Named Chaotic going to be able to knock back away Mr. Zert. A nearly going down as well, but it is a power play here for Polar Cortex. Moving it back on forward. Named Chaotic right up in the goal's face, going to just smack it through with 1 strike.
Yeah, and that's what you're hoping for on that Mako forward. Just constant in your face pressure. There's so many hitboxes that you have to get through to clear it away, and when you're in that close of a space, there's basically no character that has a good way of doing that unless you're like Dubu or something, or someone with a good creation like Atlas Expanse is really good for it, but it's on a pretty long cooldown, so once you're able to get past that, it definitely becomes a challenge to deal with, and that's what Polar Cortex have really been playing around this whole series, is just constantly keeping the core as close to Named Chaotic as possible.
Yeah. Really nice start here, though, for Ember's Flame, as they do manage to get themselves a clean little 2-barrier start, but they lose 2 of their own on the opposite side just as soon. They are going to struggle to be able to get it past Named Chaotic here. Goes in for the flip, takes the shot! Not blocked away successfully by Jay, and that's going to be a 2-0 start for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, that's a huge one as well. You got Jay's core flip out of that and still got the goal, and now you're going up with a little bit of an energy advantage. You have your goalie flip available for those defensive situations. Not anymore, I lied. The barriers get traded there. But still, a pretty early open goal here from Polar Cortex. They have the opportunity to get a quick first set, and with the KO coming out from A, that might just be what they need.
Yeah, that was a rough run of it for the Erasmus there, and now going to give a big opportunity for Polar Cortex to try to just close this one out. Not going to be able to do it quite yet. The respawn from Mr. Zert is here. Jay now low on stagger, still looking to see if she could take that second barrier, but not able to hold on to it for now. Mr. Zert taking it in towards the bottom. Pendulum swing, pressuring on towards the barrier. Jay snags it, and the attempted clear goes in for the piercing shot and can't get it into the goal quite yet, but Mr. Zert waiting out of the bottom, goes forward, Death touches it back in, has the whiplash available for the extra strike, but not going to be able to send it through. Jay now rose warping back in front of Named Chaotic, trying to keep that core away from him. They will get it back into their hands either way. Mr. Zert detonates it off the center, goes in with the pendulum swing. Jay going to be able to get it to pass back down. Lewis using that strike shot to put it back into Mr. Zert's hands. Mr. Zert sending it back up to the top, using Jay's Rose Warp to get into range, but still not able to take really effective shots. A, with a nice use of the blob, they are going to be able to throw it forward. Goes in for the flip. Flip used by Wisp to defend, and Mr. Zert guides it right into the corner, stopping Elo Tourist's defense and getting Ember Flame onto the board.
Some nice core speed play there. Jay preserving the speed on the pass. Set up Mr. Zert, and Elo is not quite able to get there in time, even with the boots available. I want to point out some of the really good defense, though, that we did see from A. Something interesting that it looks like they're doing is, instead of cutting the pass between the Estelle and the Rasmus like you normally see, Elo Tourist and A are almost playing like man coverage, where A is kind of defending against Mr. Zert, and Elo Tourist is focusing mostly on things that Jay does. And we saw it in that one sequence with the death touch from Mr. Zert, where he just couldn't get it past the Juno because all of A's abilities were dedicated to blocking that, and didn't use any against the previous attempt that Jay made, whereas Elo Tourist was the one kind of dealing with that, so definitely something interesting there.
And another rough flip out of Jay, going to let the core flip by, and that will be an easy score for Polar Cortex. They get themselves up 3-1 and take set number 1, a lead to Polar Cortex for the first time this series.
Yeah, and pretty good to start off. Your hot shots going to be the Juno pickup. Definitely what you want to see. Fighter Flight is available, as well as Size for Mr. Zert, should they choose to take it. Look like they're going to be waiting just a moment. Missile Prop going to be denied away. That still leaves Fighter Flight on the board. Stagger Squire is going to drop all the way down to Jay. That's potentially a bit of a drafting error, I want to say. That's a really, really strong awakening. And we saw how well Jay performed last time. I think Ember's Flame, Size on Rasmus, plus the Fighter Flight, plus the Primetime Twin Drive Atlas, they just made off like bandits on a draft they probably should have lost.
Yeah, but coming up with everything that they need and immediately taking both barriers here, revitalized by that draft advantage. Ember's Flame going to be able to send it home. Nicely done by Jay there, finding that strike, finding that, I think it was a Crystal Thorns that nudged it, and going to be able to find it.
Yeah, it's definitely a good setup here for Ember's Flame, despite losing that set. You have so many cooldowns now on Wisp, and so much more offensive presence on your two forwards. They basically just got exactly what they wanted here. So, yeah, I saw that. I don't know why that barrier is still there.
I can't believe it. Well, well played by Wisp. I mean, just gets the bounces, gets the Thanos bounces off of that Cosmic Expanse, and will not let the barrier fall. They finally get it onto the retry there, but they've already opened up the goal on the opposite side, and good res there. Celestial Intervention going to be able to get another member onto the board for just a little bit longer. Wisp able to save a teammate, goes in for the flip. Not going to be able to fire it off in time, though. Named Chaotic times it right and gets it into the second barrier. But Jay in position with another Crystal Thorns piercing shot combo. 2-0 up for Ember.
Big play from Jay. Just burnt all of the cooldowns on a very confident scoring setup there. And that's the kind of plays that you want to see coming out of this midfield, especially you have with the twin drive as well. It's going to be a lot more common to see. A was nowhere to be found. They were not expecting Jay to literally just run up out of left field like that. But a big KO coming out there from Named Chaotic does mean Mr. Zert's going to be out of it for the time being. And they're really hoping, I think, to get a barrier on this power play, because I think if they don't, Ember's Flame, very good chance to come back and take this set.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Mr. Zerk goes in for the nice little death touch there, snags it across the map, and will be able to bring it in for a barrier claimed. Respawns have come on across for him, and now looking strong, but going to lose a second barrier. Jay, another shot on the offense. She's done a great job of being able to take these top barriers for the first couple of rounds. Going to try to cycle back into it now. Good block there on the perfect pitch from Mr. Zerk. Going to stop Named Chaotic from getting involved in the fight over the core. We'll get back over to him either way. Wisp going to try to clear it back out. Gets snuck past Mr. Zert, and a flip is forced out of Wisp to be able to clear things back out. As the pendulum swing off of Zert, trying to ricochet it off the bottom. Named Chaotic is staggered, forced away from the play by the Rose Warp out of Jay. Another death touch nearly taking him down. They're trying to KO this guy, and they just can't do it. Named Chaotic still hanging on for the time being, and they're just going to move back over to some core-based gameplay. That's going to get moved back over to Jay. The second barrier's fallen. The goal is opened up. Mr. Zert trying to predict with the pendulum swing. Doesn't find it there. Ricocheting it off the bottom, trying to get it back into a position where Jay can try to make a shot. Nearly has the chance there, but cleared back away by A. Pendulum swing, puts it back into position. Jay sends it through the center, and a flip comes out of Elo Tourist to be able to save it once again. Jay ricocheting it off the top. Will have her own flip here before too long. Named Chaotic trying to push it in, and it's A with the core flip and the shot to the top corner to put Polar Cortex on the board for the set.
And Ember's Flame just out of resources there. Flips barely not available to be able to contest that one. All the cooldowns have been used to try and force that offense.
Oh!
And, Sad Boys. The core goes around. I think that's like 1-for-1 now on that angle. You got to keep it fair, you know. But Jay in a little bit of trouble. Has a flip available, but is not looking healthy. Gonna burn it before losing it, and we'll get the barrier. Now it's Wisp pushing up to try and provide this offense as Jay is back trying to recover.
Oh, and now a great flip into a double barrier out of Named Chaotic. Trying to fight their way back here. Was nearly doomed. That shot almost found its way into the goal. Flip comes out of Mr. Zert, but that was not close enough to the core. A shot from Wisp sends it back on over onto the offense. Named Chaotic with the perfect pitch ready. Dribbling it off the top. Takes the shot towards the center. Jay and Wisp going to be able to hold on to it. Named Chaotic going in for it again. And A chasing after that core. Barrage going to put it right into position. Piercing shot not going to be able to clear things back out. The black hole going to suck in that core and move it back up towards the top. Mr. Zert covering all the clear options, and a Crystal Thorns from Jay will push it into the goal. 3-1. This set goes over to Ember's Flame.
Yeah, that was a really good setup with the Rose Warp there from Jay to just blink in and then fire the Crystal Thorns. The Twin Drive is coming in big, and looking at this draft right now, there are some pretty crazy things on the board. It might just be an Egoist pickup. Perfect Form is also available, and yeah, it will be Egoist for the Estelle. Jay, once again, getting some crazy awakenings to start off. Rapid Fire going over to the Juno. Also pretty solid. Unstoppable on the Rasmus, or on the Atlas is pretty useful. Perfect Form here on the Kai. Some size on the Mako, denied away from Mr. Zert, but the problem is Rampage manages to find its way all the way to the bottom onto the Rasmus. I think another really huge draft here for Ember's Flame, as they look to be in a pretty good position build-wise.
Yeah, that Egoist for Jay, going to be very happy they were able to pick that one up nice and early. And going to be in a really strong position now coming into this tied up set number 3. Both barriers taken very fast here by A and Name Chaotic, though. Finally going to be able to clear things out, or are they, as Name Chaotic with the core right in melee range once again. Rose Warp going to try to clear things back out. Mr. Zerk going to lose out on this strike war, and Wisp trying to get involved, going to have to fall back onto the defense. Astral Projection not going to be able to send that core back to where he wants it. Crystal Thorns out of Jay, trying to push in for the top barrier. Will be able to find that one, and now getting back into Mr. Zert's hands. Astral Projection again out of Wisp, trying to get involved in these midfield duels that have continuously favored Polar Cortex. And Jillum Swing not quite connecting. Jay back up towards the top, pushing towards the bottom and ricocheting off the bottom yet again. A with the core flip available, going to try to team up with Cortex here and send it through, or with Chaotic rather, and they will do so. Cortex get themselves their first of the set.
Wow, oh, what a flip from A. Did it right after Mr. Zert's strike, and Wisp and Jay, unfortunately, when you're that close to the goal line, there's not a lot of time to react, and often not a lot that you can do about a flip that close. Definitely a big play there, but energy's coming up pretty much all around for everyone else, so Ember's Flame gonna have the opportunity with 2 forward flips to make something happen, assuming Mr. Zert can stay alive here. Nice healing from Wisp to keep him healthy, but Chaotic applying quite a bit of pressure. Jay looking for the runaway here. Both flips burnt, and that's a second barrier gone. Polar Cortex, their gate is wide open now.
Yeah, and Wisp able to juke out Name Chaotic on the core flip there as well. Wastes that tool as it doesn't find its way onto anything, but the second barrier will fall regardless. Gotta keep this core away from Name Chaotic, who has been able to convert into scores time and time again. Jay going to be able to find the resets and the ricochets that she's looking for, but Mr. Zert not quite able to catch up with the core in time. Jay now on a breakaway, goes in with the Rose Warp, can't get it in there with the piercing shot. Another pendulum swing, another shot from Jay, and a Rose Warp into top position, going to tie it up at 1-1.
This is Estelle. You can't lock her down. Twin drive fight or flight. Blinking everywhere, running at Mach 10 every time you hit the core with basically anything. It becomes very difficult. Oh, Sad Boys, by the way. It becomes very difficult for them to play around it in the midfield, and once that Egoist pops, it just becomes all the harder for A to be able to do anything, especially without a jump awakening on the Juno.
Yeah, ricocheting it off the bottom yet again. And there's going to be those ensnare drums holding down Wisp. Not going to be able to take the barrier off of it, though. Jay gets it back right into the goal arc and is going to be able to find one of the barriers with help from Mr. Zert, who's got the Whiplash ready, trying to find ways to strike the core in towards the bottom. Cosmic Expanse clearing things out for the time being. Core flip comes out of Chaotic, just holding on to it to go for the back pass over to A, who has a core flip of their own. The second barrier going to fall, but Jay going to be able to move things back over to the left to try to take it in towards the barrier. Name Chaotic right in melee range with the goal. Can't quite close it out even with the drum and bass. Mr. Zert going to detonate that black hole, going to be able to find the second barrier and going to be able to open things on up for the team. Jay one-on-one with Elo Tourist here if she wants it. Now going to back on off just to try to reset the offense into the way that they can win it out. There's going to be the Blobos holding down the core, continuing to send it over to the left, but Jay with the Egoist proc rapidly moving across the map, but can't get over to the core in time. Rose warps forward, has a core flip of her own, but needs to get that core into range, or does she? It's a cross-map ricochet off the Cosmic Expanse, and Wisp gets the goal.
Literally everyone on the map. Mr. Jay went for the Rose Thorns, Zert went for the hook, and Elotaurus went for the strike, and all three of them misread the angle and the speed of that. And it just floated right in. Bit of a huge warp from Jay, who still has a core flip available, and Ember's Flame in a massive position to take another point here.
Really great stuff there from Jay, finding the perfect angle on the Rose Warp to send that core into the double barrier. Flip comes out of Mr. Zert. Flip available for Jay as well. They're betting it all on the shot. Ricochet off the top into the piercing shot. Not going to be able to get it past Elo Tourist, who holds on for now. Polar Cortex not saying die on this set. Not willing to give game and match point over to Ember's Flame, but it might not be up to him. Passed back up to Jay. Cleared away by another Giga Blast. But the pendulum swing from Mr. Zert will sneak it through. 2-1 in sets. Ember's Flame in the lead again.
Yeah, now Wisp, the MVP here. If Aerial shows up and Jay gets that, it might be over. Okay, no Aerial showing up, but Catalyst is on the board, which is a very dangerous thing to be dealing with right now. A couple sparks here, but no one's opted into those. Extra special. Actually picked up by the Atlas here. Gonna leave the energy available, forced Juno to deny it away. I say deny it, it's still a really good pickup, and it does leave explosive entrance available for Jay, which is also pretty incredible. Yeah, Jay's just gonna go wherever she wants at this point, but you can't track the cooldown of the blink because you have two of them, and you have no idea where she's gonna wind up because it goes across the entire map. So that's really like the big notable pickup out of this draft for sure, as Ember's Flame continue to build around their midfielder, and it's just going to be pretty tough here for Polar Cortex to deal with.
Definitely. One barrier taken a piece now, fresh off of that second draft, and Jay, again, up on the top, trying to push it into that second barrier, will be able to open things up yet again, and feels like Ember's Flame have been grooving over the course of the last couple of sets, really starting to come alive in this second game, and looking like they are ready to take the series, but Polar Cortex with a chance to fight back, going to be able to take that second barrier, going to be able to get open goals out of both sides. Jay now drooling up on the top, moves forward. She can't quite get it in there with the piercing shot, and now another Ricochet off the center. Gets right in there. Name Chaotic, able to just find one little strike from the bottom, and it drifts on up. Wisp can't get there in time.
Yeah, a little bit of a misread from Wisp, but still in a pretty decent position. It's only the first point, so they can let it go. They're going to have energy coming up across the board, right? And Jay is going to be the one kind of benefiting from that the most with the Egoist proc. Ooh. So we'll see how they're able to play. It's a nice snipe with the Rose Thorns for the first barrier as well.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Jay once again. She even set that up with an earlier Rose Warp to be able to snag the core in mid-pass, so really finding great offensive options in this game number 3 on the Estelle. Setting up another piercing shot. That one not going to connect. Now Name Chaotic back into a strong position, trapping Wisp in there with the ensnare drums, able to take a barrier for it, and ricocheting it down towards the bottom. Name Chaotic trying to send it back over towards A, but it's going to be the pendulum swing coming on out, not quite able to connect with the core, and Mr. Zert loses all his stagger for it and loses out on the barrier. Could be a KO coming up before too long. Name Chaotic has access to the core flip, looking to be able to close out this point into the open goal, but Jay thinks otherwise, able to open up the goal for herself on the opposite side. Does have access to the flip, but they gotta keep it away from Chaotic. They can't let this shot come through. The flip is used, but doesn't connect onto the core, and Mr. Zert and Jay now with a chance to be able to take it for themselves. Rose Warp up, not able to get the flip off. It's moved back up by Mr. Zert. Another piercing shot angle, another core flip, another shot, and Jay finds it for Ember's Flame.
It is so difficult to lock down Jay at this point. They had it in the first couple sets, but once Jay got some of those good speed awakenings, it is becoming exceptionally hard. There's no speed on the Kai. There's no dash awakening on the Juno. The repositioning value is just not there for the defense, especially on the open net. And what's crazy is, like, it's Kai. He's kind of better at defending an open net than he is at defending the single barrier. So it's a really tough defensive scenario to be in for Polar Cortex. Like, the way that they can really only get these points is by keeping up super hard momentum and just feeding Name Chaotic the core as much as possible. But as soon as Jay is able to break away with it, things start to fall apart pretty quickly.
Yeah, another pass up. Oh, and that was nearly a scoring opportunity, but Elo Tourist with a nice connection on the strike shot, going to be able to send things back on away. Really good job there, and going to be able to send it through, but no, Mr. Zert comes up with the KO. Was not expecting that one to take him out, and they do find it. 2-1 lead over to Ember's Flame.
Yeah, and 3 Rampage stacks as well on Zert. This Rasmus is of pretty considerable size. That pendulum swing goes very far, and naturally is just going to hit very hard. The Egoist proc here from Jay burns the flip into the piercing shot. That's both barriers gone. As Ember's Flame 1 point away from sealing the deal and taking the series.
Yeah, going to keep their winners bracket run alive. Will not be an elimination for Polar Cortex, but certainly don't want to lose it here, but that is not their choice. Jay takes it. One more goal to the Estelle, and Ember's Flame will move on in the upper bracket, taking Polar Cortex down, and a seeding upset to kick off the day. Seed 9 moving on, seed 8 falling down.
Yeah, and waiting to face them in the winners' quarterfinals will be Return to Form, but looking at this game once again, Jay, notably the MVP for a second time. Both these games has gotten a pretty crazy Estelle build and played it very well, but 230 redirects on A, 202 on Elo Tourist. They tried their absolute best, but how could you stop something that can just be anywhere and do anything? 9 goal participations on Jay there. Definitely a force to be reckoned with, this Ember's Flame team, and we'll see how they do moving on to the winners quarterfinals, because that was, even in a pretty close one, it looked like they were in control pretty much the entire time.
Yeah, absolutely. A great run here to start off Liftoff for this squad as they come on up with the win. And yeah, like you said, we'll move on to face off against Return to Form, and that's certainly going to be an exciting matchup here. We will have another one coming on up here before too long, waiting to find out what that matchup is going to be, but definitely a great way to kick things off, and yeah, another step closer to being able to make it to landing. Just 2 more series wins will do that for you now that Ember's Flame have been able to take round number 1.
Yeah, and looks like the next match, we're waiting on the winner, but it's going to be Platinum exclusive versus either the winner of Now's Bureau of Strikers or Dynasty Party. Now's Bureau of Strikers currently up 1 game in the series, but still continuing to play, so we'll have to see what that ends up looking like. But we're going to be throwing it to a bit of a break while we wait on that, so stick around. When we come back, it'll be winners quarterfinals.
your team will get in liftoff?
That's pretty interesting. I mean, like, everyone wants to go to NASL, right? Like, that's kind of the dream. But, like, for us personally, we kind of want to go to NASA. That would be, like, kind of our sweet spot, especially with our scheduling, because Lou Fox can't really be there for NASL. Yeah, so, yeah, Lou Fox can't be there on Saturday, so it's like, yeah, it would be better to play on NASA because it's on a Sunday, so it would be good for scheduling. But, I mean, if we make NASL, we make NASL. Like, Lou Fox, I mean, that's kind of your bad, but, like, I don't know, man. If we make it, we make it, but, like...
So in general, I think like we've kind of discussed this as a team, but we're just looking to win as much as possible. I know it doesn't really answer your question, but just going into both Launchpad and now Liftoff, we kind of just want to win as much as we can. Obviously, I mean that's what every team wants to do, but looking to win every game. We know that like Launchpad 1 wasn't the best performance that we could have had, and Launchpad 2 we definitely played a lot better and with more confidence. So I think we're carrying that confidence into Liftoff.
I'm confident that we are going to make it to at least NASA. I believe we have the players, we got the skill. Me and Alpha Me are getting better every scrim that we do. I feel more and more in tune with him every scrim. And me and Pensando already have that really great synergy. So I mean, NASA does not seem too far off. And I mean, even NASA would be a great shot for the moon there, like you've said before to me, but I'm down for NASL too.
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of Liftoff for Season 5 of the North American Strikers League. We are kicking things off, or I guess continuing things on, with Platinum exclusive up against NOW's Bureau of Strikers, Seed 3 up against Seed 6. Platinum exclusive coming in here from NASA. See if they can make their jump up to the next level. Map draft down at the bottom of your screen. Looks like we're starting things off on NBS's choice of Taiko Temple, Lego.
Yeah, and coming into this match, NBS heavy underdogs here. Seed 3 Platinum exclusive versus Seed 6 NBS. And Platinum exclusive, their rosters, A Forever, Vaga, and Josh, is looking pretty scary just on paper. So they're definitely coming in here heavy favorites to win this one. And NBS are really looking for this upset. Going back to Taiko again for game one, seems to be a popular one today. We'll have to see what the draft ends up looking like, but I mean, it's hard to say without like seeing Starting Awakenings and stuff, but it's definitely going to be a tough one for NBS, so they're going to have to pull out something kind of funny. Oh, and there it is. Deadeye and Chrono Boost are going to be our starters today. So we'll see what they have to pull out. It might just be a damage angle when they try and kill PLX, but I have a feeling that PLX isn't going to just let that happen.
Yeah, we will see what the picks are going to end up being here, but PLX is going to have their first crack at things, both in bans and in picks. So what are they going to want to take off the board for the Taiko Temple game? Looking at what NOW's Bureau of Strikers have largely brought to the table before. It is Spooked Altar, Scandals, and Evil Drew Danger, by the way. So a couple of faces that we've seen before. I'm going to have to see if they can beat up against one of those NASA teams that do have a lot of respect coming in behind them. How exactly do they want to approach the draft? They're going to take away the Kai and lock in. Is that Octavia? How about that?
Very interesting. On the Chrono Boost start, their PLX, I think they're putting that. Well, Zay Forever's currently in the goalie spot, so I'm not sure who they're going to put that on. But either way, that's definitely a scary pick in the right hands. And looking at PLX, we see the NOW get locked in first here. Part of me says that like you almost want to pick like Aimi or someone who can kill the Octavia. But we'll see here. We're waiting for the second forward pick to come through right now. Looks like they're actually going to pick up the Atlas for goalie and just try and lock it down. So a lot of sustainability. They're not really building into the damage. Rasmus and Mako coming out to fill out the rest of the roster of PLX there. Already looking really scary. Octavia Chrono Boost plus Mako speed boosting it, and probably going to go Deadeye to just pump out some damage as well onto whoever the brawler ends up being for NBS. So we'll see what their final pick's going to end up being.
Yeah, we will. And then there's going to be, Juliet to round things out here for Now's Bureau of Strikers. So that one likely going to be going over to Spooked Altar, and now going to have the backup of Now, rather going to be there to try to keep that Juliet topped on off, give some of that little extra bit of damage, even post Now nerfs. That's still something you could go for. And the Mako Rasmus and the Octavia composition definitely going to be an intimidating one to be facing down against if you're NBS, knowing that if you have an Octavia player, if you're willing to bust it out, that Chrono Boost just about the best start you could hope for. So excited to see how they're going to look piloting that one.
Yeah, and the Octavia it's really a snowball pick. Like you don't pick that if you think it's going to be a close game. You pick that if you think that you have the advantage and you are just looking to absolutely assert that dominance. Because it is a character that can go very wrong very quickly in the wrong circumstances. So the damage is really not there for the side of NBS. All they have is the Juliet, which is an interesting pick on this start for sure. Like she's good on this map, but really you're just picking up Chrono Boost for the dash, like the dash distance, which is like okay, but that early round, that like first round is going to be kind of rough when Octavia already has like one of her best in slot awakenings and is only going to snowball even further on. So NBS, I'm curious to see how they're going to run this, because it really looks like PLX just have a much better character draft here.
Yeah, it really does, at least on face. So we'll find out what PLX are going to be able to do. And especially to start things off here, the Octavia, we all know how dangerous they can be once you start scaling up, once you start getting a couple of those preferred awakenings. But right off the bat, is just having the Chrono Boost going to be enough to start running away with it right away? Or are they going to need to take a little bit of time? They are swapping around roles a little bit, so it still may very well be Zay piloting that Octavia. We will find out. Looks like we're going to be ready to get into game here in just a couple of moments and see who is going to be on top early on in this best of three. A win here will, of course, move you on towards that winner semifinal, and will mean that you need just one more win to be able to move on into orbit, get yourself into landing, and have a shot at making it into NASL Season 5.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely getting down to the really important games here. And, of course, the further we go down the bracket, the more stacked the losers side's going to be getting as well.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like we do have Vaga on the goalie, and it's actually going to be Josh on the Octavia. Zay Forever pulling out the signature Rasmus here on a Chrono Boost Stort is, of course, really going to be strong as well. Scandals on the Now, Spooked Altar rocking the Juliet, and Striker Kai on the Atlas. Now running the Magnetized Souls here, but no real big surprises on any of the Awakenings. Vaga did opt for the Chrono Boost for even more speed. PLX have just opted to run as fast as possible.
No!
Bit of a little overextension there on the first point from Zay Forever, but Josh and Vaga should hold it down.
Yeah, Josh already starting to get that flow state rolling, keeping himself nice and fast, popping that special as soon as it comes up, nearly able to take him down with the beat drop, but still going to be rocketing around this map, keeping that flow state going for as long as they possibly can, and already proving themselves to be pretty difficult to deal with. It'll finally drop off there. No barriers fallen yet, but Josh already showing some of how you can really be a menace on this Octavia when you do have the awakenings that you need and you are comfortable in how you're going to be able to play out your game plan. First of those barriers will fall down. Striker Kai not going to be able to block it away yet. Zay Forever now on the breakaway, looking to be able to take it forward. Loses his Octavia in the process, but does find an open goal. So as long as these ensnare drums buy you the time that you'll need, you should be all right with that trade. And it looks like they are doing a great job of being able to withstand the power play. Oh!
Yeah. Ooh, a core flip from Vaga. Sends it really wide. Hits the demon angle. No one's able to catch that one. So it'll be PLX first on the board. You saw that kickoff that they did where they absolutely bum rushed the core. Looks like they're not going to do it quite as fast this time, but they're still going to get a pre-signature one. And they really playing around Josh's flow state whenever it's going to be on cooldown or manages to run out is when NBS has their opportunity to do something. But as long as it's up, PLX are just in absolute control.
Absolutely here, and great move there from Josh, again, taking one of those early barriers. Doesn't even go down this time, and they find themselves again in a position where they lose the flow state, but they do have the open goal. Of course, this time NBS going to be able to clap back on the opposite side and find much of the same. Spooked Altar looking for a dash punch there, but smacked out of it by Vaga, and will buy them the time that they are looking for to reset and go in for this offense a second time, landing some of those little notes across there. I can't remember what that ability is called. I'll figure it out later, but Josh already going in for the beat drop, going to be keeping Scandals on the back foot, getting that damage, has the flow state available as well, dribbling it back, going towards the drum, going to get away from him there, though, and the flow state will expire. It's going to be in Zay Forever's hands to try to do something with it. Going to have access to that flip here before long, but Spooked finds its way into the goal. Nice shot there from him, and we'll be able to take it.
Good reaction there from Spooked Altar with the strike. As soon as it hit that second wall, it disappeared. Was able to bounce it right back in. Did unfortunately burn the core flip, which is not ideal in that situation, but they will be able to tie it up, which is certainly good. However, energy going to be coming online here for PLX very shortly. They should have 3 to work with at some point during this round, and already a big ult coming out from Josh. Almost gets the KO,
very
not
close
quite
there. Yeah, Josh not quite able to finish it off, but very close again. Doing a good job here of trying to be able to close that one out, and now going to send it back up to Zay. Nearly able to take that barrier. Good defense from Kai, though, holding on for the time being. And Snare Drums comes out across from Vaga, not going to be able to connect onto that one, and now the offense from NBS starting to manifest once again. They managed to get the goal open first this time, and Spooked Altar, if they're able to find a nice little dash punch, would be able to get it in and potentially steal away a lead here early on. Base drop comes through once again, though. Josh looking to keep that pressure on, continuing to find more resets onto that flow state. They do manage to open up the goal. They do lose the flow state for it, but Josh going to have access to that flip here before too long. A great shot from Spooked, though. Splits the uprights. Vaga and Josh can't get to it in time.
Yeah, a little bit of a misclear there from Vaga. Sort of sent it right toward that Juliet, but good timing on the punch from Spooked Altar. Was able to stun Josh and make it so that couldn't even contest the core if he wanted to. And now it's NBS who are actually up in the first set. If they could win and get a good draft here, deny Josh some awakenings, they could be in a really good spot, because right now Josh is going to be toward the back end of that draft, and you cannot let, as we were saying earlier, this Octavia run away with any good awakenings. Is how the character works.
Definitely, and good defense from Vaga there, hanging on to that barrier for a lot of extra time. NBS, though, with the early lead here, going to look to see if they can snag away this set. Flip right in melee range there from Spook, but the defense has been good. Drum and bass from Vaga, able to keep things cleared on away, give that extra stats to the rest of the team, and we'll let them get back on offense on the opposite side. They already used the flip, but the core guided down to the bottom. Kai can't get to it in time, and it will be a score over for PLX.
And another interesting sort of floating in goal there, this time for PLX, as they tie it up. And there's a big kickoff right there, immediately burning some speed boost, instant ult off kickoff, but another KO onto Zay Forever in that same corner. It seems like when PLX do this, NBS have found a way to punish them, and they still preserved both of their barriers and actually got one in return. So a huge start here, actually, for NBS.
Yeah, great dodges there from Josh. Really low on the stagger. Can't afford to get touched by any of those drones. Still holding on to their life for the time being and able to buy them that time while Zay was down, but the goal is opened up. Nice positioning from Spooked here, who now has a chance to be able to find the dash punch to take home the point. PLX, though, with a chance to be able to take out this set here and put themselves in an early lead. Nice bounce off of the drums there. Lands onto Scandals, who's still holding strong. Has been helping out Kai on that defense all set along. Zay with the whiplash pushing forward, looking for another shot. Not going to be able to get it through. Josh does have access to the core flip, going to use it, passes it back to Zay. Still keeping up the offense, still trying to find their way onto that barrier, but Kai is unrelenting and will not let it through. Spooked Alter now ricocheting off the back, flip going to be forced out of Vaga. Can't risk that dash punch from coming on through, and Josh going to be able to sneak it in using the Sonic Boom to guide it forward. There's the base drop used on the wrong side of the core, has to avoid it for the time being, and Spooked is able to send it into the goal, and first set will go to NBS.
Wow, what a really good shot there from Spooked. The core slipping away from PLX a couple times, and NBS punishing them hard for it. Josh still going to be second pick here. Twin Drive and Aerials are available, which is a little bit scary, but Scandal's going to have the opportunity to pick something up. It's going to be the Rapid Fire. Knife's Edge actually picked up here from Josh for just that permanent passive speed along the edge, but Prize Fighter from Spooked Alter. And actually did pick up the Deadeye, by the way. It's a Deadeye Juliet start. So if they do get a Dash Awakening later, could actually be real. But yeah, with the way Spooked Alter's been playing around that edge, we saw the KO earlier in that set. Josh will have to be kind of careful with that Knife's Edge here. Striker Kai going to get the aerials for the projectile range. Primetime and Twin Drive going over to Vaga and Zay respectively. We'll see now. MBS in a bit of a decent position to actually make this a closer game than we thought, so we'll see how they're able to do it.
Indeed we will. Nice little binding coming on through there. The Ensnare Drum's going to keep Spooked Alter out of the play for the time being, and Zay making a break up towards the top. Scandals falling back on the defense, trying to help out Striker Kai to make sure that this barrier stays standing as long as they can. And again, you can see really good offense from the side of PLX, but they're just not able to get it past Kai. They've yet to be able to, even with 2 or 3 members all coming in, all using all the tools they have at their disposal, they haven't quite been able to push it through and actually take these down. It's been very difficult for them to do so without using flips. Do get one there off the back of it. Now looking to try to close out this point, but Josh is already staggered, and Tool's going to be available here before too long. Scandal's very close to having that core flip. Spooked going to be able to sneak it past Vaga, gets the second barrier. Josh falling back on the defense, but Spooked waiting around for a striking opportunity. There's the dash punch, and there's the score. Great timing from Spooked Alter, and NBS with another score.
Spooked Alter is making good work of these open goals. Vaga and Josh, I think, underestimating the offensive presence here of NBS for sure. They're allowing way too many opportunities for Spooked Alter to cook right now. Great use of the Expanse as well from Striker Kai throughout this series, using it not only to defend the corner, but also to actually save Spooked Alter's life at least once from the Octavia ult. And that is Deadeye Aerial's Atlas, by the way, so that and Strike Shot. So that Astral Projection does kind of hurt. But Josh, in a bit of trouble at the moment. Gonna have to run around and survive and not get kicked off the edge.
Oh!
Barely evades it.
Yeah, they've really been definitely looking to hunt down Josh. They did multiple times there, just flip the core and leave it where it stood just to be able to keep on chasing Josh and try to get him off the map, but he hasn't fallen down, and now instead the power play is going on over back towards PLX, and they have a little bit of an opportunity here to try to at least open up the goal. They do manage to do so. Josh still in the flow state. They don't have to give up on this offense. Josh going to be able to receive it down to the bottom, try to get it back into Zay's hands, and now just guiding that core all around the map. Lands another Sonic Boom to keep the flow state going, and Josh is the whole offense all on his lonesome here. They're able to push it through, put it right where they need it, in front of Zay forever, knocks it in there for the score.
And there's the speed that we've been wanting to see, that PLX was sort of struggling to pull off in that first set, but that's what you're really looking for with that Octavia, just being able to outposition the opposing midfielder and the opposing goalie and be wherever you need to be. You're kind of able to cover multiple angles because of how fast you can move with that flow state up, and going for it here again, and with the core flip available, does whiff it, but the offense still going hard. However, that Astral Projector of Striker Kai goes pretty far. It allows for some pretty nice midfield support there, but Zay forever going ham. Both barriers down now. PLX, the opportunity to put another point up.
Yeah, focus too much on Josh. Let the Rasmus get right into your face and rob you blind. Loses out on both of the barriers. Shot coming in with a ricochet off of the bottom. Striker Kai going to be able to clear it out. One barrier found by Spooked and Scandals, but Josh already in position to be able to close it out. Throws down the base drop. Defense from Scandals will be able to clear out the core, but it costs him his life, and the point comes through anyway. PLX up 2-1.
Great hook setup there from Zay Forever. Scandals made a good clear. Did die for it. Got the flip. But unfortunately, it's too much in the power play. With the strike shot on cooldown once again from Striker Kai. There's not much an Atlas can do to save those cross net shots like that. But now 2 flips available for NBS. Flow State is up for Josh. And PLX is pushing hard. See if the defense able to hold right now. And they will actually be able to clear it out. But Josh still moving quite quickly. It's looking for more.
Yep, still holding on to that Flow State. Goes in for the beat drop. Not enough to be able to push it through. Still has Flow State alive and active. I say that too soon. Does drop on off there. And, you know, their big offensive power play there not quite paying off as they don't manage to take the second barrier. And now Spooked getting his turn at things. Kai going to be able to clear things back out. Scandals trying to get it into this Juliet's hands, but Josh is taking it down towards the bottom side. Nice death touch from Zay. Gets it right onto the corner of that barrier and opens things up, and Kai's just not ready for it. Misses the strike shot, and it glides right between his legs.
Yeah, the strike shot moment, 1 per stream at least is the rule here, and Josh going to be the MVP. The Egoist showing up on the board here. Could be a pretty massive pickup, but looks like it's actually going to be a Stagger Swagger pickup instead. Looking to stay alive a little bit. But Egoist falling down to Scandals is kind of scary, in all honesty. Size here for the Rasmus. Everyone else, Super Surge for Spooked Ultra. That turns Deadeye on, by the way, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So those dash punches could be kind of scary.
Something to be on the lookout for. Like the Stagger Swagger pickup for Josh, I know Egoist kind of the default selection a lot of the time, but with how much they've been getting picked on and how much they benefit from that extra speed, this guy is going to be zooming and does make them think twice about whether or not they really want to take all this time to pick on old Octavia here. And wow, just rapid offense once again from PLX. They're able to take both the barriers in no time at all, and Josh in the flow state, going to lose it there, but able to get the core into a great position. Kai and Scandals trying to hang on, but they don't have a safe path out of the goal arc. Set back in by PLX, and that's going to be a score for them.
Yeah, pretty dominant first point there. Using all the speed, this guy has some wheels, and on Tycho, that knife's edge is activated like most of the time, like just building up around the passive speed rather than the flow state for this Octavia. Just makes it even better when the flow state does come online, but you don't have to rely on it as much as if you were to just go with like aerials and super search or something. Nice evade by Scandals to not get KO'd there. The pressure is still on for PLX, and Vaga even pushing up to the midfield a bit there. It's Josh zooming around the field, gonna get one barrier, looking for more. The death touch will be blocked away with the core flip up on Zay Forever. Might just be a matter of time, but through the drum and bass, not quite able to hold on.
Yeah, dash. Not a dash punch, just a regular punch. Going to make an effort to try to send that one in, but Vaga going to be able to fend it away. Zay in a good position now to get the offense going. Astral Projection going to come and go, as it does the Cosmic Expanse, and now pushing with the base drop onto the bottom. Core flip used by Josh to keep himself safe. They do manage to open on up the goal. Josh is getting attacked by Spooked, but meanwhile the score comes through for Zay, and it's 2-0 PLX.
Yeah, this is the PLX I think we were expecting to see throughout this entire match. Took him a set to get going, to get a couple things online, but at this point, NBS are in a bit of a dire need of a change of plans. Spooked Ultra hasn't been able to get any KOs, not stack that prize fighter at all, or utilize that Deadeye. They've mostly just been Dead Awakenings. But I mean, it's kind of hard with how fast PLX are moving around the map. You can't line up a dash punch on Zay and Josh when they're just moving so fast all the time. The really only opportunity is when they're pushing that corner. But if you're back there in that corner, you're the forward. It means no one's out there to get the core and deal with Vaga. So it's a pretty rough situation, but almost got it there. unfortunately just barely missed.
Yeah, finding some good angles, but like you said, it's hard to guarantee them. It's hard to replicate them time and time again, and it's hard to manufacture those sorts of scenarios in a position where you're actually going to be able to come away with a goal for it. So instead, going to continue to be PLX, just dominating on offense here. Look at how fast Josh is, taking another big shot into the goal there. 3-0 PLX as they find themselves up 2-1 in sets.
And Josh, the MVP. I think this is the point in the game when Octavia starts throwing away with it. Oh, fight or flight, yeah. So it's that is likely the nail in the coffin for game 1 here. It's pretty unlikely that NBS are going to be able to bring this one back, but we'll see. They did get Monumentalist, which is fine. It's not as insane as it used to be. Some more size here for Zay Forever is really good. Got Missile Prop on the Atlas. Some size on Spooked Altar, but they haven't been able to get that many barriers. And then just a second spark here for Vaga as well is really solid. PLX looking kind of unstoppable at this point. There's not a real answer for Josh or Zay. And if you can't get the core to Spooked Altar, you can't really do anything about Vaga anyway. And at that point, Josh just runs back because he's so fast. Well, there's a KO, so there's a way to start it off, I guess.
Absolutely here, Josh. Now have to fall back on the defense, down a forward. That does mean Spooked with a chance to be able to take both barriers and even a chance to score. Scandals is here. The offense has not been thwarted yet. There hasn't been a successful clear. Astral Projection going to help things out for a little bit from Kai, but finally Zay going to be able to guide it back on over and be able to take that barrier. Spooked with a dash punch angle. Tries to get it, gets it off the rebound. Still taking more shots, and finally Spooked going to find it. Pretty much 1v3 there. Scandals not able to get back in time, but Spooked pushes it in and gets the score for NBS.
I'll take responsibility for that one. I may have just absolutely caster cursed PLX with that draft, but yeah, really good start off here for NBS, though. They got the prize fighter stack as well as 2 rampage. Well, now they have no prize fighter stacks and no rampage on Spooked Altar. I should just like stop talking sometimes, but we'll see as PLX start to take this game back into what it was last set with a pretty quick 19-second point there.
Yeah, that ends real fast after you get that early KO onto the Juliet. Just unrelenting, no reason to relent, nowhere to clear the core back out to. Vaga's just going to send it back in if they ever do manage to do so, and that does mean that point closes out pretty fast. Good defense coming on through here. Spooked could be stuck in the ensnare drums, get some good damage onto Josh. Josh is still just a little too quick, especially with that extra regen and speed from the Stagger Swagger, so they are able to keep on holding on, and they are able to beat them to the punch, and by the punch I of course do mean the orb, be able to keep themselves standing and keep themselves fighting. Spooked though, another dash punch angle, fends it back away, flip used by Vaga, be able to stay safe, and now the offense coming alive for PLX. They're trying to take it into the bottom. The flip comes through from Zay, finds the first of the barriers. Strike shot going to help them keep into this department. What an ensnare drums by the side of Vaga. Keeps them locked in there and prevents any interruptions. Josh going to be able to score easily off the backup power play.
And everything coming up PLX now. It's just one more point and they'll seal the deal on game 1 here. Looking really, outside of that first point, looking really solid in this this last set now. Pretty good kickoff here from NBS. They do get a barrier on the from the rip, and second barrier actually as well. 2 flips. They might have an opportunity to stay in here. They can keep up the momentum, but Zay Forever looking to convert past this midfield. Scandals holding it down though. Spooked Altar looking really hurt. Core flip from Scandals is blocked away though, and PLX once again looking to take over.
It was a good shot. You do want to be mindful of your economy here with the energy. If you blow everything, you're going to be a little doomed when it comes to point number 5, but Spooked Altar probably going to have to use it here if they want to try to take the point and stay alive. There's going to be 1 barrier already fallen down. Spooked getting hit by some of these perfect pitches on the other side, as well as the Sonic Boom, and KO'd with the flip still available. A tragedy for NBS, and now in the power play, can PLX close things out for game number 1 right here, right now? One more pendulum swing, the flow state active yet again. Spooked Altar has respawned, and they hang on. They keep their barrier alive. and NBS with a chance to be able to fight their way back into this still. Scandals passes it on down to Spook. Spook's gonna get a hit stun for a moment, and Josh now trying to run away from it in the flow state. Another shot blocked away. Spooked Alter just can't hold on to it for long. Beat drop comes through, as does the pendulum swing. Zay has access to the flip, probably gonna need to use it here just to try to force something in. There it goes, ricocheting off the bottom. Pendulum swing stuns them up, but they're still holding on to the barrier, and a perfectly timed dash punch from Spooked Alter will take us to point 5.
Scandals and Striker Kai on the defense absolutely locked down that barrier, and a huge flip from Scandals there. Spooked Alter was ready for the dash punch. NBS, every time it seems like they're down, they're not quite out. They're managing to hold on just barely enough, but they gotta convert here in order to have a chance at game 1. It would be a crazy upset if they're able to get it, despite all the odds. A nice evade from Spooked Alter, looking for the dash punch, but it doesn't quite land. They will get the barrier eventually, though, and with Josh down, it's the power play for NBS.
Yeah, Zay trying to just keep things onto the right side here, hanging on to the offense for as long as they can to buy time for Josh to respawn, and Zay doing a good job of it. Now it's just this dash punch. They got to survive it. They do manage to survive it. Spooked had access to the flip. I think he could have sunk it right there, but it gets fended away from him. It gets blocked again, and Josh still holding on. And Snare Drum's going to keep Spooked out of the play for a little while, but Scandals has the flip right in melee range. Spooked comes in with the dash punch. Won't be able to find it. Zay with his own flip on the opposite side, gonna be able to take it in and find that second barrier. There's the flame flurry from Spooked Alter, not able to push it into the goal. Striker Kai has the flip of his own. They're gonna need to try to get it past him. He's forced to use it to defend up against the ricochet shot. Zay is not done yet. Josh is coming in out of the bottom, doesn't have the flip available yet, goes evasive, so it's gonna be a while away, but still just trying to get it back into Zay's hands. Zay pushes forward, he finds it with the whiplash, and there is the score for PLX. 3-2 in set number 4. They're going to take game number 1.
Wow, PLX sealing the deal there. The Chrono Boost double size for Zay. Without that, I don't think that whiplash lands, and we don't get that point. NBS though made that game look a lot closer than I think we initially anticipated it to be, especially with the Octavia pickup. They managed to handle it pretty well. Spooked Alter, when he was able to receive the core, 6 goals, no assists, 5 assists here on Scandals, putting up some pretty big, pretty solid dash punches. Not as many KOs as I think they were looking for, only landing at 3 total there and 2 on Striker Kai. But it was definitely a very valiant effort. I don't think PLX expected as much resistance coming out from this team, but going into game 2, I think we can expect a much closer series than we've initially anticipated. It's going to be over on Night Market. It's a little bit less of a volatile, bouncy map, and we'll have to see how they play it and if we see this Octavia pick come back out.
Yeah, that's going to be the question here, is how are they going to stand up to how are they going to play this out? What are they going to show when it's not a Chrono Boost start Octavia, right? And it does Platinum exclusive look better or worse without it is going to be the question, because now Spear of Strikers, I think, did a really solid job in that game number 1. They made that match a lot closer than a lot of us would have initially expected, and that was against one of these, more off-the-wall picks, something that you're not going to see game in and game out. So we'll see what it looks like now as we get into draft for game number 2. It does look like it's the Power Spark and the Rampage.
Yeah, this is, I think if they want to run the Juliet NBS again, then this is obviously a much better start. Chrono Deadeye is not ideal for Spooked Alter there, and still managed to play it really well. But it looks like the Kai, the Imi getting banned out here. Is NBS gonna first pick the Now for Scandals once again. It was a pretty solid pickup last time, and I imagine it will be once again. But I'm curious to see here, PLX. I imagine a Brawler pick, and there it is actually, the Rasmus. Gonna secure that with the size start. Really good on this map, really good on this with this Awakening. But we'll have to see what the rest of this ends up looking like. With Now gone, and I don't know that you run Octavia again here. Curious to see what the backfield is going to be for PLX.
For sure. going to be that now early pick. Of course, PLX going to take the Rasmus again and the Estelle this time. So looking like that might be the Brawler Rasmus, the Estelle midfield. Atlas being looked at again here. And then there's the Asher, probably for Spookdalter on NBS this time around. Now the last pick coming on through for PLX. Likely going to be in the goal arc here, unless that's where they want to put the Rasmus. What will the selection be for them? Vaga, a little bit more of an Aimi Kai player. Looking at the Mako, though, once again, going to just take that one up.
Yeah, sort of expected something like that, but yeah, I think this is looking to be a little bit more of a balanced match on paper. Slightly less goofy awakenings. I mean, it's still kind of goofy, right? Because you have a Spark start plus Rampage start. We're looking at Rampage probably for the two brawlers, and then likely it's just going to be Spark on the goalies and probably the midfielders as well to try and contest the speed and cooldown one specifically. And so we'll have to see how this goes. I like what NBS has cooking here, though. This is a much more like balanced comp going against a more of a balanced comp in the Estelle Rasmus there. And I think once if Unstoppable shows up, that's obviously going to be a huge pickup for Striker Kai. And of course the Sparks here. So I like NBS's chances. They played it really well, and now Spookdalter is on the Asher. Very oppressive character. It's gonna be a bit of it's gonna be hard, I think, for PLX to have as great of a time on defense as they did last time with how well Spookdalter was playing, basically 1v3ing even just on the Juliet. And yeah, it looks like it's Sparks all around, except the Brawlers went for Rampage.
Yeah, so lots of Sparks, maybe a little bit extra emphasis on those as we get into some of the later drafts, but all around, nice start here for NBS as they're able to take both barriers right off the bat. And yeah, we saw this in game number 1 too. NBS looking pretty good before the drafts start to come in. See if they're going to be able to reprise that performance. It's once again Spook just waiting there, trying to get an opportunity to dash punch it on in. Nice ricochet, but Vaga going to be able to fend it off using the strike shot. Now the rest of the cavalry arrives to try to clear things back out. Zay with a nicely positioned pendulum swing, slips it by and finds the second barrier. Open goals now for both sides. Scandal's not quite able to hold on to the core, has to retreat back to go and pick it on up. Astral Projection going to knock back away Zay. There's going to be Ensnare Drums to try to keep Spooked out of the play once again. Josh trying to guide it up in towards the top on this Estelle, looking for a shooting angle. Pendulum swing doesn't quite connect. Pass back up to Josh, and the Rose Warp not going to be able to save it. Spookdalter knocked back away by a perfect pitch, and there's going to be the pass up from Zay. Going to take it in on towards Josh, and instead it goes back to Zay into the goal. Scandals can't hold on, and it's going to be the first point for PLX.
Very unfortunate night market angle. Zay sent it up right before Scandals had stepped on the secondary drone there, and so as soon as he did, it hit the night market wall and just bounced backwards. A little bit of a rough way for NBS to start that off, but kept it really close up until then and looked good doing it. And now with some energy up all around, see if they're able to make a bit of noise here. The Ensnare Drums coming out pretty early from Vaga, but another bit of a night market fumble there from PLX this time. We'll see the barriers tied up 1-1.
Good damage coming out through here. Wow, Spooked. Just forcing it through there, takes that barrier and pushes it in right off the bat. Just piece after piece, takes it down, gets the point for NBS, and we'll tie things up. Nice little breakaway there from the Brawler, and now a chance to keep things even for just a little bit longer. Josh has access to the core flip, Vaga the same. Now there's going to be that path splitter doing a good job of keeping the core right where they want it and finding a barrier for it as well. Josh finding nice piercing shots, but barrier will stay strong, will remain held. They're going to try to guide it in through the bottom path, but it's Spookdalter still using the barrier beam, pushing it past, trying to get it into the barrier. Won't be able to find it yet. Josh, another piercing shot attempt, not going to be able to find its way onto the core. There's going to be Zay knocking it right into the top side of that barrier, able to take it home, and a pendulum swing. Again, really nicely positioned there, sneaks it past Scandals, gets him stunned up, and gets another point for PLX.
Yeah, PLX on set point here. energy coming up for everyone pretty much as well in this set, as they're doing a really good job keeping it away from Spooked Altar. Vaga and Josh are positioning pretty well on the defense, and Zay Forever is just staying on Scandals. They're not allowing Scandals to form a passing lane with Spooked Altar at all, and well, without that, it leaves a lot of open space for Vaga to get it away from this Asher. Asher must play around the corners to be as effective as possible, and if Scandals isn't able to keep the presence there, it becomes a little bit rough. Both Josh and Zay looking for that orb to not die, but
I was just waiting for Spook to get a barrier beam and knock them both out there, but doesn't work out that way. They both get their health back. They both stay strong. Now Spooked going to look to try to reprise what he got on that point earlier on, see if he can find his way onto the barrier. Zay, though, breaking away onto the bottom, goes in for the pendulum swing, knocks back away Striker. Kai in the core, still coming on up. Kai able to get to it in time and fend it back away, but they're not done yet. Zay with the whiplash, able to send the core right back in the right direction. Josh going to ricochet it off the top with that Rose Warp, nearly able to push it in. Now it's back into Vaga's hands, who's just trying to keep Spooked inside that ensnare drums, but Scandals finds everything. Scandals gets the barrier and the goal, 2-2.
Yeah, and first time there, MBS. You see a lot in this set. Scandals is kind of stuck behind Spooked Altar in sort of this horizontal line formation, because PLX is just kind of forcing him to run back so much on the defense. But when the opportunity finally arises for him to rotate down onto one of the night market lanes and cover that angle, that's when we're able to get some good offense coming out from MBS, and what they really have to try and play around. But PLX are definitely not making it easy to achieve that formation here. And as we once again trade barriers, and PLX looking kind of hurt, we'll see if MBS is able to close out a first set here.
Possible. Have a good chance at it now. Fighting themselves to an even state. Scandals coming in on the top, still does have access to that core flip. Drum and bass from Vaga, doing some help for the team, and the goal gets opened up. Kai not able to fall back in time to be able to defend that. Josh now has Scandals right in his face. The flip going to come on through, but the offense not going to relent. Zay Forever. Now pendulum swing off the bottom. Piercing shot comes through from Josh as well. It does sneak past Josh. Spooked Altar throws down the path splitter, setting up for a chance at the barrier, but the flip going to come on through, and Vaga going to be able to send it back to the other side. Zay advancing forward with the whiplash, passes it up to Josh. Josh takes the pass in towards the goal, but it's not going to be able to find its way home. Another ensnare drum's going to tie up Spooked Altar. There's going to be a potential piercing shot from Josh to get it on into the goal, but not going to get it there either. KO found by Zay on the other side. It's a 3 versus 2 power play for PLX. Fended back away by Kai on the defense. Spooked Altar trying to take it up to the top. Flip out of it from Josh, but it only ends up ricocheting back into their own barrier. It's an open goal from both sides as Scandals rejoins the fray. Josh moving up towards the top, trying to find his way in, but the shot cross map from Scandals gets past Vaga and takes NBS the win.
Perfect angle there, and PLX not able to land the strike shot on a core moving as quickly. Scandals, the MVP, going to be a pancakes pickup for the now. A very strong awakening indeed. Catalyst also showing its face here on the board. Looks like NBS confident that Zay isn't going to pick it up, but actually will deny that away. So Catalyst on the Rasmus, pretty nice. Aerials here is going to be really good on Striker. Kai denies it away from Josh, which is huge. Has to pick up the 1-2 punch, which is not bad, but not ideal on Estelle. It's more of a deny from the Asher. Super Surge on Vaga for that speed boost and power, and Spooked Altar managing to land an ad rush, which, should it proc, will be absolutely huge. So a pretty solid reward here from NBS for winning that first set.
Yeah, going to have to see if that ad rush does actually end up proccing this game, as kind of been difficult to come by in the KOs department throughout, it feels like, a lot of this series so far. An early lead for NBS going to give them some room to play with, as they do manage to find themselves a barrier here on the right. Did end up losing both of theirs, though, early on, and Zay going to take it down towards the bottom. A nicely placed strike shot from Kai. Going to be able to fend it back away. Pendulum swing nearly takes down Scandals, but Spooked keeping the pressure on the other side. Josh and Vaga able to fend it back towards the bottom, and it's still Spooked, still keeping it on towards that barrier. Zay Forever, pendulum swing, goes in for the flip, has to run back to be able to get towards it. I think thought he had missed it. And now Vaga going to send it back on over. It's going to be Josh holding down inside these ensnare drums, trying to get the core cleared back over, and instead Spooked dashing back into position, fighting at midfield. Piercing shot, launches it cross map, and it's Josh who ends up finding home.
I think that was a 1-2 punch proc as well, moving really fast, and Striker Kai not willing to burn the core flip there. On point 1, nothing would have been guaranteed with an open goal, so chose to hang on to the resources here. I think I like that decision, as Scandals continues to stack up the pancakes pretty much at max, is at max at this point, so going to be having a lot more midfield presence now to be able to hopefully deal with this. But Zay Forever, 3 Rampage stacks, the longer these go on, the bigger that Rasmus is going to get and the scarier PLX could become.
Absolutely, and Snare Drum's going to keep Spooked Altar in position once again, but the heals from Scandals going to keep that big Asher up and alive. Josh moving on over, looking for the piercing shot, not quite going to be able to connect it. Zay falling low on Stagger. The combat looking really strong for NBS here as they do manage to find the KO. They're able to take down Rasmus. They've got an open goal, and Spooked, no problem, just taking that one home.
Spooked Altar has been putting up a very solid offensive performance throughout this series, and it's plays like that that are keeping NBS neck and neck right now, and actually winning essentially in game 2. And I mean, now tied. Now they have the Rampage stack advantage, which is kind of important when you're playing against a Rasmus. When you're Asher like this and just having to stuff it through, the ensnare drums will manage to block it all, but huge offensive pressure there from NBS. Looks like Josh able to snipe away that second barrier, though. Now with an open goal, PLX who have the opportunity to take a bit of a lead.
Yeah, it was a nice breakaway there from both Zay and Josh, able to get back on towards the left side before the opponents were and get both of those barriers for themselves. Spooked Altar, though, going to be able to find the second barrier, open things up, and has a big scoring chance here, especially with how fast Scandals is able to get back over here, put the core into position, and Spook just smacks it in there. NBS up 2-1, looking for a game 3 and on good pace to be able to find it.
Yeah, and PLX, they're going to have 3 flips available, but they were literally 1 energy. Oh, looks like a brief timeout has potentially been called here for Scandals. It might be AFK, but they were like 1 energy away from getting their flips available to be able to defend that. But Spooked Altar, with a perfect dimer, took the point and got a flip up of his own. So NBS, they're in a very good spot. They have a lot of Rampage stacks. They're at max pancakes. Zay Forever only has 1 Rampage himself. And they're still keeping up in energy despite the catalyst. So they have a really good shot at looking to take this one as Scandals will return.
Yeah, the Sorry came out. Looks like these guys are ready to keep on going. Josh nearly KO'd and going to have to use the energy burst just to get away, as that could have been a path splitter, finding the KO. Instead, now it's going to be Josh passing it back on over to Zay, looking to be able to get back onto offense, find their groove again in this series as they're falling behind in this game number 2. NBS finding a solid chance to be able to keep on keeping on in their favor. It's going to be Zay waiting here with the flip, going to be able to send it forward, gets that second barrier, and Josh now with a scoring opportunity. Stolen back away by Spooked, though. Moved up to the top, but that's where Spooked and Scandals are already waiting. Core flip clears it out from Vaga. Crystal Thorns keeping Scandals low and actually finding a ricochet goal there for Josh. 2-2 in set number 2. Still a chance for PLX to tie things up.
Like a slight misread there from Striker Kai. Started walking backwards a little bit too soon, cut off that downward direction a bit early to be able to miss that one, but tied up now. PLX, the opportunity to take a set of their own. I think it's what you really need. I think if NBS are able to run away with another one and get another really good draft, it could very well be a game 3 angle with, like you were saying, they're really on pace for it. Nice ensnare drums to stall out the core flip there, but barriers and map control pretty much all tied up right now.
Yeah, very close to going either direction here, but nice and snare drums, like you said, going to keep things even for the time being. Vaga keeping it up towards the top. Good damage landed on the 2 Scandals thanks to that death touch, but the lifeline going to be able to keep them up. Somehow that core drifted on up, got past Striker Kai, and opened up the goal arc. Now going to be an opportunity here, but another found on the opposite side. Either of these really crazy shots just kind of drifting up there, and the goalie's not able to find their way onto him in time, but the offense is in favor of PLX right now. NBS going to be able to move it back over towards the other side. It gets moved away from Scandals, though, and Zay guides it into the goal. 3-2, PLX tie things up 1-1.
What a really weird interaction from Atlas, I guess. Striker Kai, I'm not sure why he didn't choose to just strike it as opposed to using the Expanse, but even so, the Expanse launching it backwards there is really weird. It looked like he was definitely in front, but a bit unfortunate there, but PLX able to tie it up, and a fight or flight on Josh is a huge reward for a set well played. Looks like Perfect Form will go over to Spooked Altar, which is a really good pickup for them as well. The second spark picked up by Scandals is massive considering its spark of agility. Prime time on Zay Forever. Vaga getting the happy start for more and snare drums to Striker Kai with the team player. Another really solid draft, it looks like, here from both sides. The fighter flight is amazing, but the double spark plus the stacks, plus you now have Perfect Form on Spooked Altar. That forward duo from NBS looking like they could be pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is going to be able to find themselves an early barrier, and now going to be a little shot at being able to get themselves back over onto the offense side, but Spooked waiting in position here. The barrier beam has been very good at being able to jam some of these cores on through, but they do manage to ricochet it back over towards the left side, get themselves a barrier, but it's right back where it started on an offensive side. Scandals able to send it on through, able to get that second barrier, and able to keep hope alive for them to be able to take this first point, but it's PLX now manifesting the offense back in their favor. Josh does have access to the flip, and again, just barely landing on towards the barrier. Flip up towards the top from Josh. That core is rocketing across the map, and Josh is able to send it home with a piercing shot.
And that 1-2 punch proc once again. A really great ricochet off that center as well. It's almost impossible to read those because you never know if it's going to hit at just the right angle to go back down, or it's going to do like it did there and glance off the side and go up. But the first point up on the board here, it gives a little bit of breathing room from PLX. Spooked Altar has not grown at all in size, which is pretty significant, but Scandals has gotten some speed stacked up here. So we'll see if PLX is able to actually close this one out. But the way NBS has been playing, they've been keeping it neck and neck, and I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to bring one back here.
Wouldn't be surprised either, but Josh taking it back up towards the top. Zay going to make a little breakaway here and try to get it in towards that last barrier, but not going to be able to find it on the top side. Spooked was stuck inside the ensnare drums for a period of time, but able to get themselves back out. Josh gets it back over to Zay. The point-blank flip into the barrier. PLX is going to be able to open up the goal for themselves off that one. Vaga with the perfect pitch available, sending it in down towards the bottom. Piercing shot, not going to be able to get the ricochet they were looking for. And all three members stuck inside this corner, just trying to keep it away from Spooked Altar. Going to be a death touch to keep him back on off. And now Josh with a chance up at the top side, not going to be able to connect with that piercing shot, but the pendulum swing, going to be able to knock it back into a position where Jay is comfortable with it. Zay taking another shot, blocked away by the Cosmic Expanse, falling back onto the right. And Core slowing down, at least for the time being, going to be able to get its way onto the second barrier. A flip point blank from Scandals, but fended back away by Vaga, able to keep on keeping on for the point. Sent up to the top, Zay looking to be able to take it on up there. There's the piercing shot, ricocheting it off the bottom, but so many angles, so many bounces, it finds its way into the goal, and Vaga can't get to it in time.
Another Night Market has been the MVP of this match for both teams, I think. Yeah, that was a very crazy angle and sent it all the way around. Spooked Altar didn't even need to hit that to keep it going the way that it was going. But there have been so many odd bounces and kind of own goal type things happening here. It's sort of wild. It's not something I would have expected to see between these two teams. But two barriers down on the side of PLX, and Spooked Altar looking to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, nice block there by Kai, but Zay resetting on the other side. Spooked has the flip here. Spooked can just take this one home, and will do so. 2-1. NBS take the lead again.
Yeah, nice flip there. Good holding on to it for the right time. And NBS in another set point situation, the opportunity to get another solid drive. If they get a third spark on Scandals, that would be absolutely amazing. But Zay Forever making quick work of those barriers, and a pass up to Josh. It's just going to mean a PLX able to tie it up, and in 10 seconds flat, we are once again 2-2, 1-1.
Yeah, gorgeous play there from Zay Forever, able to just put every ability in exactly the right position to take both barriers and set Josh up for the goal. And just like that, we are going to 0.5 in set number 3. A huge point here for both teams, taking this lead, giving yourself that extra set of buffer space to be able to win out the match. And Zay does it again. Both barriers back to back. Open goal available and a scoring opportunity presenting itself. Josh warps in, going to send the piercing shot forward, staggers up Scandals, nearly takes him down into the goal, but not able to take it all the way yet. Scandals back at full HP, looking to be able to get the offense going for NBS. Vaga throws out the ensnare drums, trapping Scandals once again. Spook trying to take it into the barriers, will be able to find the first one, not letting up. Path splitter thrown down, flip used by Vaga, but still can't get it past Spooked. Still holding on to that last barrier, though. It will be sent on forward by Scandals. They will be able to hold up the goal for them own selves. They won't be able to take it all the way home. It's going to be Josh moving on up, going in with the Crystal Thorns flip available for Zay, and a shot on the goal going to manifest itself here before too long. Another piercing shot comes out, and Snare Drums goes wide, and Spook still able to approach, still with the flip available, can't get it off in time. The hit stun was just too powerful, and Zay receiving these shots on the other side, fighting for it at midfield. Piercing shot doesn't connect, but the pendulum swing does, and PLX will take the lead 2-1 in sets.
Pretty crazy point there. PLX, beautiful defense against Spook to alter. The hit stun was enough to not allow him to get the core flip off and likely score, since almost every one of his core flips on the open goal has resulted in a point. But a big set win, like you were saying, and Spark of Focus picked up here from Josh, the second spark, and denies away a third from Scandals. We'll go for the Timeless Creator here on the now. More size on Zay Forever with the Big Fish pickup. And he's been getting so many barriers. 8 Rampage stacks that set. This Rasmus is a problem. Missile prop for Striker Kai, who already has aerials and strike shot. The projectiles will be going quite far. Spooked Altar also picking up some more size in the built diff. And Vaga with the twin drive, double drum and bass boost. PLX looking really good coming into set 4.
Yeah, and Zay has really come alive in this game at number 2. Now having access to that additional size, making the Rasmus even more impactful. Gonna be so huge for him. Oh. All right, that was a little awkward, but I think he's good now. Going to, looks like he might be kind of riding the lag train a little bit here. Hopefully he'll be able to get that figured out here before too long. Going to be able to guide it on in towards the left at the very least. Will only lose out on one barrier for some of those shenanigans. Spooked Altar incredibly low on stagger. Healed back up to full instantly, thank you now, but still going to end up losing out on one of the barriers. Make that 2 as the pendulum swing connects the second time.
Yeah, now energy coming up across the board once again. Spooked Altar and Zay Forever battling out over in the midfield. Zay doing a good job trying to keep it up. A nice death touch to pull Spooked Altar out of the way. Get a little bit of repositioning here, but in overtime, these 1-2 punches still is scary, and Josh cutting the clear. A perfectly timed piercing shot will sink it in. PLX, they'll take the first point.
What a shot there from Josh. Knows right where that core's going and exactly when it's going to be there. A perfect piercing shot sends it into the goal and takes a lead in what could be the final set of the series here. PLX finding what they came for, finding a lead once again. 2 more goals, and they will be in a qualification match for landing. And Zay guiding it forward, gets it in on towards the barrier yet again, opening on up that goal for PLX. They look to take it in towards the bottom here. Josh still fighting for it. Zay still knocking it back away, and Spooked not able to pressure on towards the last remaining barrier. A death touch back in from Zay. Gonna get stolen back away by Scandals. Still going to be offense in favor of PLX, though. They're going to knock it on up towards the top. They're going to look for it into the goal, but quite getting into the corner. Instead, impacting on the surface. Vaga going to hold on here with the drum and bass, giving the movement speed over to the allies. It's going to be Zay trying to take it in towards the bottom. Pendulum swing connects onto Scandals, but core still being fought over. It is going to be Josh going to try to get it out of those ensnare drums. It will ricochet back and forth for a moment, but will come out after the end of the day anyway. Perfect pitch going to clear that core back on out, and Spooked just can't find an opening. Finally going to be able to take that second barrier, looking to guide it all the way home, but Josh taking it back with the Rose Warp. Spooked Alter with one more shot, fended back away by Vaga, and Pendulum Swing going to clear it back on towards the other side. Josh trying to get it past Scandals, who does have access to the core flip when he wants to use it. Flip comes out of Spooked, doesn't land onto the core. Instead, it's going to be Vaga's flip, who sends it back over to the left, and Scandals coming to help out Spooked to try to hold on for just a little bit longer. It's passed in towards the goal. It's held on to by PLX for longer still, and Zay waiting for it on the other side. There's going to be a flip coming on through from Scandals, still not able to get it into the goal, but finally Spooked will force it through and tie up the set at 1-1.
Looks like a slight bit of a misclear there, I think, by Josh. It's hard to tell exactly what happened with how fast that core is moving, but Scandals getting credited for the goal. Looks like Spooked Alter was in a pretty good position to stuff it in regardless. Core flips traded there. Josh actually able to get control of it first and get the first barrier, but Scandals able to fire right back, but Stay Forever with the core flip KO. It's going to make it a power play here for the side of PLX. It's pushing up in this top corner. Spooked Alter is forced to defend, at least for a few more seconds, but looks like they'll be able to hold on to the point for now, but Stay Forever, a perfect dime to Josh, who had the piercing shot set up. Absolutely broke Striker Kai's ankles there, and PLX with a quick little 29-second goal there. Be up on game point.
Yeah, beautiful piercing shot again from Josh, posturing it right where they need it and setting themselves up for series point right here, right now, an opportunity to be able to make themselves into the qualification match, into those winners semifinals, and to send NBS to the lower bracket. Josh fighting for it here at midfield. Stagger landed onto Spooked Alter. Nearly gets KO'd for it as well. Zay with the flip available. Vaga much the same. Zay going to mark him on the other side. Goes in, finds the KO with the energy burst, but Scandals able to take the second barrier on the other side. Need to take advantage of this power play right now. Do PLX to be able to close out right here, right now. Going to have to use the elusive is Scandals to be able to get out of those ensnare drums. The respawn has come through for Spooked Alter. Josh falling in towards the bottom, trying to get it past Scandals yet again, but Scandal's going to be able to guide it into that goal arc. The flip comes through from Vaga and does let them clear for the time being. Zay is now staggered. He's at risk of getting taken out, so needs to fight in for some of these barriers. Goes elusive to try to stay alive for longer, but Spooked will be able to find him and take him out. Spooked looking for the barrier beam, takes the shot in towards the bottom, and will take us to point number 5.
That's the little Asher Borg flick right there. Stopped the core with the edge of the barrier beam that he had on Josh, and then redirected it the other way. Really nice setup there, but Energy once again coming up across the board. How long these sets have been going on is no surprise. They've gotten so many flips available, but a huge point right here. Everything on the line for NBS. They have 3 flips to make something happen and to bring it to a set 5. It's their only chance. Otherwise, PLX are going to take the series. See if they're able to make a miracle.
Yeah, flip coming on out there from Spooked yet again. Not able to get their way onto the second barrier, and a chance to be able to force a set number 5 here for NBS. They've fought their way back into this set and now have a chance to be able to keep the game going and keep the series going, but Zay ricocheting it off the bottom. Spooked's going to be able to send it back in towards that barrier. Will be able to take it for the team. An open goal now available for NBS as they look to fight their way back in. Josh going to be able to take it in towards that barrier, and Zay waiting for it on the opposite side. Spooked Alter goes in for the dash up on the top side, but not going to be able to find his way onto the barrier, or onto the core rather. And a nice position from Josh with that Rose Warp. Nearly takes the second barrier. Fast moving core, nearly gets into the goal. Spook taking another shot with the barrier beam, won't be able to find it. And now Zay big up with access to that core flip, wants to be able to get it into the barrier, wants to open up the goal and even things up in that department. Josh comes in with a Rose Warp, but it's fended back away by Kai. Yet again, the timing perfect on these, but Zay is not letting up. Zay still wants to open up the goal and still wants to close out the series and the game right here and right now. Spooked waiting for the core to come back on over. Josh going to be able to move it back in with the Rose Warp, and still this barrier stands. Kai has fended off every attempt towards it for so long now, and it's looking nearly impossible for PLX to be able to break it through. Another set of Crystal Thorns, still not finding its target. Kai fends away another shot. Zay stepping up yet again. Rose Warp up towards the top. Zay finally gets it in there with a pendulum swing, flips it, and sends it through in the same moment. PLX take it 3-2, and we'll move on to the winners semis.
What a series from PLX and NBS there. A nail biter all the way through. PLX take it 2-0, but it certainly didn't feel that way. NBS putting up a massive fight here against coming in at literally seed 6 versus seed 3. So a pretty tough battle to be sure. And I mean, looking at these stats here, 207 redirections spooked altar. Scandals had 412 redirects, 103 shots, and 54 saves on Now. That guy had stacks on stacks that was maxed out the entire game. He didn't get KO'd at all. And 2 sparks plus the spark of speed, and was running circles around that map. It was absolutely insane. PLX had such a difficult time just dealing with Scandals on both sides of the core. And I mean, 412 redirects is like almost like high noob numbers that we see. So Scandals putting on a really solid show here. Big numbers as well from PLX, 354 and 338 from Zay Forever and Josh respectively. But we kind of expected them to be doing stuff like that. So a really incredibly close match. I have big hopes now for NBS in the losers bracket after seeing that. But yeah, that's PLX. They're going to be moving on to face Modern Magic in the winners semifinals and a chance to make it to landing.
Yeah, definitely a great performance from them. A hard-fought series from NBS, so we'll keep an eye on Now's Bureau of Strikers as they move into the lower bracket and continue to fight on for a spot in landing and a potential spot in NASL Season 5. That's going to do it for our section here, Lego Mage. We're going to bring on a couple more casters to keep on taking you guys through the rest of the tournament here. Not sure what that next featured matchup will be, but it's sure to be another big one as the tournament just keeps heating up more and more as we get into the later stages.
Guys, it's liftoff. We're back. We're in the qualifying matches now. I'm here with Z Yoshi 64, but I'm gonna call him Ian a bunch because that's his real name, and we're buds like that. We're kind of close. We're kind of tight like that.
I don't know this guy like that.
We
What's he
we
talking
like
about?
we go way back. You know, we used to hang out at the quad.
We go way back.
in high school. I stole that one. Modern Magic versus Platinum exclusive. This is going to be this is the two teams. This is I think Modern Magic is probably the strongest team going into this tournament. Personally, I understand why Return to Form was seeded first, though. That's a very tough one. Although Return to Form off stream lost to Ember's Flame 2-1. So, but that's pretty crazy. We could even see PLX, and we're going to see PLX and Modern Magic also fall to losers. So it's a pretty crazy collision course. Actually, what's crazy is only one team out of these two teams, Modern Magic, PLX, and Return to Form, can now make it. Because whoever loses this is on a collision course with Return to Form. So
Wow.
you need to win now. You need to win right now.
It's time.
PLX.
Win fast.
If you're PLX or Modern Magic, yeah, you gotta win.
Yeah, that's insane. Because I would expect all three of those teams in landing, but for one of them to not make it is, hey, that's really scary. Return to Form sitting in loses round 2, also really scary. If you're any of the teams on that track, like, well, just gotta beat Return to Form real quick.
Well, it's
tough.
Let's be clear though, Ball and Ballers are also in that same train. So, and I believe in Ball and Ballers. If any team can upset like 3 teams in a row, I'm calling in Ball and Ballers. So
that is real. It's actually 100% facts.
But we're heading into game right now. It is Modern Magic versus Platinum exclusive. This is to enter orbit. This is to be in landing. This is to secure your spot in NASL qualification. PLX has been there before. Didn't qualify last season, but had the same roster with a little bit of a roster swap. We might have seen them on stream already. It is going to be Josh playing midfield and Zay playing brawler, as opposed to the others. So it's a little different this time, Ian.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. Like you said, we're on to the qualification matches. Here's where it all comes down. Everything leads to this. A Spark of Agility start on Night Market. We got a Magnetized Soldier coming out, Zay Forever here hitting it, and he's not moving.
Great start.
And he can't move.
Zay has been hit with the curse of petrification. He cannot move.
No!
Also,
someone save him!
But yeah, we are going to Night Market. It'll be clear on that lab. But what I think is pretty interesting is I think Deadeye is actually usually a very what's the word?
It's good.
It's like
strong.
it's a very impactful start. It's a very impactful start. It means you should pick like characters that you think are good with Deadeye. But I'm also a little surprised that no one is taking it because they all want to go Spark Lords, which is pretty fair.
Yeah, all these disturbing Spark Lords in my wholesome Deadeye meta.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They did ban both. They banned Luna and Aimee, both teams. So it kind of makes sense that there's not that much Deadeye on the field right now. You got Forgot as the Luna player, and you've got Vaga as the Aimee player. But I'm also Josh plays in midfield a little bit too. So. That's why you see those bans come through on the Deadeye start. But you could still you could go Asher Deadeye. People have been talking about. Some people think that's really strong actually to go Asher Deadeye because you can trigger it off your primary, and your dash. So it's pretty interesting. Low-key Deadeye Atlas is also pretty good, but going for the Sparks makes a lot of sense. They're going to be highly contested in the drafts, so something to keep an eye out in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. All eyes peeled on them drafts because the Sparks are king this game. Classic Spark start. But here we start for real this time. This time we mean it. And I think I really like PLX's comp. They have a Now and they have Asher, and that's just a really strong forward duo. Now is going to keep it through. in these tight lanes really well, get barriers like that with the mines, with the primaries, and then Asher is just good. You know, Juliet 2 type business. I'm curious to see Carmine on Rasmus usually just gets banned, right? We don't see this. It's like the stuff of Legends. I don't actually know if it's good. That's not true. I'm pretty sure he played it in NASA, and I'm pretty sure it is good. But
It's quite good.
We just yeah, it's all good. We just don't get to see it often. I'm excited. But I think Kai Rasmus is really strong on open maps and just kind of like fine here. You know, still good, but
Yeah, I get what you mean. For sure, I think it is a little bit, it's just stronger on like Oni Village, for example. But I still think the speed is just so powerful of a stat in this game that having 2 fast characters on any map can be really strong. I think Kai into Now is quite a good matchup. And I think, I do think Drakkar is a little bit of a weaker pick, but Ron P is so familiar with it that you can really kind of counteract that maybe it's a weaker pick by just being so familiar with it and it being a less common pick. So sometimes you're just going to get shotgunned, and he's going to know the timing versus Asher primary. But right now, both goalies doing a really good job of holding it down. Haven't really been able to find a barrier yet. There's a flip used, and it's Carmine's turn to flip, and it's going to be a barrier taken there. Both brawlers flip, but only one succeeds, and there's going to be the hook. He's able to cover that clear. I think Vaga might have even hit it to it on purpose, thinking he could cover the other shot, but Carmine hits it a little bit too fast, and that's going to be the first point.
all right, Carmine Club, I'm going to want you to put that on the fan board right now. Really great core flip to get the barrier to a phenomenal hook. Big call out on the hook, and just great striking all around. This guy is he's on a tear right now. He's doing it up real big.
Almost just got the second goal of the game, but he's going to have to wait a little bit, I guess, not just instantly get it. But Ron P can probably run up here and flip and get an aggressive pass to Carmine to get a goal, but Zay is able to push through, gets a great primary off, and they do have 2 flips to defend this, but Ron P almost misses a strike, but has it up in time. Carmine gets a chance at offense. Forgot has his flip, is probably trying to, keeping the core back to make the defense spread out a bit. They're playing 3-man defense right now, so it's just, you don't really want to rush through that, so Forgot waiting, doing a good job of that. Still waiting for an opportunity. They're not really pressuring him, so they have time. He has time to look for something or build up all his cooldowns. He had a good angle, and he almost got a goal off of that, but it bounces a little bit too steep. Carmine's got a primary to get the KO and also get a goal. That's another one going in the favor of Modern Magic.
Yeah, great synergy between both Forgot and Carmine there. Carmine just staying up, trying to wait for Forgot to find the right situation, and then core flip didn't pan out, but the Giga Blast did. Sending that thing right to the corner, and Carmine just able to capitalize on it so expertly. Beautiful to see. Great passes from Ron P to Forgot here, and that's one barrier. We might just see 2. I think this team is just like, oh, dead. That guy's dead. Never mind. Hey, PLX, let's get it.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the rotations they were doing. I like how they were moving to the other side to take it on the more open face for the barrier. By them, I mean Modern Magic. But Zay Forever gets a great KO. They're able to convert both barriers off the power play. Zay goes for another KO onto Ron P, but isn't going to quite get it. Now doesn't have the dash to score with, but the primary is not going to be enough either. Now Zay taking a lot of punishment, and Josh has just used the ult, so no healing for there. Vaga might have the healing too as well. It's going to be really hard to find KOs, but not really something Modern Magic's looking for anyway. But the double healing will be a big deal. Josh now has flip to set up Zay in the future, but it's going to be Carmine that grabs the barrier. Now the flips might have to just be used defensively to stop this from being a goal. Really scary spot for Vaga, and it's going to be Carmine that strikes first, but no strike second is going to come, and it's going to be the first set going 3-0, and although that point was a little bit closer, I would say pretty dominant.
Yeah, I think so. Spark check. Oh, none. Hey, GG, but probably going to be a chrono boost. Yep.
Yeah,
going
only gets
Forgot.
weak Kai chrono boost.
terrible Kai chrono
weak
boost, guys.
Rasmus
it's not
size.
Like, oh
darn.
my god. Darn.
Yeah,
Tough draft for
disgusting.
Modern Magic.
The Rampage on Zay, though, could also be really huge. Like, again, it's going to be really hard to find these KOs with Now and Atlas. So the Rampage could stack and become... Like, and Zay could get really, really out of control. Unfortunately for PLX, the other awakening's not too good. Timeless Greater, I still think is quite good on Now. You get that extra size on your secondary. I still think Monty's really good. I still think Timeless is pretty good, but Stagger Swagger is definitely something that left something to be desired for Vaga, though.
Yeah, you know, speed always great, but it's just fine, right? You know, Vaga's kind of moving though. I mean, look at him, got a little quick. But yeah, like you were talking about, Zay here playing the Asher doesn't really have any damage support to get these KOs. He's gonna have to raw dog it. With that extra size, it's gonna be really nice. That is 2 Rampage attacks though. Getting the train started early, and PLX has an open net now.
Yeah, it has been. Zay has just been really good in that corner, has been doing the correct primary combination of moving and primary to get those goals. Boxes out Forgot a little bit, but the speed is coming in. Forgot and Carmine are kind of running in, like both have flip now, which is really scary. They're going for this corner, which is kind of interesting because they probably don't do as well in the corner as PLX, but if they get one good strike where they can win it, but Zay forever is just going to walk up and find a strike. Ron P just kind of not ready, not expecting Zay to have that speed to pick it up, but a great shot. Now has 2 Rampage stacks, and this is where it starts.
This is where it starts. The PLX sweep. Josh with the flip. Zay forever getting close to one. Looking really good, but energy on the side of Modern Magic definitely also looks great. That's one flip, but defended away by Cosmic Expanse there. Pretty big. Josh is low. He's dying. Wait, but they're playing Atlas now. Great news, team.
Yep, it's a little hard to die. A little hard.
But not impossible. Forgot shows up with his flip and lets him have it.
Yeah, it's a little Giga flip action. Now Zay has to flip just to stall out, but who's tries to catch Carmine? Gets a good bit of damage off, and if they can keep that up, there's a chance they could find the KO, albeit unlikely. Instead, we're going to be in the corner for a bit, which is where they want to be, but not able to get a single barrier. Even no team grabbing a single barrier so far. Got his slowest round yet. Both teams playing for their core control, really. Zay really trying to get into this corner, but cooldown used. No longer can win that second strike war. But there's Carmine, first barrier. Now it's really just trying to get these 1v1s versus Vaga and trying to outplay, because that's where they found success so far. But it's going to be Vaga instead, getting the better of that flip, grabbing the barrier. Zay forever, looking for a strike war win. Has to strike, but it's going to be flipped in the opposite direction by Ron P. Vaga is going to try to pass to Josh. Carmine's looking like something happened, but you should just play out the point. You just play out the point, and then you figure it out next set. Carmine has known to have lag issues in the past. It was a big issue in Nasty. Carmine straight up had to just like lose entire, like they lost entire matches to it. So feeling that now, that issue, like if you have, that's like a big thing to take into account. It's honestly ping. Zay forever is also no stranger in landing. It's had the same exact issue, had ping issues, was lagging out, and then they straight up probably lost the game because of it. It's just, this can happen to many people, but Carmine is reconnected. They haven't scored yet. Josh has flipped but misses it. Zay is able to get the goal, and that's going to be 1 point lost to Carmine's internet.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but Carmine reconnecting right at the end of the point. Zay forever securing it right at the end. Carmine is broken free of the curse of petrification, a feat not seen by many. And
Zay's done it once this game, and now we've seen Carmine do it. Both brawlers have brought their ambrosia in order to counteract Medusa's curse.
Yeah, but elixirs of life on hand. They were prepared. They were ready. And hey, when you compete this long, kind of know what the game is. You know the equipment you gotta
you go
bring.
to the right shop. You go to Ouroboros.
Oh my god. Yeah, Forgot went to the Chrono Boost shop and spawned in the enemy goal box immediately.
Yeah, bought a flip there too. It was just like, I got a little extra cash. Oh, I might as well go blue. Go full blue. Blue build, some might say. And Zay forever getting punished really hard. There's the Atlas ult. Yeah, okay. Heal back to full. All right, all good. Just took a ton of damage.
And, hey, stocked it at the store, you know?
The heals. The heal store. I mean, both of them have their stocks, have their supplies. They go to different stores. Like Forgot going with the more offensive store, the weapons store, as opposed to the healing shop. Zay forever and Josh and Vaga have been thriving, but this is crazy that they haven't gotten a barrier yet. Romp and Forgot, a little bit of a goalie duo. Forgot was supposed to go transition back to goalie this season, but decided with this team to just play instead and play midfield once again. But they have that double goalie synergy. That's going to be very helpful in the defense. Josh doesn't really have that same defensive capabilities, although he's still like quite good at defense. So not to say that he's not good, but Forgot is definitely a goalie player. Here's Josh, 1v1. Here's the flip. Pass to Zay, maybe? Nope, goes off the wall. Zay tries to contain, but it goes a little bit too fast. And now we're on OT. So Core's moving really fast, Ian.
Core's moving really fast. Vagas got this flip, gonna use it right there. Not able to get it off the side, and that's gonna be the barrier down. That's pretty rough. Gotta find something, as Ronpi and Forgot are just passing back and forth. Like you said, that double goalie synergy. Trying to get something here. Zay Forever going for a great pass splitter, but unfortunately not hitting the mark just yet. And things are getting scary. The Core's moving fast. Forgot's got another flip. The expand is gonna block it completely. Forgot looking a little low too. Might be tough. Ronpi takes the orb. Uh-oh. Gang. The Core's moving fast. Just trying to get this barrier for PLX, but unable to. Ronpi's holding it down.
Ooh.
And
Oh, there's the flip.
Yeah. Oh! Barrage attack! Gonna be claiming another point, taking us to a 0.5. Really well played by Forgot right there.
Yeah, even though, like, it is a close space, like, Forgot just did a really good job on defense for a bit, just had the secondary and nothing else, and was using that speed. Just keep the core from getting behind him. And they were pretty much able to get, like, survive, like, a pretty tough offense off of that. And really the fact that either Forgot or Carmine can both just at any point just run through all the players of the opposing team is a really scary threat. But on the other hand, 2 flips is an even scarier threat. Zay's able to catch it. It's on the line. It's usually going to use that secondary to get the stun to guarantee a goal. Just a really hard play there. I don't even know if Rompi had enough energy to evade. So just looked like checkmate to me. Great play using the double flip for a barrier into goal combination technology play, and a lot of awakenings here. We do see the spark of strength, though. We do see the spark, and it's taken over perfect form. Egoistic Catalyst. I mean, he's a psycho, but I respect it.
I respect it. Looking at this shot, I'm gonna throw up. Catalyst, Egoist, perfect form, spark on spark start. GG. Like, where are we?
Yeah.
We see the Egoist being picked up by Forgot. Catalyst, Ronpi. That's just like the Energy Lords. Hey, we were talking about Blue Build earlier at the offensive shop.
Yeah, Forgot.
That's what Modern Magic is peddling right now.
Yeah,
and
Forgot especially has so many blue awakenings. Purple's really a shade of blue if you think about it too, right? Like.
And I do, and I agree.
And you're an artist, so.
Right, so I can say that.
You're the CEO.
Yeah, I made purple.
Thanks. You made purple.
And I decided
you put purple. You put blue onto purple. back when he was still in his rookie season, you were like,
back in the day.
Get a little dark. You see that red? You see red? Like you and red, I think you two would be a great match. Peanut butter and jelly.
Hey, just watch.
Oh, but crazy, you
was right.
You were right. You were right. But yeah, Zay Forever does have the spark scaling. Even if they lose this set, it's going to be kind of rough. The thing is, they can deny sparks pretty well, so the threat of a third spark isn't that big because they're just getting their own 2 double sparks. But if they end up having to double deny sparks, that could feel pretty nice. But also, they could just win this set, and who even knows? But look at this, we're trading the red core.
It's a really tough situation. If PLX wins another set and Zay Forever's MVP, that is just another spark, almost undoubtedly. But like you said, having 2 sparks feels great. If the whole team's just like pulling up with 2 sparks, pretty nice.
Yeah, but there's a flip. Just yoinks it from Zay. I mean, Zay was taken to Yoink City that time. The Karma's able to grab that core and send that one in after the flip. Zay does have flip going this round, so does Ron P, so that's going to be an interesting matchup going there. Also, I want to quickly talk about, before we stop talking about last draft, is Josh perfect form. I think a lot of people probably will think that's a little controversial. A lot of people really like Atlas with perfect form. It's quite powerful. You have a lot of multi-hits. Your ult counts as hits for perfect form as well. So your ult can generate a lot of cooldown reduction. But prime time's also going to be pretty good. So it's understandable. And perfect form's still pretty good on Josh. I would say I disagree. With the draft, I do think Vaga should have just gotten either perfect form or maybe even unstoppable, but probably more leaning towards perfect form. But it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Josh getting a lot of cooldowns is going to be nice. The secondary, although it isn't a heavy hit anymore, still will give quite a bit of CDR with perfect. So we'll see how that decision pans out. But now we have 3 flips on PLX, so that's about to go crazy.
And Energy Warlords here, holding on to it. Josh ripping a flip. Not able to get anything off of it just yet. Zay Forever now at 3 Rampage stacks. Looking a little big. Hitting the gym. At half health. A little scary situation for Felix, but that's going to be a flip on the line. Going to get that barrier. Really well done. Going to be 4 Rampage stacks. And here's how it happens. You know, two Spark Asher. Really, really large. We might start seeing something happen as that primary is going to catch and send it right in. Bang.
Yeah, just caught it and then sent it at Mach 10. 164 power on this Asher right now. And an OT, that's already red coring, so a little ridiculous.
A little scary, a little hard to deal with. And like you said earlier, Modern Magic doesn't really have a whole lot of KO potential. They can do some flip things. It's Night Market, you know, always on the table. But as for like reliable damage, they've really got to pour in a lot of resources that they would much rather use on core control.
Whoa!
But they're able to kill Josh.
They cheated.
Take that guy out.
They straight up cheated. I can't even explain how that like knocked back in that way, but Vaga, even with the Stagger Swagger, is a little bit too slow. Even if the Stagger Swagger Spark of Speed is just slow enough to where that strike sends it in. Wow.
Yeah, insane. I mean, my fault for talking about how they don't have the KOs. Unfortunately, they did not KO Zay Forever, who is huge.
Yeah, you're getting a little too big.
A behemoth. And
it's like
you know, it's 2-1, but Felix is definitely not out of it yet. Well, hey, Carmine's going stupid in the club. It might be tough.
Might be getting a little too stupid, though. Might be getting stupefied. There's the flip. It's going to flip and return. A little bit of a panic, to be honest. But Josh, honestly, the now not being like a character like Estelle means that you don't get those like punishes on the once the core just gets to the goalie. But at the same time, like obviously, like now's not going to be weak on Night Market. Waits it out. Kind of gets blocked, I think, by the own triangle there. Just kind of messes up the angle I think Josh was going for, which allows Rampi to save that one. And now they don't have flips. The energy advantage is mostly lost. Vaga does have it for defense, but it's going to be hard to find a way to turn that into an offensive opportunity. That's probably just going to be safe for defense, but isn't even used on defense. It's just going to go right through. Unfortunate non-use of the core flip is going to mean that Modern Magic get another draft. And here we're looking out for the Sparks, and there's one.
And there it is, and it will be picked up immediately. Other things I'm looking at, I was going to say rapid fire primetime on Vaga, picking up primetime last draft. You would want some CDR, but really just 6 pick is probably not going to get there. Monumentalist for Josh makes sense. That's timeless Monumentalist. We're going to be seeing some big drones, massive drones. Team player coming out for Ron P and rapid fire on Zay Forever. Going to be really nice. That CDR along with the Thanos 164 power build that he's rocking up with. Gonna be big. Siege Machine on Vaga, a little bit of extra projectile range, a longer expanse, etc. I think that's a pretty solid draft for PLX. Obviously, the second Spark on Carmine is gonna be very nice. Forgot picked up Deadeye, which was one of the starting awakenings, recycled. And the team player is big.
Yeah, I think the team player might be the biggest part of this draft. It's that and Manu are the 2 highlights to me for sure. Ron P on Drakkar, if you secondary and then strike with team player, it will red core before OT, and then in OT every strike's a red core now. So, and a lot of points have been going to OT this game, which means team player's value just skyrocketed. Honestly, like this is all controversial, but I think Josh should have just taken the team player. I think it would have helped out their scoring a lot. They get to OT a lot, so they would just have an advantage with that team player. But we're not going to see that happen. Instead, we're just going to see weak Monumentalist now. But we're going to need to see some like added pressure from that Manu, or it's not going to be worth it. But Carmine, once again, just wins the 1v1.
Yep, and like that's just kind of been the theme in this game. Is Carmine makes some hero play in the box, wins the 1v1, and goes crazy. And it's really working. PLX has to do so much just to prevent that from happening, and then also push the ball up and go score. And it's tough. Josh with the flip almost gets a second barrier, but the hold is insane. Ron P flips. Going to be sending it to the other side, and now Zay Forever has a flip. We're just counting them right here. Going to be getting that. That's 3 Rampage stacks. One barrier down for PLX, but they have the open net. Now they just have to get it up, have to get the cooldowns to make sure it's up. But Carmine with a really good flip, really great primary.
Oh,
Gonna be opening that net.
Cross map back pass will come out. A KO is going to fall, but I was going to say it's about to be traded, but it's not going to go that way. Secondary, a little bit of a click right there from Carmine. Josh is going to save it though. It's going. Oh, okay, one more. Strike shot's going to save it. They're able to stall long enough. Vaga is back online, but here's the team player in overtime. Instant red core from Ron P, and it's going to just keep coming. There's another. Oh, great clear from Vaga. Another attempt from Carmine's not going to work though. Forgot has that core speed. He's going a little bit too fast. There's not another place to hit it. Now Zay, who just has so much power, he's like almost red core in it just with his strikes in OT. Josh is looking for a shot, but doesn't hit it as fast as everyone else, so just doesn't have those shots from mid range. That everyone else does. Zay kind of needs to find a spot in the corner to either catch up or a spot to just shoot, but it's just hard over and over. To keep Ron P's able to hold it down in these 1v1s. They need to find a way to turn it into a 2v1, and there it is. Zay's able to get the primary off to slow down Ron P, and Josh is able to put that one in, and it's starting that they finally found their win con.
Yeah, finally able to force it through right there. A little bit of teamwork action. Got Zay Forever with the flip. Vaga close to one. Carmine also close to one, able to get it right there, rip it, but unfortunately not able to get a whole lot off of it. And I'm thinking right now, if PLX wins his next set, there's Spark of Focus. That's the last one in the draft, and like anyone picking that up would be so huge, especially if Zay Forever gets it, because I feel like the CDs are really what's holding back Zay from doing more, because he often uses CDs in the midfield to get it up, which is great, but then doesn't have them for the offense, and it's really tough to get through here. Right now he's just having fun with Ron P though. You know?
Yeah, Vaga just holding it down with Josh. Honestly, Vaga has been doing great on defense, and eventually Zay is able to find that KO on a Ron P with flip. So that's all that energy off the table, and their goalie also off the table. But Forgot is also playing a goalie character. Great stun from Josh. The Dorito chip goes cross map and is able to get that one. They're able to get that last barrier in the power play, but in return, it's gonna be Modern Magic is able to get as well. Oh wow, weird Atlas interaction. It's gonna mess up Josh's flip, and Carmine's gonna primary that one in and bring them to map point.
Yeah. Just outstanding point. I'm curious to see if we're going to see any more of the Oki action come out from PLX, because honestly, they got the second barrier from it. Right now, though, both barriers down. I didn't hear a bell, but it might just be over. Zay Forever gonna have to get something crazy with this flip, with these CDs right here.
So there's one barrier. The second one should come, but gets a little too greedy. Misses the strike war as well. But there's the Monumentalist Timeless that we've been waiting for. Able to find that barrier. Now Vaga to Josh, but it's going to be a pass right into Carmine, who immediately punishes. Hits it into the perfect spot where neither Josh or Vaga can reach it. And they're going to take map one just like that.
Yeah, pinpoint precision, which is also what Carmine's known for. Just, perfect God strikes going straight where they need to be, and yeah, that's gonna seal up the game. Crazy game all around, but I think Modern Magic just had a little bit more control and were able to keep it up more, and they had speed, like you said. They had unlimited speed, and
but no games.
It was enough, but no games, and a whole lot of bacon.
Yeah, Rasmus has just kind of been proven, like, recently to just have been even stronger than everyone thought, maybe. Especially with 4 Dash Awakenings in the game, just always is probably going to end up picking up some sort of speed sometime during the game. There's quite a bit of size as well. So just is going to be able to find his bis probably no matter what, and he's always really involved in a lot of the plays and getting a lot of the barriers and getting a lot of the goals. So you're just also getting a lot of high priority in the draft, which on Rasmus, who has just high carry potential, is just so strong. And we see even I'm really surprised Zay actually has more redirects than Carmine, but Carmine just able to convert a little bit more. It somehow did more damage on the Rasmus too. They were able to find a few more KOs. Just like a ton of shots, though. That's the big thing here. Carmine, 105 shots, just standing right outside of the goal zone and is just able to keep the core forward. Forgot, on the other hand, probably just able to get the core to Carmine quite a bit as well. Just kind of interesting. I don't know. Like, the stats don't really reflect how I thought the game went, but I guess it makes sense. It's just like I forgot was core controlling quite a bit, most redirection in the game. Pretty much everyone in the game like matched their opponent on redirects quite a bit, except for Vaga and Ron P. Ron P actually had 40 more redirects than Vaga, and that's the biggest discrepancy in the game by far. So that either means Ron P is helping out on offense quite a bit, or is just holding it down that much better on defense, which is probably actually was pretty likely because there were some pretty crazy holds that game. But that added, I think, the forward pressure that Kai was able to provide and the 1v1 potential of Rasmus is what kind of won them that game comp-wise. Obviously, I think they also just played a little bit better. But the now plus Asher just requires like too many things to go right. You can't just 1v1 their goalie and win. You kind of need to work together somehow, and forcing yourselves to need to work together to score that goal can be just a little bit too difficult as opposed to getting those 1v1s.
Yeah, just the ability to convert from defense to offense was way easier for Modern Magic. They were able to, like, especially with Chrono Boost Kai, Spark of Agility, Chrono Boost Kai. That guy is hitting the jets immediately, 0 to 60 in speeds you've never seen, and just getting straight up there, able to help. And and PLX was just having a lot of trouble with that. I think when they were on defense, they were hovering the midfield line at the furthest, trying to push it up, and it was not very often they were able to hold the core on the enemy side. Carmine and Forgot were able to just scoop it up and push it back pretty quickly. Made the game look really, really tough for them. But that's game one. That's just game one.
It is
We've
game
got
one.
potentially 2 more games.
And we've got another Spark start too on Clarion Test Chamber.
Yippee! Wahoo! More Sparks. Give them to me. Bring them in.
There's also
This is
Castellas.
great.
And I know Josh already has played the Octavia this tournament. So that's going to be something that they're keeping on their minds. I don't know if Forgot would ever play it. I don't really think he would, but I could be wrong. And that could also be something. But PLX does have the first pick, so I don't think it's impossible to see a first pick Octavia come out here. I also do think it's a little sketch if the Spark of Strength start. It is quite a bit of power. The other team will be likely starting with, so a lot of damage could come out really quick, and that could be quite scary. But we'll have to see what they draft. I'm quite curious.
Yeah, we will just have to see. I can imagine Octavia come out. Something interesting that I just thought of, which I don't think I've ever thought of before, is with the power change patch, Big Kazan lost 10 power, and people, he used to be like, it was the Zen and Kazan meta, and then after that change, people largely stopped playing Kazan. I wonder if eyeballs emoji, we might see a Spark of Strength Kazan come in. I'll be honest, the 10 power change might have been more significant than I imagined, but I think people just stopped playing Kazan. And that just kind of happens, but
Yeah,
Kinda-
he's
kinda
super
walking it.
low stagger, and like his damage is okay, but it's just
Yeah.
not as comparable. Like, yeah, his
But I'm
DPS also
thinking-
like scales with your opponent's stagger, right? So
yeah,
you pick
I'm
him and
just
you give your
thinking-
opponents better DPS. Sorry.
he looks pretty good on a Spark start. You get that, especially Spark of Resilience, you pick that up, you're suddenly not, born with glass bones and paper skin, and you just get to work. Could be good, but we're going to be seeing an Estelle ban come out from PLX. Get that off the table, just not having that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I do think Estelle's a good pick here for sure. I think
Mhm.
actually I think Juno's pretty strong here as well. you start to spark a strength, which means if you get hot shot or 1-2, it's going to immediately go Mach 110, like 1 trillion. But we'll see. But yeah, there's the Octavia ban. I'm not surprised by that at all. I don't think there's anything else they're nearly as scared of. And they're going to insta-lock that Rasmus. They don't want to play against it again, and they're very capable of playing it as well.
Right.
Another Spark start. They're going to be able to scale with that too.
Yeah. No, hey, just I'm thinking about it. It's time for me to start saying things that people have been thinking since launch. Brawlers are really good with sparks. Like, wow. Rasmus with sparks sounds awesome. He already does, a good chunk of damage and then spark of strength. And then, enemy team explode. That's going to be an IME locked in. Probably 4 forgot. Good pick. Also, just good with sparks and just good. Guys, we're finding a lot of good characters out here. A lot of good combos. Turns out everyone's good with sparks. Crazy, I know. I learned a lot today.
It is, and there's the Kai. It's probably going goalie. It's definitely going goalie. Ron P known as. I'm kind of surprised. Okay, so I think part of the reason we don't see the Drakkar here is because of the fact that now, or the fact that they picked Rasmus and they don't want to play against Kai Rasmus, maybe. Because I do think Drakkar goalie is pretty good into Rasmus, but maybe Ron P doesn't feel that way. Or maybe just always likes Kai better, and because they're not saying that midfield. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons why they could have picked Kai goalie here, but it's definitely not going to be bad. So I think it's going to be seen as better by a lot of people anyway. But there's quite a bit of damage. This is definitely a spark of strength start on the side of Modern Magic. But this now Mako is also quite good at going against damage comps. Mako also just great. Like, has always just been known to be great into X, especially if you go Pauldrons. So we'll see if he does that. And if he doesn't, if he goes Strike Shot, then X does have like some sort of counterplay by just like playing a little bit more Oki-like.
Yeah, being a big guy.
Yeah, Mako from affecting the front. But Mako can also just KO X. So I'm really interested to see how this game goes. I think damage will be a lot more important in this game than it was last game. I think there's going to be quite a bit more KOs, even if it's not the main focus of either team. I think they'll just by chance, because of the characters they're playing, end up doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm just looking at this PLX comp, and I think like Mako now as your goalie midfield duo is just like one of the strongest things you can pull out right now. Because that's so much speed. And there are so many speed awakenings. You just Giga buff your brawler. That can be anyone. That could be X, Asher, any slow character, Rasmus, who isn't by default any slower. Get that guy a dash awakening, 1 of 4. He starts doing donuts in the parking lot. It's a lot of speed and it's really hard to deal with. And so I think that is pretty scary. But of course, last game I said, I really like the PLX comp here, and then they lost. But I'm gonna do it again. I really like the PLX comp here. I think it looks really good.
I'm down for the PLX comp to be really good here. They're kind of really shifting gears here. They kind of both sides really switched from which team wants to play speed passing and which side wants to play corner. So that's kind of interesting. But it's going to be everyone except for Josh taking the Spark of Strength. Kind of interesting. I think Castellast on now is quite good. I do think the extra speed on your secondary is a little underrated. I think it's actually like pretty impactful. But on the other hand, we'll not be able to deny the Sparks quite as well. But on the other hand, it's one big Zay forever. He's kind of big mode. Yeah, look at that.
He's kind of going big mode crazy style. And yeah, I do think not taking the Spark is pretty interesting. I don't... Now is probably one of the weaker characters with Sparks. Still really, really great, but I'm just not seeing it. And I think it is a little scary because you have a Mako, so like, oh, you have some passes right in front of Vaga and Zay Forever that are just going to be sending that in. That was beautiful. But I think you have a Mako on your team who is not going to be hitting MVP, right? That's not going to happen. So they kind of just need Zay Forever to MVP every set they win to pick up Sparks, because otherwise Josh is going to have to be denying them, and that feels terrible, not having the Sparks. But I do think that their comp is to funnel everything through Zay Forever and have him do it. I think it's pretty easy to expect it. But not when Carmine just has the sickest KO ever. Battering that guy into a fine paste. Got one nice strike war against Josh. Gonna be putting it in. And Modern Magic is just, pulling some witchcraft here.
Yeah, there's that was a good one, by the way.
Thank you.
I like that one a lot. Another KO though. Carmine is going to find a second dash punch. Pretty ridiculous. Using the X quite well so far. Just winning a lot of strike wars, doing a good job in the corner and finding the KOs. Just doing that. That might be the 3Xs. That might be the 3Xs.
That might be the 3Xs.
But can Carmine be himself? That's the question we'll have to find out.
Can he accomplish the 4th X? Stay tuned for more.
But Zay is able to grab both barriers. It's kind of showing like the reverse of last game. This time is now playing the Rasmus, who has a lot of like solo potential to make solo plays. Was able to grab that barrier with a great solo play of his own. But now this Forgots on defense becomes a 1v2, a little bit more difficult. And Josh, still on to now, is going to continually not really find great ways of being able to assist on offense. But there's going to be a barrier taken, but could be at the cost of Carmine's life. There's a little bit of a demon angle, but Rompi's ready for it. Josh, once again, just isn't able to keep the core. Just the core moves a little bit too fast. Now doesn't have that much range, and then Forgot's just able to grab the core. And that's going to be a really fast set one.
Yeah. Quick and dirty, and that's 2 Sparks on the board, which means both Brawlers are going to be picking one up. Curious to see which one Carmine picks up. I'm thinking Spark Resilience is looking pretty good, but obviously Focus for the cooldowns, synergizing with Spark of Strength really well, is going to be picked up. And
team player.
The third pick Catalyst, team player going straight to Vaga. That's really nice. Mako team player with the passive is going to be hitting it wacky style.
Yeah, we got 1-2-2. So OT for this team is crazy. So now the goal is to get the OT. And then now has gained so much more value just in that draft because of team player. Because it just means that your points, like now is good at making the points last long. Now is good at being a second Goldie. Now is not as good as like dealing with open space. Like as soon as you get there, like Aimi is just able to control so much more space than you. But at least on defense, you're a little bit stronger. So if they can really just hold out for OT every single point, like that's straight up a pretty solid win condition for PLX. It is like a very stamina exhausting way to play, but if they can get through it, then they can definitely win. But Josh looking really low right now. He's been getting bullied quite hard.
Yeah. Bang. But hey, Zay Forever with the hero plays. Like you said, Rasmus just that hero character. And with Zay Forever and Vaga on the line right there, able to stop that core flip. With the hook, almost able to get it. Zay Forever has this flip. Vaga had that flip. But a great... was that a great interaction win from Forgot. Couldn't even tell you what happened. Gets the ball to Carmine, and he's going to be putting that in right away, post-haste.
Yeah, got crazy point. They just made it to the promised land of OT, but one lost strike war resulted in that play happening, I believe. But here we go. Zay did this quite a few times last set, too. Just instantly is able to find success. But Josh probably could have passed it, but instead hits it to Carmine, which allows this offense to happen. And now it's going to result in this offense that looks really hard to get through. There's the ult, but Forgot actually kind of whiffs it. So that's going to be no Aimi turret. That's a pretty big deal with both goals open right now. It means you can't even use it on defense. But once again, Josh is having trouble figuring out how to deal with Forgot spacing. on the Imi. Just can't win these 1v1s. But there's a KO from Zay. That's the type of damage I'm talking about that you see from Rasmus plus Mako. Just surprisingly high amounts of damage. Josh also has 1-2 now, so sometimes it's just going to be doing damage for fun. But yeah, now Forgot already super low, but the speed from probably team player, maybe Vaga boosted that up to secondary. Them both, like the Spark of Strength also just helping out a little bit. Just going to fly through. Ron P not ready for that speed. And that's going to be a goal. Just finding these KOs. I wonder if that'll be their way of winning they find in the future for PLX.
Yeah, I think it's always just a good option. If your team has any sort of KO potential and things aren't going well, shifting gears and trying to play through that might be a good opportunity. Like Carmine said, we lost a point. I know what to do. And maliciously murdered that guy. Took him down. But good flip from Vaga, able to get that one barrier. Zay Forever going ham in the corner. Carmine dashing in to the little hidden zone, the secret grotto, looking for a KO, but not able to get one right there. And just like all the cooldowns go into these halls on this map. Everyone throwing stuff in, hoping to get it through. But right now, they've just got to defend against this X Maximus. Able to, so far. Win in insane fashion. Couldn't tell you what was going on there, but that's going to be the barrier. Forgot has a flip, pretty scary. Zay Forever has a death certificate, also pretty scary. And
yeah,
this is looking like a Modern Magic point.
Yeah, but Josh does have 1-2 punch. It's just the speed, but Loki goes terribly. The extra speed just allows Ron P to keep that speed and pass it to Forgot, which leads to the speed still being kept into a goal. It's a good core manipulation from Ron P there. But honestly, something I've been noticing is Zay used to be quite the good midfielder, but I'm not seeing that same midfielding prowess come in as the brawler player anymore. I see a lot of lost strike wars that are kind of making defense that like a little bit harder for this team. I think Zay does need to step it up, especially because Josh doesn't have as much midfield presence as Forgot does on the now. Just is kind of relegated to playing defense and getting punched by X, but we see the offense is going pretty well though. That should be barrier, but great strike timings from Forgotten Ron P. There's another random KO! It's going to be found! And if they can trade the barrier, maybe they can win this point, but although Carmine is quite low, is going to have to evade the primary from Mako. It's just generally pretty tough. There's the barrier off the power play. Carmine, though, still extremely low, but the missed hook is going to mean that Carmine gets to stay alive a little bit longer. Zay's going to need a combination of 2 cooldowns in order to find this KO, but if you do that, then you won't have cooldowns to score with, and with the core moving this fast, it can be a little bit scary. There's a second evade to survive. Zay probably has hook in about like 5 or 10 seconds, but it's going to get KO'd again anyway. Forgot's just going to flip that one in, and Modern Magic are looking just a little bit better.
Yeah, really, they just keep mowing people down on some Sorcerer's Stone business, and that's the last spark. There it is. Going to Forgot is going to be picking up Spark of Agility on midfield.
Need to take it, but yeah, like you could even go to Ron P if you wanted to take one of these other awakenings. There's a lot of there's good stuff here, but this is pretty chill as well. We see the big fish to Nye, so just going to pick up stacks as well. Has been getting KO'd quite a bit, so that's why we see the prize fighter picked up. Monumentalist not like respect denied. I think that's fair. They didn't win them the game last time. They don't think it's going to win them the game this time. I think the extra damage they've gotten is probably going to be quite useful. Forgot with that spark is going to get more power as well. Like 20 power is quite a bit. It's a whole prize fighter stack off of one awakening, so that can't be lost. So when you think of it like that, it seems like it's pretty good. Spark of Strength,
wow, that's pretty good.
Quite nice, but crazy bounce. I'd be tilted. Ron P is a little tilted, just AFK'd the rest of the point, but it's using the abilities to save these pretty crazy shots. Probably wouldn't have had to if he had just moved, and we'll straight up lose the entire point because he AFK'd. But so maybe it's okay to go next sometimes, you know?
Sometimes maybe go next. Great patience from Zay Forever on that. on the end sequence there. He heard the brawler allegations coming his way and had to show up. And oh hey, speaking of brawlers, today I will lock in X and start killing people.
Yeah, that's a pretty good strategy that Carmine has been running. Forgot probably learned it from his time on Bozo Bunch. It's not quite Carmine do score, but Carmine do go kill has been very successful this game.
Very successful. And prize fighter check. That is 2.
Yeah, that's 2.
Don't know if we're gonna be seeing 3 soon.
I mean, game could just. Oh, there's. Well, you jinxed it.
Good news.
A little bit of a curse is cast upon them.
And I might be hitting the Modern Magic sub bench pretty soon. You don't know what I'm capable of.
Whoa. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We might need our coach. But yeah, Zay Forever tried to do the same thing he's done like 3 times. This, like, not even just this map, but this game, to grab both barriers. But Ron P adjusts this time, and Zay's only able to grab 1 barrier. And now Carmine is in the corner, putting a lot of damage out, but Zay's able to heal up in time. Josh, though, even though it's just a third of the stagger missing on such a low stagger character, it's just really scary. And Carmine is scaring me as well with that dash, doing like half of Josh's HP. But going to be recovered quite quickly. Carmine has the ult, but isn't really hitting anyone with it. The speed is starting to check out a little bit better for PLX at this point. They're looking a little bit more harder to deal with. Vaga's going to get the pass through, but Zay isn't going to be able to do the 1v1, but Josh is able to get in and use that Monumentalist, and this is what I'm talking about. As soon as Josh was able to help out on offense, the team's able to shine much better, but it just hasn't happened nearly as much. And Ron P is going to do a great barrage to keep that core alive. Josh is keeping the core. He's going to send it into the giant Dorito, but it's not going to go in, and then Forgot's going to grab the core, send it to the corner, but Vaga has something to say about it. That team player gets really scary in the overtime, but Forgot just tried to do something crazy. I don't really understand what it was supposed to be, but it was probably really cool. We'll just say that. The speed helps Josh move to offense, but it gets KO'd by the bumper angle. That's so disgusting. That hits. Okay, Carmine gets another KO.
That was some witchcraft, and then comes the giant fist.
Yeah, there comes the giant fist.
How did he do that?
Yeah, there's that crazy angle that you can hit on these bumpers to KO people. They'll get sent at that angle, but Zay Forever will finally get that shot. Vaga, great job of holding it down that point despite the KOs. And Zay is able to get it in. I really liked, it felt like just like they were faster. Maybe these stacks, I think these stacks are super useful. Zay just kind of feels like he's everywhere right now. Josh has the Monumentalist to provide that speed to more members of the team as well. Just in general, that point, they felt much better. It felt like the speed actually mattered. And now Carmine is the one who's low and on risk of being KO'd and losing a prize fighter stack.
Yeah, it's super low. Zay Forever gone fishing, confirming it with the pendulum swing. Don't think he needed to, but obviously good practice. Get that guy out of here and fast.
No!
Oh no! That's
Cursive walking into the wall! Cursive walking into the wall! And now the power play, it looked like everything was going so well, but Carmine still has 2 prize fighter stacks and might be able to find a KO onto Josh with all the cooldowns up. Doesn't find a barrier though. Great clear from Vaga, but isn't able to strike in time to get that last one. Josh looking for an angle, but isn't going to find it. The Carmine dribble. Josh tries to cover it with ult, but it will not be enough. Carmine grabs a goal to bring us to match point.
Yeah, the entire series point. Whole thing's over if Modern Magic can clutch up this 1 point. Now, and Zay whacking stacks is gonna be tough. Gonna be a different game. But I'm thinking this is PLX's set to win right now. They've been playing it really well, doing really well, and if they win this, they can try and turn the game around. Turn the whole series around. That's a lot of energy.
But the damage is coming out already. That's 2 KOs. It's over. Forgot has flip. Unless Vaga does something crazy here, it's over. And not only that, they will have to play against another really solid team and losers. But here's Forgot with the flip. It's on the edge of the line. The stun is going to come in with perfect timing. Vaga had no options there. He could not flip due to being stunned, even if he had a read on it or was able to react. It's just going to be a 3-0 going to Modern Magic, and they deserve their high seed.
Yeah, wow. It's a massacre. I I was really excited for that last point. I was like, oh yeah, here it comes, and they almost had it, but just Carmine did kill.
Forgot
He showed up,
with
rolled up his
60
sleeves, and just
more redirects, 12 KOs. Oh no.
yeah, just brutal game, really tough. They had the kill pressure on the Spark of Strength start, and Forgot was just, playing Imi and everywhere at once.
Yeah, there's so like full goal participation from Forgot. 4 goals and 5 assists. Just I honestly, this is making me believe even harder. Every time I've seen an Imi versus a Now, I've been seeing very much lately the Imi's just coming out on top in a lot of ways. They're just able to do a ton of like meaningful damage with all their core control moves. They have the turret that's just really good in the corner, but they can also go for like passing plays and use their like primary and secondary to hit the open space. They have so much control of the open space where Josh and Zay don't nearly have that at like that same control. So it just means that Forgot is going to have that many more redirects. But I mean, obviously, it's easy to get a lot more redirects than your opponent when they're dead half of the game. And Carmine just finding not even that much stagger KOs, like a few stagger KOs, but mostly just knockback KOs. Just like 12 straight up knockback KOs on X is just pretty ridiculous. So, yeah.
Yeah, he was just out there. Today I'm gonna raw dog my X experience and kill people without any help, and that he did. But that's gonna be Modern Magic qualifying for landing. And that's it. There they go.
They're going to be there, but there's
They're
another
gonna be there.
qualifier coming up real quick. It's going to be Ember's Flame versus Pass, and we'll be talking about that in a bit after this break, so do not go anywhere.
We've talked about this a lot. Like we say we got a 45-55 type deal where we're 45% sure we can make NASL, but it's like it's not guaranteed. It's like essentially a 45% chance, and then 55% we're in NASA. So we hope to hit NASL. That's our end goal, but we wouldn't be surprised if we end up in NASA at the end.
I think realistically, if we were to make it to NASA, we would be super happy. And that's what we're going to be shooting for now. But no matter what, we're really happy with what we've done. If we end up in NAST, we're going to keep working, try to do the best we can in there. But yeah, NASA I think is a great goal for us, and we would love to surprise some people again and make it happen.
Okay, so I definitely think we can make NASL because I think we're playing really well together recently. But I do think that it does come down to a little bit of luck if we make it to landing. I'm not like super confident into like all the landing teams, but I know we definitely have like a shot. The main reason I want to make NASL isn't like for myself or for Doxy. I really want to make it for Luke because I know that guy definitely deserves NASL, and I know it's gonna mean a lot to him if we make it to there. So I'm definitely gonna try my hardest.
Welcome back. We are looking at Ember's Flame versus Pass. If you hadn't heard already, Ember's Flame with a big upset. Seed, what is it, like 9? Yeah, they actually upset every game so far. They beat the 8th seed of Polar Cortex. Then they beat Return to Form 2-1, which was the first seed. So 9th seed here, outperforming their seed by 8 seeds, which is pretty ridiculous. In my power rankings, I would put Ember's Flame a little bit higher than 9th. I think they're quite good, personally. But so not too surprised to see them there. I am surprised to see them beat Return to Form, though. I did really have high expectations for that team. Then they Return to Form do look like they have a pretty good losers run to get through, or like they'll have to play PLX later, so that's gonna be tough for them. But honestly, the loser of this game, I don't think they still definitely could lose. So they definitely want to win now, so they don't have to play in another qualifier later. But maybe slightly lower stakes, you could say. But I mean, obviously, you don't want to lose and have to risk not making landing. So we'll have to see if Pass or Ember's Flame can make it through. I still have Pass here, even though Ember's Flame just beat Return to Form, who I thought were a top 2 team. Well, we'll have to see. Let's just let I just gotta let the players play, you know?
Yeah, we just gotta see. I'm a Pass pal personally, big fan of that team. Have not seen them with Hungry Boy, unfamiliar with their game, but today I will clock in and watch their gameplay, and I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, though, Ember's Blaze is on an absolute tear, like you said, upsets after upsets after upsets, just ripping through everyone. And I don't know if Pass is seeded higher than them, but we might be faced with another upset.
Pass is the 4th seed, so this would be the 3rd upset for Ember's Flame to enter orbit and make it to landing. But we'll see. I think Pass got it. I'm a big Hungry Boy fan. I think I was even just playing. I was actually in the scrim, or Hungry Boy filled for a scrim for Bang Bang the other day, and we talked a bit about the game. And we both agree on a lot of things, especially on Strike Wars and how important they are. And I think Hungry Boy is a Strike War winner. I also think Mr. Zert is a Strike War winner, which is why he's been really. I feel like he's been on the up and up for quite a bit. I haven't really known if Jay is a Strike War winner. Sometimes Jay is, and sometimes Jay isn't. I feel like Jay has been a Strike War winner today. So we'll have to see if Jay continues to win Strike Wars against the best of the best, and that's Hungry Boy on the midfield. Atlas, to be clear. Midfield Atlas. That's why that was like the peak thing. I don't really like the Rasmus goalie, but we got Siege Machine Atlas midfield on Taiko Temple. So
Yeah, we do, and that's awesome. And Mr. Zerd is dead. What happened to that guy?
It would have been a KO, but Mr. Zert had the secondary online, which prevented the knockback from going too far. So really a lot of cooldowns actually wasted at the end of the day. And that's going to result in Jay grabbing both barriers. So that's a pretty quick turnaround. Mr. Zert somehow doesn't get like knocked back by the thing at all, but yeah, interesting comps. We see the Julie here. I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like you don't see it too much on this map. And usually when you do, it doesn't do too well, but they're able to get the barrier that time. Hungry Boy has the flip, but they're covering everything. Great secondary, though. It's going to bounce off the demon angle and put that one in, and you can't let Hungry Boy on his signature pick, the Atlas. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they were thinking. What they banned? They banned Now? Like, who's Now? Are they banned Mangoes is Now or something? Like, I mean, come on. Come on, guys.
This guy's a Krispy Kreme worker. Holy! I do think the pass comp is really weird because it's Julie Atlas forward.
It's like 3 brawlers.
Yeah, it's 15 brawlers, and none of them, like Rasmus, the goalie, is the fast one. And I guess Julie has base 460 move speed now, but in general, hey, really well played by Mr. Zert there in the 1v3. Sorry, a little sidetrack for that guy to win his strike war there.
I'm still questioning this Rasmus pick. I'm hoping I can see it like try to counter this Asher pick maybe a little bit, but so far I just seen 2 points in a row. Honestly, 3 points in a row where it hasn't done much, and then just a complete run over by the Ember Monarchs at that point. Just yeah,
the Ember Monarchs looking pretty good out here, but I think I think the past team just went crazy. Tragic hit him with the old razzle dazzle, but it's stack start, and they picked a bunch of slow characters, which I think is pretty cool, because if they have stacks up, they're not slow characters anymore.
Unfortunately, Hungry Boy didn't go stacks, which I think might become a problem. Even though the Siege Machine is pretty epic, it's just now you're slower than all of them forever. And you're Atlas.
Forever and ever.
So you're already slow, but
Max Stacks Tragic going a little crazy here. You're forcing out the flip from Wisp.
Good clear from Mangos, though. That's the thing. Rasmus is quite good on the open net, and the barriers are pretty easy to take on this map. So that's the one upside of Rasmus goalie on this map that I can see. You can also get it behind the Asher, but because Asher like needs the core, they can't like hold the core and confront like Rasmus can as well. So it's like kind of something going on, but Mango's just going to miss a strike. It's just going to barely get past. And that's going to be the first set. And it's really tough because I can't really imagine a way for the Atlas to outscale here. You might need like missile prop or something, but I think Hungry Boy doesn't even like missile prop Siege Machine. We'll have to see how he feels about that. But there's the 1-2 punch being kind of denied, really. I think there's Adrenaline Rush there, but there's also the build difference. It's kind of a hard decision. Unstoppable being hovered. It'll be interesting to see if we see that taken or the hot shot. And so we see the rapid fire taken. Something I honestly heavily disagree with. I think you surely just take the hot shot. But I guess because you're letting your Rasmus get it. My bad. I thought it was Atlas goalie. That's my bad, everyone. I thought it was Atlas goalie.
Hey, rookie
that
mistake.
Makes a lot of sense.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I forgot somehow, but that does make sense. So I don't really think this draft was all that great for pass. I think the hot shot will be quite nice. Adrenaline Rush gives him a win con, but it's going to be quite scary. But there's the first Adrenaline Rush proc, so maybe it'll be huge.
And I think it's time to rush. I was gonna say the BD looking a little scary for pass because Mr. Zer's just been going crazy. Oh my god, killing that guy, murdering that guy, taking the life of that guy. But all that said, Tragic bossing up in the corner, keeping it out, not letting things go through, and Hungry Boy is back. The power play has been successfully stalled. Tragic has no energy, and Hungry Boy has no secondary, but the rapid fire got that primary. Got to deal with the Mako cage real quick, but Mr. Zert is looking a little dead, and Tragic is sharking right there, looking for it. That didn't kill somehow, and that did. Great revive from Hungry Boy, though. That's the midfield Atlas. Growis at play, and that's another Adrenaline Rush proc. Flip, being burned. Kind of had to.
Angle.
Yeah, and now, oh my god. Tragic is chefing it up on the temple.
They need a way to get this
great
in.
glitch pop.
They don't really have a great way of just pushing it in from the midfield line is the problem versus like a strike shot, or they don't even have a strike shot. So I guess they can maybe just shoot it in, but it's going to be a glitch pop, maybe the 1-2 proc, but instead went just like really fast. It kind of was weird. It didn't even make the sound. Just kind of just zoomed in there. But great shot by Jay to hit that one in. It's weird. It's just a weird round. So like just a real weird game because Tragic's like getting a lot done, but like they don't have great ways to convert off of it. They don't really have any like great passing plays that they can even like their characters really allow them to create from their power plays, which is usually what you want because you don't have cooldowns is to find a way to pass. But Mr. Zert is probably going to get KO'd here. Tragic's sharking. It's going to be Mangoes who grabs instead, which does mean Tragic doesn't get the cooldowns back, doesn't get the speed, but probably won't matter because, yeah, there we go. There's the barrier. With technically own barrier stat, but it's a really hard angle to get. But now how do they convert? How do they convert? We have yet to see a great way through, and that really felt like it should have been it, but now it's dash punch down. Tragic needs to use his flip somehow to get it in, but kind of just hits it at the goalie with flip again. So, unlucky.
Okay, real tough. And, yeah, just, like, great opportunities, great attempts, but really hard to get it through. That is an unstoppable Maka right there. Gotta be tough. And...
Oh! Whoa!
But
Whoa!
sometimes all you need is a little miracle, a little bit of mind control.
Yeah, I mean, Jay is just that good at scoring. What can you say? But
yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just gotta let him know.
yeah, there's a KO.
Oh!
Yeah, Mr. Zert has played a bit of midfield, but back on the brawler now. Finding these KOs, looking like he never left, but Mangoes finds a hook KO, but isn't able to strike due to being in the hook animation. So it's gonna be a KO, but which does reset the stacks. But
Yeah, reset
that's about all
stacks,
you're
vanquish that guy's flip, which he didn't use on the goal, I imagine, to save it. But unfortunately not this time. This time, and now that's slow Asher getting sat on by also slow Julie because Tragic also died. So
yeah. Honestly, I'm
handshakes all round.
I feel like Hungry Boy's really feeling the not having stacks this game. I mean, you picked Atlas and then didn't pick. It just does. It feels so wrong. Jay is so much faster in the midfield. It's able to just walk around Hungry Boy. Great barrier from Wisp as well. Mr. Zert is staggered, but it's not going to matter. It has all the cooldowns. It's going to dash primary that one in, and the Embers Flame.
You can do it.
I keep calling them the Embers Monarch. I keep calling them the Ember Monarchs. It's the Embers Flames, but are just they're looking quite good right now. I'm not gonna say it's a comp diff because they're also playing extremely well, but the stacks are helping quite a bit, and Asher are looking quite good here as well. There's nope. Wow.
High key. I was thinking Mr. Zert should pick up Spark Resilience. That guy's been staggered the entire game. Going for the perfect form, which it's really hard because like you don't want Julie or Atlas to pick it up. So
yeah,
maybe that was the right
it's also
call.
so good on Asher. You're just gonna
and obviously
you're gonna
it's really
ult
good.
and get 25 cooldowns because
Yeah,
they fixed it. I think they fixed Asher ult. Oh my, Tragic with the Shaolin kick plus ult. Goes a little bit too far, ends up dashing past with the like where the ult even reaches. But yeah, Mr. Zert has kind of god build, even though he has been getting staggered quite a lot. Just has the size in perfect form. So you have size, cooldowns, and speed. All you need now is stagger or survivability, and then you have everything. But you don't really need that if you kill them first. So yeah, Zert gonna do that.
Well, the Siege Machine Atlas has something to say about it. And
here we go.
It's really just like. And back to your regularly scheduled programming. That guy's
there we go.
dead.
Yeah, able to hold
Ancient
off
monk
long
technique.
enough. Yeah, ancient monk technique learned in the Shaolin Temple. Able to find that KO, and now he's going to get the healing too from Hungry Boy. Easily able to convert this as well.
Yeah, awesome ult. But now they do have to put the core in the net and not rely on the enemy team to do it. And it looks really hard to get through the Ember's Flame backline. So hold on, I got nervous. Yeah. Wow,
Yeah, I'm just like looking at this comp. I'm just looking at Atlas and Julie just try to like do anything here. Like, what do they do? Like, what is something they can do here? Like they need to get a KO, I guess. Like that's straight up.
Like kill people, I think.
That's all they have. They have nothing. They have nothing. I can't even. I'm trying to envision a way for them to score. It's like when Isagisi's bar, and there it is. And there it is. It's the Shaolin kick. It's the Shaolin kick that covers the pass from cross map. That wouldn't have gone in.
Isagi hit the Shaolin kick, and everyone cheered.
Yeah, I mean, if Wisp also just hit that off the wall, just would not have been possible to score. Did require a direct pass, but I mean, who could have expected the Shaolin kick? I guess. To be fair.
I mean, who could have seen it coming?
There goes. Zert just pressed primary and got a barrier.
Yeah. Shocking.
Good positioning
what happens
for
next.
sure. And there's the second one. Oh, didn't react to Mango already striking. Could have gotten the goal, but instead a small mistake's going to result in a chance. But we really need Tragic to get this KO because we really need Tragic to get the speed and cooldowns after. It's just flipping for fun. Straight up just really desperate for this KO. At least takes Mr. Zert out of the play, but Mr. Zert's healing up. If they really need to find a way to get this KO, I don't think they're going to be able to score without it. Great ult from Hungry Boy, but now it's just going to be a really hard offense unless they're able to get damage onto Mr. Zert again, which is going to be quite difficult to do.
Yeah, and just got to wait for the CDs. And waiting for Julie's CDs is like the worst the worst feeling in the world. Because you're just like, what else are you doing? Trying to kill people, but you can't kill people. You're just like, you're there, having a good day. Probably, maybe not.
Maybe this will be the time. Maybe this time Mr. Zert will get KO'd.
But this time, for real.
Oh!
Bounces
off the drum, but like fake bounced off. Oh, but flies past Wisp. The hot shot's kind of helping out here. Mr. Zert's playing third goalie right now, which is kind of messing up to how this team wants to operate. In their offense and their pressure just have no pressure this game. Mr. Zert has been out of this entire point past getting those two barriers. But now it has the stacks to move so fast. They need to really find this KO just to get the stacks off, and they do, which is going to be quite important. It means Mr. Zert is not going to have nearly as much forward pressure. But now again, how does this team score? What is Tragic going to find? It has to find something crazy versus a double goalie in the net. But they kind of, a little bit of a sword angle was a little precarious, but going to work out. Tragic has the flip, but has to use it on defense, which means you're not going to be able to use that to score later. Crazy way to get that one out, but Jay has the flip, is going to get out once again. Tragic helping on defense hasn't been known for the goalie as well. Hungry Boy also has a pretty good goalie. So 3 goalies able to get it out, but even then, like, what's your answer? How are you going to score? What are you going to do? Where's the Shaolin kick angle? Like, you need something crazy, but there's the kick, and there's just the glitch pop that's going to put it in eventually. It's just like, I can see so many different ways that the Ember Monarchs, or the Ember's Flame can score, but I just don't see any like possible ways that Pass can find a way out. I think they just locked themselves into a bad situation. They're doing even a really good job of getting this damage onto Mr. Zert, but it just doesn't matter if they aren't able to convert. And I'm waiting for the conversion.
I'm watching 15 car crashes consecutively. It's that video of the trucks that are too tall to go into that one bridge.
Oh yeah, the bridge.
I know that
bridge.
Their tops. Yeah, everyone knows that bridge, and it's a massacre because like both teams, like honestly, Pass is playing the defense really well, holding it down, and they just like can't. They just have zero offense, and Ember's Flame is playing, like, it's also just playing well, but struggling to get through, and it's just like, I don't know what's going on. I couldn't tell you what's happening.
It's a little
rough. It's also because nothing's happening.
Go.
That guy's dead.
They got the KO.
Yeah.
And they got adrenaline rush off of it, but Tragic immediately uses both cooldowns to dash punch Wisp to try to get a desperate KO instead of trying to prepare a good offense and get it through naturally. But there we
Okay,
are.
wait.
The punch comes up. The punch comes up in time, and then we flip it directly at the goalie again. And now it's up to Hungry Boy. Can Hungry Boy get this one in? Can we get a pass to Hungry Boy? Can I get a pass to Hungry? We're going to get a pass to Tragic, but it's still going to be one. Mangoes are yummy. He's going to give it to Tragic. Hungry Boy needs to kind of low-key should just run forward and become the offense, become the brawler for a bit because Tragic, like, someone needs to be forward because even if they are able to hold it down, like, they either need to get a KO or someone needs to be forward. Tragic once again! I'm sorry, am I a doubter? Should I not be a doubter? Will Tragic just eventually get a dash punch, dash through 2 people, and then strike the core in a way that Wisp can't reach because they went Baldrins? Like
111 years in the mountains. All of this training for this moment.
I'm sorry. I guess that it is. There's a consistent way to just dash punch from across the map and then strike it and hit it in. Like I don't. Maybe their comp is good. They just found a crazy KO. I'll challenge kick through the drum, but it's gonna mean they don't have any cooldowns again for these barriers, and it's gonna be a 0 barrier power play. They actually lost one, and Jay has. They're gonna actually own barrier instead, and this is I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not in. It's not in. Oh, Jay misses his strike, but it almost bounced off the drum in a crazy way. Mango's a great clear to Tragic, though. I mean, if they win this point, they win the set. So, I mean, maybe they can scale or something, but gets mixed up by Mr. Zert, and that one's just gonna go in.
I'm gonna start crying, and it's like just This game is awesome.
Tragic just walking into the Mako
passed away.
thing.
111 years in the mountains to die on the field.
Yeah, it's doing the waterfall training, sitting under the waterfall, taking intense pressure from the Mako drums.
And this could be it.
That's it. It's in. It's in. I was gonna say those 2 points might have been a little fraudulent. I'm not gonna lie, but pass. I mean, from pass, that pass got that set. But to be clear, Jay and Zert did some pretty great things. Wisp, solid on the defense. When Zert was alive, at least, was doing some pretty great things. Like your win con being KO them with Atlas Julie forwards does not seem to be the best method of gaming. It might not be positive gaming, unfortunately.
And we might have to deem this negative gaming.
We might have to deem it negative gaming. We'll have to talk to the admins about it. But
we'll have to fact check that one.
We'll have to fact check it. We'll go through. We'll look through the rule book real quick. But
I need a deep breath after that one. To say the game of all time is not true. That was an affront to nature. My day is ruined, my crops are dead, and I don't know how I'm gonna keep on living. But we've got a game 2 coming up, and things could be different. We could see something completely different. And I don't know what map it's going to be. We'll let you know when we find out. I do know what map it's going to be.
We do
it's
know.
Be at lab.
We know.
We do know.
At lab.
All it takes is
Spark start. We got another Spark start.
Guys who like Spark. I can't believe this is our 3rd Spark start we're casting.
Yeah, we also have Timeless, so you might see an Imi. You might see an Atlas.
Might see an Imi ban.
You might see a Rune. You might see a Rune. I don't think we'll see a Rune. I don't think no one here plays Rune. But
I think I've seen Tragic play Rune, but that's not going to happen. And if it does,
they roll swap though. But they roll swap.
And then they roll swap. I'm leaving if that happens. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
What they want to do in their qualification match. They also low key Timeless is not even a top 5 Awakening on Rune. Low key though.
Yeah, we see the Juno ban come out. High key, down for the Imi ban. I'm gonna say what the people have been thinking also known as parroting what other people have said for a while. And I think we just hit him with a
Yeah, I don't like
hit
this
the
Asher
squad.
ban, to be honest. Well, I think like you don't ban Aimee because then actually Jay's character pool's limited because Jay has like it's really I haven't seen
No,
anything other than Juno, Aimee, Estelle, so they
yeah,
can
I'm saying
first pick
Pass should
Estelle and
ban
put you in a weird spot. They're definitely
Pass should
picking
ban
Aimee
Aimee.
though. Yeah, there's no world where they're not picking Aimee here. Oh, Pass? No, Pass
Oh,
are gonna pick it
true.
because Hungry
Okay.
Boys. It's Hungry Boys one. Used to be a Hungry Boys one trick.
Yeah, I forgot. No,
So
you're right. Hey, and good work on the draft pass.
yep. So this is the classic. You're playing versus Jay. You ban Juno, pick Aimee, or you do it the other way around. You can ban Aimee, pick Juno. But this is what pretty much everyone has been doing, which usually can force out an Estelle pick early. They probably will just leave it though. They might even just leave it because they know this Aimee's going midfield. I don't think Mangoes plays Aimee. I'm pretty sure Mangoes just sticks to melee goalies and like Rasmus, but we will see. I don't. They might be like, but what if they pick it? But they're like, nah, they're not gonna pick it. Just give us the best comp in the game: Atlas, Estelle, Rasmus, and then they have Aimee in return with Timeless, which is pretty good. But honestly, the Atlas Rasmus is a pretty scary trade for just Aimee and denying your opponent's midfield. So, red side looking pretty good here.
Yeah, definitely agree. We are probably just going to see Atlas, Estelle, Rasmus, and that's so good. And on Spark of Focus Star also sounds really good. Here comes a Mako. Big Mako hitting the building. And I like Mako Aimee. That's Mako now. I don't.
That's now goalie Mako Brawler.
Oh,
Aimee midfield.
Mako Brawler. Yeah, you're right. And you are correct. And
yeah, that's great.
I was a little lost. I showed up.
Hey, me too.
A
Me
5-year-old
too.
in the toy section.
I just remembered that. Yeah. Mangoes does have a now goalie. So
yeah, and you can play Mako Brawler. It's an observation, perhaps, is that this past team has some interesting and unique drafts.
yeah, Mako is seen as a counterpick to melee goalies. I do think that Atlas is the best melee goalie into Mako. However, I think your secondary can counter the ult, and that's pretty important. Mako can also counter the Atlas ult by like blocking it by standing on it, but it's kind of tough. So we'll see if the Mako forward can show it bear its fangs. But at the end of the day, you're playing against Atlas, Estelle, Rasmus as Mako, which is like one of the more annoying forward duos to deal with as Mako, mainly Estelle being the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Like Rasmus can also just use primary or hook to get you out of your secondary, which is pretty annoying, especially the primary. It's just really easy for him to just expend to stop your secondary. And Estelle can just primary you if you're holding secondary when you're in the corner, which is usually where you want to be as Mako on defense. So just a lot of it's looking a little rough, but I do believe in the like potential that each member of PAS has on the character they've selected. They've all picked characters that they're comfortable with. They've gone full comfort here, while their opponents are, I would say, a little bit off their comfort at least. So
yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't say they're uncomfortable by any means. I'm pretty sure Wisp is very comfortable into Atlas especially, but the other two are on their like second or third, probably like quote unquote best pick. Not to say it's their best thing they could have picked. Like it's not better than other pick. I don't know. I'm not going to explain what I meant by that. You can figure it out on your own. Some of you will understand, and some of you will very reasonably not understand what I meant by that. But yeah, I mean, here we go. It's Estelle Rasmus. They're going to take both your barriers. You're playing now goalie, and it's in. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are, everything you just said is correct, and that's going to be a quick point. I believe in Pass's comp to scale, but we are also on the Spark. Sorry, well, actually, only Tragic has Sparks. Things are looking a little rough for Pass. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh,
their goalie's dead. Just dead.
Yeah.
Dead and gone. And
this is looking, dead and gone. Justin Timberlake.
Shout out.
Shout out.
a good glitch pop is going to be getting that second barrier, and with Mangoes Are Yummy back, there's hope.
There is a lot of hope. And I mean, the ult will save your life and your energy, but that was kind of funny animation. But it won't save the goal. So I mean, Hungry Boy went kind of Mambo mode that point and got barrier and goal both with glitch pop. So and that's what I meant by like, even though their comp is just definitely way worse, like Hungry Boy is a beast on the Aimee. Like look at that, gets the barrier, and Tragic is probably a beast on the Mako. Like I don't really know.
They did first pick Aimee, and it's showing because it's working out really well. Hungry Boy is doing some good home style Aimee things. Tragic executed that guy publicly. It was like brutal, honestly. Hungry Boy almost got that barrier too, or almost at least won that interaction with glitch pop.
Oh, good.
That was pretty
Mangoes.
scary. Yeah, but now Mr. Zert is back, and they've got a turret. They've got a lot. I think Pass has a lot of resources, opportunity to win. Ooh. Almost did it right there. Good catch by Wisp, but they've got to work a lot harder for it, I think.
The annoying part about Jay is Jay always has a cooldown. There's always something just up when they have the offense going. Which is why Jay is just works so well with this Estelle. It's just been a really big pickup for Jay, covering. Like it wasn't like low key was always like kind of there, but Juno and Aimee used to just be the two. But Mangoes takes one step too far forward and doesn't think that he has to flip, so Core's going to go in. But these last 2 points look much better than the first point. It now has been looking a lot better. It's being played very similar to how like Rasmus is played, which is kind of how the goalie works. Is that you just run up to them and use your secondary to prevent the core from getting to them, where like Rasmus uses like primary, but great glitch pop to grab that barrier. And now putting them in the corner, it's going to be a scary spot. Hungry Boy does need to grab like a flip or something, but we'll see what happens. The damage from Mako and Aimee has been like super like not over, like a little overwhelming, you know? Like it's been good. Mm-hmm. It's been good. I don't want to say it's just whelmed, but Tragic is able to get a great dribble there and then hit that one in versus the double goalie. And it feels like this is what I mean. Like last game, it felt like they just didn't have options, especially on Taiko where the core moves so fast. They can't just contain and get a 2v1 play going. But now that they have an Aimee, and now that they have really just the Aimee, the Mako is very similar to like any other shove brawler. But the Aimee means that they can make plays together as a team more often. Hungry Boy has more agency on the offense, and they can find plays like that. So this comp looking a lot better for them than last game, despite being a little weird.
Definitely. I do agree. I think the damage coming out from Aimee and Mako is really substantial. You know, is getting things done. I think Tragic has just started like hanging out forward a lot more, and I think in the earlier points this game was using abilities in midfield, and I think that's not bad, but hey, you show up and you save all your cooldowns for getting them barriers. That's pretty good, and that's what we've been seeing these past few points. That being said, Ember's Flame got the open net, looking good. We see Pass trying to get this last barrier here. Tragic has a flip, could do it, but they've just got to do it.
Secondary not coming out in time, but there's the flip. It's gonna be really hard to cover, but need to trust Hungry Boy a little bit more there to cover that top bit, and just see that little angle, but didn't expect that the triangle wasn't going to cover that part of the goal. And unfortunately, and I was going to say, overall though, Mangoes played really well at that point. I think his teammates let him down on a few strike wars they needed to get the clear out, but they weren't able to get. But in the end, makes one small mistake, and that's all it takes for a goalie to lose the point. But we have the perfect form coming out. We see Unstoppable on the Mako to counter the Atlas, so that'll be kind of nice. Unfortunately for the side of Pass, this team player I think is going to be very nice on Wisp, and they also got a Catalyst and Big Fish. They all got maybe the best possible awakenings
that might have been the best
their characters could have gotten. So
for Ember's playing here. which
Yeah,
is not pass pals is not what you want to hear right now. But I think the unstoppable on Tragic is looking pretty good, and perfect form on Hungry Boy will enable the current win condition, which is kill Mr. Zert. Like take that guy out, and then obviously you still have like an Estelle, who is that character is just enough to get things done. Oh, a little bit of a Sad Boys episode right there. But just things are again looking rough for Pass. But all that being said, somehow, like in unbelievable fashion, every single time, I think, like, Pass is cooked. This is over. And how are they gonna do this? Ember's Flame's just like, they've got this.
They have some crazy sort of combination of offense or abilities to get through. Like Tragic, like it feels like, oh, the ult didn't work out. That's not very good for Mako, and then just hit some crazy like Strike War, like Hungry Boy does something to help out like that. The Cyber Swipe's gonna come in hot, just like they just look like a whole new beast on the Aimee. Just the signature character. It's for a reason. Like it's just so much presence over the map. You can help on offense so much better. I mean, Estelle can do pretty much a lot of the similar things, but especially like alone, you can see Hungry Boy just able to punish so much. Just like all these passes are no longer easy to do. Last game, they were able to freely pass between goalie pretty much, but no longer is that the case. Tragic's able to break through and grab the bear. Hungry Boy's going to grab on the other half of the field, grab a different KO. Now Tragic's going to try to Strike War it in, but isn't going to quite get it. We just need one good Strike War here, but Mr. Zert reaches way far back to grab that one, and now in a scary spot, Jay uses all 3 cooldowns, isn't able to get it through though. Mangoes with a well-timed flip to prevent that from going off, but now he's going to win the Strike War versus the Hook. Tragic did have an opportunity to score before, but struck first a little bit too early. We'll see if he's able to get through this time, but Jay has the cooldowns to help on defense. Hungry Boy goes for something a little fancy, but isn't able to get it in time. Tragic will have flip soon, so if they can stall for that flip, get Tragic in a good spot to hit this flip, either on the goal line or a bit farther back, they could turn that into a goal. It looks like it's going to be their win condition for now. Hungry Boy also, I was going to say, has this turret coming up soon, so good play there. But great flip from Wisp into a whiffed Cyber Swipe into a non-KO. It's going to turn his game around. Ember's Flame looking a lot better here. Mr. Zert is going to be KO'd quite soon unless something happens, and something happened. So it's going to be a possible goal. Megos covers the goal, but Jay's going to cover it harder and get that blink in. No Dash Awakening needed, just covered so much space with the great positioning. And that's going to be a goal that really probably should have went past his way, going to Ember's Flame.
Yeah, really well played. The offense that Zert and Jay are able to put up is just like spectacular every time. Looking really good. And hey, they're like ahead this game, and they're up a game, and all
these are all true. These are all true facts.
I've got all the observations on deck. I fact checked and everything. You can check the overlay.
All right, I mean, I thought they said there'd be no fact checking. All right, I'm sorry. All right, remember Hungry Boy gonna pass this one. The Tragic.
Hungry Boy.
Yeah, Hungry Boy. Oh, man.
We'll pivot real quick.
That guy's awesome. But yeah, Aimee turret is not going to get through. Wisp with a great Strike War versus the Aimee turret on the line. Probably going to have to flip here. Might have not had to because of Zert's actually ult, which is kind of interesting. Zert kind of saved it, but flip going off either way, the Seppen offense, so not too bad. Hungry Boy, though, the core's moving a lot faster, which means it's harder to hit, but Wisp is in jail! Just like didn't want to risk walking up and then getting clipped like Tony and of walking into the Mako thing and getting KO'd. So
I love that clip.
Just had to let it in.
Like the expanse was actually like really good. Oh, Hungry Boy as survived a nuclear warhead. But yeah, I don't know. The cage had insane value. Locked that guy up for his foul crimes of having flip, I suppose, and it really just led to that goal and passes up this set. Potential to win this set. Not if Mr. Zert has something to say about it though. Going a little crazy in the 1v3 here.
Oh, can they get the center explosion? They can't, and it's in.
And it's in, and that's tying up this set 2-2. It wasn't last set 0.5. I think another 0.5, if not just like still. These teams are going back and forth, and again, it's Ember's Flame has such a perish midfielder. They have such a consistent win condition, and
No, I mean, I'm
and
not
some
biased.
and some explosive plays.
Oh, no. Wait, double? One time? Oh.
For the one time though.
Hold it down! Hold it down, Hungry Boy!
Oh
Tragic,
my
the third
God!
goalie! The third goalie! There's the secondary! Mango's is back online, but the secondary is from Zert. It's not going to be enough. Tragic needs to get it, and somehow I don't even know how that hit that! But Mango's gets stunned, and it goes through, and Pass really needed that set, and this game is looking a little dark for this team, as the sparks will surely arrive. And there's the spark of strength. You might not even take it, though, to be honest. Did it even take
Got this for the
spark?
spark.
He doesn't even need to take it. He can take fight or flight because Hungry Boy didn't take spark either, so it's like he's in an awkward spot. He's just going to take the missile prop to deny Atlas, which I guess is fair, but a little bit of a weird one, I will say. I don't know how I feel about this draft. I don't even know if Estelle probably could have just went aerials, to be honest, and then Atlas is just left with something good, with either hot shot or spark. But I mean, all good, all good.
Yeah, I just like I'm in awe of this game because that again just Ember's Flame is so much more consistent, and they've just been like regularly just like playing well and doing things. Pass has been like every once in a while they just like explode and something crazy happens, and it's also been happening consistently enough that they're still in it. Like the game's not over. It might be set 3, and like
Tony! Tony, no! Don't go with those guys' AirPods in. He can't hear us.
You can't hear Tony. The ensnare drum is it's gonna ensnare you. You've got to watch out. Tragic is dead.
Yeah, Tragic also, I like low-key cast that and had a shot in the open net, but all good. It was a tough shot. So now it's up to Hungry Boy once again to score, and what a crazy setup. Just puts the ult down in the perfect spot to be like difficult for Wisp to walk into it without getting stunned, while also catching the core. So just a beautiful play from Hungry Boy. Our Bang Bang sub, Hungry Boy, by the way. Ex-NASL player, ex-NASL substitute.
That's true.
That was low-key also the starter for Core Overflow in Season 2.
Season 2. Yep.
Shout out.
Old heads remember. This guy's been around for a while. And hey, we're seeing Ember's Flame, some new blood showing up, getting some good stuff happening, and this game is like a different breed. I was gonna say a form of torture, but I'm still having a good time. I just like don't know what's going on. Anything can happen. Anything can happen at any time.
Yeah, it's something, and that just happened at a time. In fact.
At a time. What? Yeah, saying anything can happen at any time. Yes, correct. Duh.
No, I mean no. It's not dumb. It's not dumb. We know what you're saying.
Yeah,
Everyone.
This game is. This game is just like attacking me in ways that I didn't know are possible.
Whoa, that was
things that I've never seen.
There was a crazy offense. Like that should have been the most insane offense ever, but the Atlas Expanse like barely blocked it. Like Hungry Boy had a crazy dash to like catch the flip, but it didn't work out. Now Hungry Boy has flip. Is looking to make a cool play, but Jay wins a great strike war. Gonna turn that one around, but the damage is piling up, and Mako damage is pretty real. Low-key Tragic probably should have just went like siphoning this game. They start killing
Low-key though.
Lowest of Kizzulers, but we'll have to see if this goes in. Not quite. Glitch Pop doesn't catch it but crazy angle. Also not going to send it in. But the strike shot will miss. So despite everything, this point going crazy, like honestly pretty well. Just one random strike is going to dispel the end of pass.
One random strike will be putting it in. A little bit of a second tap coming in from Jay, making sure it's in there, and like we're on series point.
We're on series point. Ember's Flame are on the cusp
could be it.
of the greatest bracket, maybe perhaps the greatest liftoff run of all time.
The triple upset gambit could be coming into full effect, or it could be past his time to show up. Anything is possible, and I do mean it. Mr. Zerd is once again feeling the pain.
Yeah, right.
It's the
Has
story
the
of this
crutches.
series. Yeah,
But sometimes it doesn't matter. Mr. Zert has flipped now. It's just going to flip it to Jay. Jay has all the cooldowns up, as always, but still isn't able to quite get it through. Mr. Zert is now staggered. And the goal is open. Like, surely this could not go any better for pass from here. Surely.
They just have to get it in.
They just have to hit the
looking
core
for the kill.
in. Oh, they bang.
Spectacularly played.
Tragic able to grab that one. Now has to use abilities to score, though. But really, Hungry Boy can help out a lot with the IME. So we'll see how that works. Triangle is going to help out. Hungry Boy just going to hit that in. Forced to flip out. Mangoes are yummy. It's going to pass it to Hungry Boy. Hungry Boy to Tragic. Tragic to Hungry Boy. Tragic to the goal. Not going to be able to find something. Teleport back, Mangoes! Did not teleport back. Lost the barrier for fun again. He's a flip. Pass it down. That's fine. Tragic's got a shot on the goal. Let's see it. Hungry Boy, strike it. Dash flip. Strikes it in. Jay almost recovers. But pass are still in it. And there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
It's not over till it's over. This might be the greatest comeback in Liftoff history.
This could be the greatest comeback. We could have gone from the greatest upset to the greatest comeback. Oh, that really could have been a barrier, but just one of two things needed to go right. Mango's able to get that save at the last second. Is doing a good job of keeping it in the corner and winning the interactions, but eventually if Jay can win a strike war plus primary, it just gets so scary. But hasn't happened yet at this point. So right now Mango's in a tough spot. Hits it where Zert's covering. It's a hard angle to hit. Kind of a 50-50 to be honest. But Hungry Boy needs to get through and grab this barrier, but just can't. Tragic's trying to like deal damage right now, but on the open net, there's just Hungry Boy can't assist in the damage like he was able to before due to the amount of forward pressure that's coming up. Now Zert's going to go for a shot, but Mango's is going to block with the strike shot. Jay has the flip. Tragic tries to go for damage and accidentally hits it back to Jay, who just flips it in. And that's going to be Ember's Flame making their way on the landing. What a run from this team. Yeah.
3 upsets in a row, the back-to-back-to-back, finishing it off with an Abomination series. It's just like a constant, at each point was a clip.
Fun fact about Ember's Flames is they didn't lose a set in Launchpad 1. I don't know if you heard about this. I don't know if many people heard about this. That they didn't lose a set, and they didn't lose a set in this series. This
is news to me. And that's
played quite great.
I think true. Yeah, really, really well done by Ember's Flame. If anyone had their doubts about this team, pack them up, put them away, shove them out. They did it.
Yeah, that game was super what's the I can't remember. I forgot the word. It looked close, even though it was closer than it looked. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, that's so hard. I mean, I'm an idiot, but it's 6 goals. It was every set went to 0.5, even though it was a 3-0. It was as close as a 3-0 can be. I still believe in pass to make it in through losers. They'll either be playing one of Now's Baru of Strikers, Flying Blobos, or the Rose Petals. They have quite a bit of time to wait and relax and gather what they learned from those games. Maybe don't pick Atlas Julie and then not go stacks on Tycho Temple. But honestly, I there were a lot of signs of life. I think there's definitely a world where Pass wins that game too. So they've got some things going for them. But so good luck to them. But yeah, Ember's Flame and Modern Magic both making that through winners.
Yeah. And those are two teams straight to landing potential NASL teams, which is huge. Stay tuned for that tomorrow. But until then, I believe we're cutting to a short break. I don't know what'll be next. I could not. Actually, I probably could tell you. I could not tell you. Sorry, I lied through my teeth. But Liftoff isn't over. We've still got 2 more teams that have to qualify. We've still got plenty of games left. So, I think that'll be it from Fudgy and I. Anything else you've got?
Nope.
Cool. Then we'll be back in a little bit for some more games. Bye-bye.
Bye. As a steal.
Welcome back, everybody, to Liftoff. And we're getting back into it, season 5 of Liftoff. We're gonna see some pretty interesting teams here. We got Rose Petals stepping up to the plate here with Doxy, Twisty, and Luke. And we're also gonna have, make sure I have this one right here, the NASL Bureau of Strikers, Spooked Alter, Scandals, and Striker Kai. Now I'm hearing there's a little bit of lore going on here, Liari. Maybe you'd like to let everybody know what that is.
Yeah, Striker Kai and Twisty kind of like have teamed together before, duos a lot, friends. There's definitely a big battle. They've like played in previous Launchpad qualifiers before last season and were like deciding games against each other. There's a lot here. And I'm really excited to see how these teams do. Scandals, new midfielder coming from Knowledge Gap and OSAS. Has been performing well today, showing a lot of picks, and same with Spooked Alter, has kind of grown over time and come into his own as a brawler, picking a lot of different things. The Asher here, which is not really one of his most common picks. And then on the other side, Rose Petals, Doxy, Twisty, Luke. Luke, one of my favorite goalies in this entire tournament. And he's been spamming Rune all day, which is really cool to watch. And I'm assuming this is on Taiko Temple, because I've seen this literally every single game I've watched from them today. Yeah.
Oh my god, this is actually kind of a crazy start here, as we have Chrono Boost and Adrenaline Rush, and Octavia does seem to be showing up here, which is such a crazy pick, right? Like, Octavia gets super powerful, starting with Chrono Boost, but then the opponents are going to have Zentaro, Vice, and Rune to just like deal damage, get a bunch of kills, and Adrenaline Rush is going to even make that more enticing for them too. So I think it's really going to be all on Scandals here to try to avoid a little bit of damage, get a lot of great evades in there, and Striker Kai to get those Celestial Interventions to keep them up.
Yeah, and like Luke went Strike Shot Chrono Boost. You can see exactly what he wants to do this game. If Scandals presses the evade button, it's going to be pretty hard for Luke to do what he wants to do. And fails the first check, but we'll see how it develops.
Yeah, Twisty getting really on in there. Both barriers going down right now. They have a little bit of momentum here, though, as we're going to have one little anomaly come up for Luke. It's going to leave, but Doxy has the ball now. Spooked Alter right in front, grabs the barrier with the barrier beam. Striker Kai does have flip to get it on ahead here if they want to. Scandals doesn't keep control of the ball here. The Supernova almost gets a goal, but now in the hands of Luke, going to try to get it out with another unstable anomaly. A help. Scandals looking a little bit low, and if they can get that, they might be able to secure the goal.
Yeah, and I mean, this is like Twisty's on her signature Zentaro, has a lot of clippable moments on this pick, and I'm really excited to see what she can do, especially starting with a Dash Awakening. Lets her just create so many more big plays from midfield. Scandals has speed though, bringing the Corrupt Alter almost as flip.
Yeah, keeping a lot of pressure on here. The flip, it does seem to be showing up. Actually, it looked like Twisty might have saved the ball and then gets it either way. Striker Kai a little bit mixed there, didn't really have an evade, I'm pretty sure. Kind of got the energy from getting hit there, but it's going to be first point going on here to Rose. Nicely on in there. I mean, really interesting with this rune pick, as you mentioned a minute ago. Strike Shot and Chrono Boost. I mean, kind of crazy to try to go for so much, a little bit of extra mobility, a little bit of extra banish duration, and Strike Shot for Taiko Temple. Kind of volatile, in my opinion. I feel like it does a lot and a little at the same time.
Yeah, I think like the biggest reasoning for me here is just like, he really wants to banish Octavia when she has her speed up. And I think like this is a pretty effective thing to do against this level of player. Who, I mean, we haven't seen Scandals evade a rune banish yet as far as I know. We'll see if he picks that up, because it really is just like the defining way to decide how this matchup is going to go. Twisty, huge position here, gets the barrier, and there's an open net.
That was really close there. Luke actually missed a strike shot, but no problem. Actually, much problem, as the ball lands right into Spooked Alter's hand and does get a bottom shot there onto the goal. It's going to be 1-1 right now. It's going to be a pretty close match here, though. A couple of Adrenaline Rushes here. 2 Adrenaline Rushes on the side of NASL Bureau. So a little bit extra cooldown there, but I think as the game kind of goes on, the kill awakenings are going to show up, and Octavia is going to be in a whole lot of trouble, as we can see right now. Scandal's just at nothing, which actually gets them basically out of the game for a while, even trying to get a little kill there with the base drop. It doesn't seem to work out. The healing from Atlas also helping a lot. So this is going to be a lot of coordination here coming from NASL Bureau if they want to make sure they keep themselves alive and keep these barriers up.
Yeah, and something I wanted to highlight is like Striker Kai is a midfield main, just kind of filling in goalie last minute for this team. He's played goalie in Westie Draft League before, but it's pretty this is a pretty big step up in a game where they're basically 2 series away from qualifying for the chance to qualify at landing or at NASL. Seeing his performance here, he's been picking melee goalies all day pretty much, really safe, stable defensive goalies, and I think looks like he came in with a firm idea on what his team needs, and he's executing on it.
Yeah, for sure. Nice little trick shot there from Doxy, but doesn't seem to work out there. Spooked Alter does have control and grabs the barrier through Luke. It's going to be a tough one here to hold this. The Scandal's approaching with the flip, but here comes the Path Splitter. The Path Splitter is the thing that's going to make Luke's life hell. Going to sink the ball, deal a bunch of damage, and that move is really hard to deal with sometimes. Really, sometimes only flip is the thing that's going to stop it.
Yeah, you kind of Luke had it as evade there, but it's hard because Rune has cast animations. He's kind of a character where you need to think a lot. It can be hard to get those quick little button presses off, but Scandal keeps taking so much damage from Twisty, and they're not able to find the kill, but even just wasting this time is pretty important. Although Scandals plays it really well and ends up staying alive, getting speed, and getting a barrier, kind of greeds too much and dies for fun, but it was good until then.
Yeah, surviving perhaps just long enough, though, as we do see that their team does have 2 points right now in this first set. Striker Kai holding it down quite nicely. Spooked Alters making those barriers fall, actually, right when they get the control here. But Twisty does get a slice and dice to steal that barrier from Striker Kai. This Thunderstruck is actually going to stun Striker Kai, but they're going to survive until the lightning from the power cord is the thing that's going to sink that goal. Really great call on Doxy to have that cooldown up there, and it's going to be 2-2 for this set. Big deal for the kill comp to try to get their first awakening.
Yeah, and right now both Rune and Spooked Alter, or Luke and Spooked Alter, are about to have flip, and how they end up using this ability is going to be pretty huge. Luke can basically nullify Spooked Alter's flip, or Asher can have an Asher moment and just get both barriers. However, Twisty and Doxy, really good offense, great passing plays, and Doxy just keeping the core up really well, kind of dismantling now's burrow of strikers.
Yeah, definitely something that we can see Vice be doing, especially with some really great plays. Supernovas can kind of destroy the whole team and a couple of barriers all in one go. As we do see Luke. Okay, it's going to be... That was like a dash kill there. Kind of maybe lost all their health right at the end, but it's going to be a power play here for Rose. It's going to be a big moment here for Doxy. Actually, they lose control of the ball, and it's going to be enough time to stall for Asher to come back. Now they show up here. Doxy does still have flip. Maybe uses it to get a kill onto Scandals here. Actually going to take control of the ball into the hands of Striker Kai with the secondary. He's going to hold that one down. Luke going to get on in there, but doesn't seem to work out. Still has both barriers. Waits, banishes. Supernova comes out. Still holding onto these barriers, though. Rose doing a great job.
Yeah, and Spooked Alter, though, passing the evade check on the Rune Banish. Kind of huge, almost gets stuff out of it, but Twisty has flip up now, and this is a really scary spot to be if you're Atlas. Open barriers and enemy brawler has flip.
Ooh, yeah, really tough spot there. Luke kind of gets pseudo double barriered there. Gonna try to hold this one down, get the ball to Twisty as fast as they possibly can. Twisty knows he can't use the flip until he's close enough, but just not enough time. And it does seem that Narrow's Bureau is going to actually take the first set, which is a little bit of a surprise when you look at these comps, but some good gameplay is going to be just good enough. And Octavia, probably the best one on their team to get that first pick.
Yeah, getting Castellast here, there's Catalyst ego up. I think, I'm not 100% sure I'm not the most well-played Octavia player, or most played Octavia player, but there's an argument here. You go something else, enemy team gets both energy awakenings, which is kind of scary. It's definitely a really good draft for blue side. I mean, Atlas even gets a rapid fire, but Red has stuff to work with at the very least, and we'll see how Rose Petals can kind of come back together this round. That last round was really only won because Spooked Alter and Scandals kept the core up for so long, and Rose Petals just weren't able to get it out, which is something that this comp can struggle with. Vice, not the biggest core control character. Rune, once his abilities are out, he kind of doesn't have anything else. And he has no CDR yet.
Yeah, true. No passive really for Rune to make use of when their abilities are down, and they have a solid cooldown. They're interesting moves because they don't have super big impact on defense really, but they kind of have great impact on offense. So it's kind of tough to use them. But like you were saying before, I have seen people take Catalyst in that spot over Castellast, and it could be definitely warranted here, but we're gonna see if this Castellast can work out, because this Flow State has been up for quite some time now, and it's making some pretty good uses. They already have double barriers onto the opponent. Actually gonna get a Expanse kill on the Zentaro dash there. Striker Kai really making that one happen, though. Doxy does have Adrenaline Rush, gets it through, but they do lose their flip in the process. Luke putting up a wall right now. Actually does end up holding, though. Striker Kai getting a flip, though. Luke has his as well. Seeing if they can land it. Twisty getting on in there. See if they can make it happen. Uses the Oni Blade, but loses control here. Banishes the core. Kind of scary. Scandals can't seem to make it happen here with that base drop, and kind of just a slow round on to trying to get this goal. Luke gonna spend that flip there. Not gonna get too much off of that one. Scandals trying to save it with that flow state. Still has it up. Double flip here onto blue team, though. Okay, one flip from Twisty. That was really close, actually. Striker Kai saves that one. Okay, Scandal's going to try to give it to Spooked Altar. Luke does another great job of knocking that one away. Okay, the Expanse is going to hold the line here. The Oni Blade's going to make things a little awkward. Slice and Dice doesn't get the ball, but does get the Atlas, and it's going to be a goal here. The combination of Twisty and Doxy. Really great work on that goal there. The Slice and Dice taking the kill onto Striker Kai was huge.
Yeah, definitely. And my mic was muted earlier, but it feels like Rose Petals is having a lot of issues just like kind of keeping the core up and getting it in a good spot for Zentaro to kind of match abilities and score past Striker Kai. It's really hard because Luke is kind of being forced to use a lot of abilities on defense, and he's not able to like kind of place his pillars down and get a good setup for Zentaro to just wear down the enemy team. And we see that like Spooked Altar, if you're Asher and you just get the core, you're gonna get barriers against Rune.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were all three on defense when both barriers went down there, and Luke had to use both of their moves, didn't get it out, couldn't get it out. Now they're 2v3 and they get scored on there. If they could just get a little bit more offense, like you're saying, Luke would really be able to help out here, especially with the 1-2 punch. If they knock the ball against the pillar, it's coming back kind of hard, so they're gonna have to really try their best to work out an offense here, though. But it's gonna be against this Chrono Boost cast last Octavia, which is making things really awkward, even though she didn't get any more stagger. But I'm not sure if they can grab some kills, but it's going to be a really great double. The Oni Blade almost sinks it there into the hands of Spooked Altar finally for that. The Path Split is going to come in here and definitely get a barrier for sure. A flip coming out from Doxy, saved from Scandals there, up to Luke. Really great work. Not going to lose to his own pillar. That's great, though. Twisty just kind of puts it in. Really right past Striker Kai and spamming the Bro League emote.
Yeah, and some friendly banter between them, like I said at the beginning. Both friends duos a lot, and seeing Striker Kai in this goalie position is so weird. But I wanted to talk about Scandals' Octavia, which I've seen him play so much throughout like this qualification process in these Chrono Boost start type games. I feel like the team gets to start so often, and having like that pocket pick has, I feel like, consistently paid off for this team. So it kind of goes to show how sometimes like practicing Octavia can pay off really well, or you just miss the core for fun.
Slightly missing the core for fun there, but still has this flow state all the way across the board. Just going to use the Sonic Boom to grab it back again. Still has it, can make it all the way up. I mean, Castellas Chrono Boost is doing some insane work right now. Striker Kai gets to help hold it down here. Scandal's almost getting just enough speed to become the goalie and the midfield at the same time, though. That's just kind of what happens when Octavia gets a little bit out of hand, and it's only the second set, and she's making such a mockery of this team right now. Another goal here from Now's Bureau, and it's going to be tough here. Rose is going to have to get this next set if they don't want to fall too far behind. If Octavia gets another good awakening, could be curtains.
Yeah, also like Atlas is about to have an insane build if he gets like a single more CDR awakening. Asher is about to have an insane build. This is a really scary game. Unless like you get like insane draft like order and luck, it's just gonna be really difficult if Rose Petals loses this set.
Oh, okay, that was kind of nice.
That was Spooked Altar playing that pretty well.
Yeah, love that. Knock against the side there, barrier beam, second hit to just get it on through there. And of course, we see the Octavia just hitting the ball 6,000 times, gets the MVP, gets anything they want, could grab aerials, could grab a spark even if they so desire. Prime time to help keep the flow state up. A lot of options here for the blue team.
Yeah, and meanwhile, like Zentaro already has a dash awakening. That's 3 awakenings in this rotation that she kind of can't really go as well as the other ones. And Asher is guaranteed a size awakening regardless, unless they double deny, which they do. But now she gets Spark or Super Surge or Explosive. I think Super Surge, I feel like it's a little better on Aster, especially with Adrenaline Rush. You just kind of bonk people and they go right off the screen, but Explosive's still pretty good, works on your primary, and we'll see if Spooked Alter can find some KOs. Also with Primetime on Scandals, like you're never gonna see his secondary go away.
Yeah, definitely a lot of extra moves there is going to help keep that one up. Of course, we do see maybe one of the saddest Rune builds I've seen in a while, and everyone else may be kind of happy with their stuff, but Rune, you know Rune ain't too happy. Not seeing Timeless, not seeing Mon, not seeing even Siege Machine, something that came out relatively recently as far as Awakenings go, that really helps Rune out in some of the creation characters, but Luke gonna try to do the best they can with built different here. Size is always great, helps against Asher to win some strike wars. They do have both of their barriers down though. Luke defending for his life, going to use one of those moves there, secondary, to keep that ball out there. Doxy trying to get it to Twisty, but Scandals has a couple extra abilities to keep the ball into Spooked Alter's hands. Now the flow state comes back up, gonna try to use a base drop to keep it intact. Oni's Blade gonna make things a little awkward here for the blue team though, but they still have control in Luke. Kind of moves out of position, and Spooked Alter is just in perfect position to get it right on past. And honestly, now's Bureau is looking real good.
Yeah, it's not even the creation awakenings for Rune, but it's the CDR that he really needs to just be able to use his pillars on defense and then also transition them to offense. Otherwise, like, he ends up getting caught out in these like weird secondary timings and the core just barely slips by. Like, we just saw it twice in a row now. And it's just such a hard spot to be in because they also just, like, Scandals has so much speed and duration on the buff that he can just run away whenever he's afraid. And then the buff will still be there as long as he, like, primaries from a distance. It's really, like, a disgusting set of awakening pages.
Yeah, I think Scandals is kind of the breadwinner right now with that great build. Although Spooked Alter making really great use of a little bit of extra size here. Big Fish, even the explosive entrance, I'm seeing those secondaries go a little bit farther to increase the range of that Asher's presence, which is making it happen. I mean, barrier beams, all three players, the core grabs a barrier themselves, already double barriered, in position to get it right on through Luke and Doxy, and Spooked Alter actually just like, whoa, brain blast, mind-bendingly good positioning there, gets it on in, and that's going to be the first game over to Now's Bureau.
Yeah, and Now's Bureau looks so strong in that game. Like, you pretty much had the game go exactly how they wanted it to. They got every single awakening they could possibly want. The Rune never got going on the side of Rose Petals, and that's kind of one of those games where, like, you go into this game thinking, okay, like, this is like a 50-50 for my team, whatever. We're better, maybe it's like 60-40, 70-30. You have that game where you kind of get stomped, even though like they got 4 goals. Like definitely, like you could tell the last 2 sets were not going that great. So it's on Rose Petals now to kind of like work their way back up and keep their mental strong, especially because like this team has gone game 3 in so many games today. They've had so many reverse sweep comebacks. It's really hard when you're this late into the bracket. It's been like what, 6 hours?
Yeah, the fatigue definitely be hitting you when you're in a tournament a little bit too long, but they're still gonna have to keep it together though. They're not out of this one yet, and maybe not even out of the next one yet, as they probably gonna have to enter the next part of the tournaments though. But we're gonna see if we can get Luke on another slightly better Rune build here. I mean, even like just Timeless or just Prime Time, like perfect form, even just a little bit of perfect form to really help that Rune out, just to make something happen. And I mean, think about Taiko Temple, right? Like it's so easy for Rune to just like sneak in a Monumentalist or something, close the entire lane, and now everything is the worst for the enemy team. So it's like, and again, didn't even get like a siege machine to help the time on the pillar to make it so the next one will come up, whatever. So we'll hope that we'll see a nice Rune build there. But again, really great job from Now's Bureau, and it looks like they're gonna go on to the Oni village here with Fight or Flight, and hey, there's that siege machine, but we ain't gonna see Rune.
Yeah, and so this is a really interesting map because this, like, in theory, is actually a map that would favor, in my opinion, Now's Burrow, the Spooked Alter, known as a Rasmus player. Rose Petals ends up first picking the Rasmus away from Spooked, which makes a lot of sense because I think he can kind of take over on that pick. And they're not really worried about Scandals. As far as I know, Scandals doesn't really play Estelle. So makes sense that you're not worried about giving away like Kai Estelle, which is a really oppressive combo on Oni. And overall, like, Rasmus, Estelle, Mako, really solid team that Rose Petals has managed to kind of get for themselves. And when you're against Kai, Atlas, and probably like, Kazan's banned, so probably like Zentaro or something, or Asher. Asher's also pretty good. It's a good comp, but the traditional Oni comp is what Rose Petals has, and it feels like they're at least favored to win this game. See how it ends up going. They're on a lot more standard of a comp than they were last game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Rasmus Estelle really is like the forward comp team for something like Oni Village, and pretty crazy to see them both land on the same team right now. But they were definitely a little bit more interested in getting that now out of there, or at least their team was trying to ban now, and the other team banning Kazan for sure to get the Twisty off of that one. But yeah, we're gonna see what happens here. The Asher kind of interesting. I mean, Rasmus has just got this big presence, like Asher can move a little bit, has some presence there with the path splitter, but Rasmus has a little bit extra speed, big hit, big quick hits, and the hook is like so good for this map. So we'll see if it's maybe a minor brawler diff here when it comes to Oni Village. And I mean, Fight or Flight is an explosive awakening here. We're gonna see a lot of movement, a lot of crazy dribbles, and I admit I will give it to Rose team for the comp here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think so. The pro of Asher is that she is going to be able to score a little easier and confirm those goals a little easier. But Rasmus is able to kind of walk back more, help his team, help win midfield, and pull the enemy goalie out of the way if he in some situations. So there's definitely routes for for oh my god, Nowsboro Strikers. I hate that team name. It's so hard to say, mouthful. But I'm a hater. Anyways, there's definitely like a way for that team to win, and it's through Scandals managing to win midfield, probably against Rasmus and Estelle at the same time, and just getting the core up to Asher consistently, who then pushes it in.
Yeah, I hope that we'll be able to see Striker Kai get the ball over to Asher. I could imagine a world where it's like each time that the astral projection comes out, we might be able to clear it. But I think that like with some good gameplay and some speed, maybe the speed added by Mako, you can kind of knock the ball against the expanse and still kind of keep it within your own range, because it doesn't kind of blast the core on out of there. And that's his sole secondary. It's like a 22-second cooldown. So we'll see. I mean, the speed
exactly.
that Rose has might be a little bit overwhelming for Striker Kai's Atlas.
Yeah, Rasmus with size and speed might be everything that he wants. Like, we talked about Rasmus Estelle, but Rasmus Mako is just as strong. So getting all three. Yeah, and Fight or Flight, like getting all three, kind of insane. I'm really curious, does Striker Kai go Siege Machine here, or does he go Fight or Flight? I feel like the answer is probably Siege Machine, but I could see someone like arguing themselves into Fight or Flight. And I'm not a goalie, so I'm not really 100% sure, but really curious what he ends up picking, especially like as a midfield main playing goalie.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think on the surface, I would say Siege Machine for sure, because it's just like really great range, really good for the expanse as well, extra damage, extra knockback, which is nice. But it's like if he can really make the Fight or Flight work with the strike shot, I think that's kind of he didn't take it, but I feel like that's like an unexpected extra speed that you can sneak in there when you get like a strike shot onto someone or the core and grab that. But he's going to go Siege Machine, which is completely acceptable. Everyone else in the game going Fight or Flight because they know the power of such an awakening, and it's going to be, again, explosive. Like I said, the goalie is probably crying to see Fight or Flight as the awakening. I know I would be, but already starting out with one barrier on each side here, under a little bit of pressure right now. The offensive expanse comes out, but nothing much comes of it, though. Scandals does not have secondary, though. Up to Mako here. Spooked Altar has a chance to get it in there, but Luke doing a great job of knocking that one away, and it's probably going to end up... Okay, I'm already going to eat my words. I was going to say end up like an Oni Village game where the second barrier stays up until overtime, but no way. Actually going to get it past, though. So we're going to have a minor offense here for Twisty, going to try to get it through, but no shot right now.
Yeah, and any point where Striker Kai ends up losing that single barrier is going to be really hard for Nowsboro, because as we just saw there, Twisty found that really nice goal working with all that space that they were able to get and use because Striker Kai went Siege Machine instead of Fight or Flight. I think Siege Machine, really good choice, but to make that really good, you need to be able to keep one barrier for a really long time. it's weaker when the barriers are open.
Yeah, I can totally agree with that. Fight or Flight also just a hard awakening to use as the goalie as well, to like really get the value, really feel that you're getting some value out of that awakening. Though I think Siege Machine is just definitely more consistent for like any basic level of gameplay to try to get some consistency out of that one, though. And we could see that you mentioned earlier that Rasmus could just pull the goalie out of the way at some points, and that's definitely real. That is 100% real. The knockback, even in the goalie arc, is alarmingly high. So we'll see if that happens a couple more times here. Twisty does have access to such a move, though. Striker Kai, the actually offensive and defensive expanse, is going to help get that barrier, too. Doxy approaching, or not approaching, actually defensively here with that flip to try to get it past Spooked Altar, but man, gets it on through, right through both of them. Spooked Altar has just got this, like, this scope on right now and finding these goals, striking right on past the goalie.
Yeah, and it's really difficult when the game devolves into that, like, we saw at the end there, it kind of devolved into this, like, lane where everyone on Nowsboro was in the same speed lane on Oni Village, where you have to, then, if your Rose Petals play against Atlas Strike Shot, Atlas Primary, Kai Barrage, Asher Primary, all of this stuff that works really good in a line. So what Blue Team wants to do, what Rose Petals wants to do, is make use of open space significantly better than Nowsboro can. And that's kind of like the battle that we're seeing here.
Yeah, and Spooked Altar is really getting on in there. Great time barrier beams and just center stage with that flip. It's going to go right on in there, though. We do see that the Now's Bureau of Strikers is doing quite well. Once again, 2 points right now. And, man, Striker Kai maybe making use of this Siege Machine yet. A little extra range here. Also on the strike shot definitely helps for a little bit of unexpected offensive pressure here. Really great combination once again from the forwards here. Scandals and Spooked Altar. Strike shot doesn't seem to save the barrier, though. Now Twisty and Doxy have a chance to make it happen, but spends the cooldowns, doesn't make it happen just yet. Have one last offensive push, but kind of spending cooldowns to just keep control of the core, and Atlas would love that, as he has no problem knocking those away without some cooldowns.
Yeah, and this set's really important. If Nowsboro of Strikers manages to win it, that's like another chance for Alice to get some CDR, which goes insane with Siege Machine, for Scandals or Spooked Altar to get more speed or size, which goes insane with Fight or Flight, and it's just a really big snowball potential. But Twisty hitting all of these really great angles on these barriers, I've been seeing her do it all day, really good at sniping them out.
Yeah, really great. Also, nice angle there from Luke to clear that one away there. And they do make it happen here with a combination of Whiplash and that Rose Warp. It's going to be a little bit too much for Striker Kai. Doesn't seem to die, though. Look, they're standing right into goal, but not dead. Keeps that energy, though, right with the skin of their teeth. And it's going to be a 2-2 right now. Rose is not out of this one just yet. Mako opening up with that ensnare drums to try to help get those barriers there. Did you grab one? Possibly going to... Okay, nice. Actually, doesn't need to the flip to get it past Spooked Altar. Going to spend that one down. Yep, absolutely. Down to Luke there. It's going to be a drum and bass. See if Doxy and Twisty can help combo get that one, but doesn't seem to work there. Up to Striker Kai. Going to grab that barrier. Nope. Okay, Luke's another strike shot. And Oni Village, right? Am I right with this?
Yeah, Oni Village, little goofy, but Twisty, Octavia shrugging, Joker moment, getting it right through Striker Kai.
Yeah, dang. Striker Kai had flip, but was just surprisingly confident on that strike there. It was just like, absolutely, yes, I win this. But all right, we're gonna move on to Rose taking that first set here. Our little Twisty, who's got the MVP, and now they get a basic. This is like kind of catastrophic if you are Now's Bureau of Strikers to see Rasmus grab Rampage on Oni Village. I mean, this is kind of game changing. A couple of barriers, and it is kind of unstoppable, and kind of just unstoppable. You have to evade every single time in certain situations when you have to try to avoid that pendulum swing. But we'll see if they can reciprocate here, maybe with this Egoist, Striker Kai getting Missile Prop to get even more offensive pressure. Spooked Altar going to try to work on some of those sparks to make it happen, but the same team that has Rampage also has a secondary win condition, being team player. So I think that kind of the Rose Petals, as winning that set, deserves it. Got a nice, slightly better Awakening draft.
I think they got a slightly better Awakening draft for now, but in the future, Nowsboro can get some really scary Awakenings as a result. They can threaten Asher with Sparks, they can threaten Kai, if Striker Kai can get a single CDR Awakening and they're all still in the game, he gets so scary with Missile Prop and Siege Machine. Scandals has Egoist, that's crazy, especially if you get Catalyst. I don't know. really insane draft. Everyone gets good awakenings, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. But it looks like they're going to have to keep themselves in the game, though. Rose is going to try to push this advantage, although no barriers left right now. All three of them are working on the flip. They have it now. See if they can get it on through. Yeah, this is just an Oni Village classic where you get the barrier with flip, get the goal with the second flip. That'll work out. And Doxy and Twisty really getting it on in there right through Striker Kai. Now they're taking another advantage here with the first point in the second set.
Yeah, and clean goal. Luke has flipped, but on the side of Nowsbro, they almost have 3 flips, so this is kind of the point you really want to see go their way. But with the quick double barrier, it's going to be really difficult. Like I said, Fighter Flight Atlas, or Siege Machine Atlas without Fighter Flight, not going to do well in an open net. And they're kind of getting dismantled this game so far, in like the literal opposite of what happened last game.
Yeah, true. The Fighter Flight is really kind of going crazy. Even when you lose the Strike War, but you're still kind of in the fray, this Fighter Flight is not going to give up. It's going to make you fast. I mean, look at Twisty flying across the board, just big enough to even win that Strike War against Kai without even thinking about it. Scandals has Flip here to try to help defend, and all they're going to have to do right now is defend, as they have no barriers left here. Luke trying to even approach a little bit here. Strike Shot War going to end in the success here of Rose, as Dox is going to try to get that in there. They do get the flip out of Striker Kai. Okay, it's going to be Spooked Alter to try to spend their flip. The barrier beam with the help of Scandals actually going to be enough to grab the barrier. And this combination here that we're seeing on Oni Village is how you should be playing it.
Yeah, this is really good. And Spooked Alter almost with the insane ult. That was a really solid ult. And then the strike shot by Luke to save it. I feel like Luke is playing a lot more consistent than he did last game, which makes a lot of sense because it's really hard to be consistent on Rune.
Fair, yeah. I think Awakenings are more impactful on Rune than some other characters, which is such a dumb blanket statement for no reason. But either way, definitely gonna try it. Yeah, I think it's right too, but I'm trying not to be too confident about it because I play Rune. Smile. Nice primary there from Doxy. Got a piercing shot. That core right on through Striker Kai with the help of those Crystal Thorns. Not going to be able to defend that one. And it looks like Rose, with as we predicted a little bit before, with a really good comp on this stage, is going to take the second set.
Yeah, and the first set was a little close. That set felt like a huge snowball. And now Doxy able to get stacks on stacks, which with Fighter Flight is going to make her really fast. And then Rasmus getting Hot Shot kind of would have been willing to see that happen the other way around. Striker Kai going aerials instead of Hot Shot is incorrect when you already you have so much missile range already, and Hot Shot is really good. That is not the play, but that's fine. Meanwhile, though, Kai on his team, Scandals, is managing to get Super Surge, which does give him a little bit of speed to contest with the stacks on stacks that Doxy has, and hopefully, like, if I am Now's Borough of Strikers, I want to win the first point before Doxy gets her stack.
Yeah, before the stacks show up, absolutely. I do kind of agree on that whole Hot Shot pick there. I feel like, I mean, any kind of cooldown that you can get here, and core speed as well, it's gonna be super important here. But Scandals with that really great barrage is gonna get that one in there. Spooked Alter can't make it happen with the barrier beam just yet. Twisty just super in the fray there, trying to hold the line, and they do end up holding the line. Luke doesn't die there to the breakthrough, which is really important. In the hands of Spooked Alter one more time. The strike shot almost helped it on through, and a flip is going to work, but not long enough. As Spooked Alter does get a really great strike to cover that one, and that's kind of what you just do against flip. You cover as many options as you possibly can, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, and we'll see something I wanted to point out that we're seeing every round, right? Rose Petals is swapping their kickoff, which is something people do a lot on Oni Village. They're sending Rasmus middle, sometimes it's Estelle middle, sometimes it's Brawler. It just lets your Brawler collapse on the lane that the core spawns, basically, and gives them more ability to impact the play and do more things. And I think it's a good thing that they're doing. Helps Rasmus get barrier, like Rampage stacks do.
And we can see that too. Alright, Rampage stacks is already stacking up to 2 right there. Spooked Alter once again with the barrier hit directly into the flip in front of the board. It's going to be a goal there, and now this is exactly what the Bureau of Strikers needs, is to get a couple of goals here. Can maybe get Spooked Alter a spark or 2, and yeah, we saw that Aerials pick on Striker Kai, possibly deny, I mean, either going for more missile range just for the heck of it, or denying maybe Mako thinks they maybe get overwhelmed by a little bit of extra extra speed there, or maybe there's the jump from Estelle, but either way, tough pick there for Atlas, as they're going to be, I mean, still on the way to winning this next set, though. Spooked Alter, again, in great position there, almost lands it immediately, once again knocking it on over there. The strike shot from Kai with the Omega range. Actually, every single item you see on Striker Kai increases missile range, which is like,
He would have
this
got
is
that
the
without
max.
aerials. I'll say it.
I think you're right. I think you're right. But this is the Omega. You cannot get more missile range than this.
This is true. Yeah, I mean, if you can, I don't want to see it. So yeah, Kai, Scandals, it's hard because his teammate is Striker Kai and he's playing Kai. But Scandals, able to get Chrono Boost here, gonna let him get even faster when his secondary is up. It's gonna be really important how he uses that. But meanwhile, Mako has Spark of Speed, along with another Spark, kind of starting to get faster. And oh, this is actually huge. Atlas gets perfect form. Let me talk about this. Probably, especially with Siege Machine, which makes your ultimate last longer, one of the best CDR awakenings you can get on Atlas in this situation. It's going to be really important to see when Atlas presses ult, do his teammates stand in it to give him CDR? If they do, they can win this game. If they don't, it's going to be hard.
I kind of wish I could see Atlas's cooldowns as that moment would show up. All of them would be going down right at that spot. But man, watch anytime that look at the projection just showing up right into Luke's face anytime it is sent there. And we're gonna see a nice dribble there from Spooked Alter though, but doesn't seem to maintain control. The Rose Warp getting on in there right over to Twisty. Again, loses control for just a moment there into the hands of Scandals, but Luke does a great job of defending one more time. Spooked Alter has flip, but losing a lot of health in the process there. They could consider a kill at this point, but the flip, and Luke goes for a big old read on the top there, but doesn't seem to make it happen. I guess just covering top side is completely fair. Doxy on the bottom side to try to make it, cover as much options as you can. Didn't seem to work out there, though, and now it looks like the Bureau of Strikers, now's Bureau of Strikers, this is definitely a mouthful, is coming back just a little bit here.
Yeah, and this is a big momentum shift, right? The last set went 3-0, I think, too. And it's just, everything's falling really quick. It's really hard when you just kind of feel like you lose control of the game to get everything back in place and start playing correctly again. For the sake of this being a really competitive game, I want to see Rose Petals able to make some good passing plays again and hold some barriers so we can see like a really hype set 5.5.
Yeah, facts. I think Luke is definitely maybe using his abilities a little bit more offensively, which is definitely warranted. You can definitely... Careful there with the Giga Blast. Okay, Twisty approaching here with a couple of stacks of Rampage. Only 2, actually, though, in this set. Could have 4, I believe, right now. But not going to make that one work. Going to slay Striker Kai, though, with the Pendulum Swing. A little bit of extra power. 1-2 punch. Actually, probably not affecting the Pendulum Swing onto Kai. Either way, gets all of that energy on out of there. Grabs a kill, extra experience, too. And, okay, now, like you said, Rose is coming back just a little bit.
Yeah, and this is huge because Doxy has stacks on stacks. Twisty has Rampage. The longer this set goes, the better it is for Rose Petals. And we'll see if they can close it because Scandals had... Oh, huge.
That's a speed lane right there. Sometimes just the ball just shows up on your doorstep a little faster than you were ready for. You're still in the shower, but you got to answer the door. Oh my god, I actually don't want to make those references. Not because of the shower thing, but it's like, I feel like it's so cliche to make the references like that. Oh my god, I'm such a noob.
It made me laugh. I mean, props.
Did you like that? I didn't like that.
I mean, I'm really weird. I have like the worst sense of humor ever, but I liked it. So
I feel like that was such a normal commentary thing to be like, oh yeah, whatever. Either way, we gotta talk about this game. Luke losing a barrier. That's a catastrophic situation here, but does have flip to maybe add a little bit of offensive pressure here to Twisty and Doxy as they're completely on defense though at this point. Are they going to make it out? Scandals covering the whole board here with some of that extra speed. Striker Kai and Scandals both have flips. Spooked Alter going to get their own, but Scandals looking a little bit weak. Dies, losing that flip as well. Twisty a little bit weak right now too. Spooked Alter kind of sniffs out that weakness. Doxy going to try to get it on in there with... Okay, actually ends up missing the piercing shot, but does get flip in the process. Going to spend it here, but Striker Kai, an immortal wall, is going to hold it down.
Yeah, kind of, that barrier should have gone down, I'm not gonna lie. Rose Petals could have played that better. Striker Kai did a good job with his spacing and strikes, and now they're kind of in this lull state. Everyone used all their energy, and people are just kind of hitting the core in the direction of the barrier and praying it works.
Which is fair. I mean, hey, we do have team player on the side of Rose, though. They do have slight advantage here when it comes to overtime. So they're going to have a couple of faster hits. Their red balls to send to either of those teammates. And that's going to make things really difficult for Atlas. Just a whiplash only needed to grab that barrier. Overtime makes things so difficult. Luke sending it up there with the strike shot, but does do a great weight against that barrage for Scandals. Striker Kai gonna have a tough time blocking this one with literally no barriers left here, though. Gets the expanse up. Twisty approaching with the whiplash, and yeah, that's gonna be it. Rose War taking that next game and making it competitive like we wanted.
Yeah, and I didn't mention this, but 1-2 punch overtime against Atlas with no movement awakenings. Kind of good. Helped there at the end. And yeah, Rose Petals, they had a good comp. They pretty much... It got a little scary, which I think is really valid in this high-stakes game, but they pulled it back together. They played their comp correctly. And, well, now we're on Game 3, and I don't actually know what map this is. It looks like it's Clarion Test Chamber. So,
Yeah.
Clarion Test Chamber, kind of an interesting map. Atlas is a really good pick on this map. Both goalies in this lobby play Atlas. I'm really curious if they give it to Striker Kai, who, correct me if I'm wrong, but he played Atlas in Game 1 also, right?
Yeah.
I've seen him on Atlas a lot today. I saw one Drakkar game. Obviously, like, namesake, he probably has a Kai, but I think Atlas is the pick that makes the most sense for this team, and I'm really curious. I'm assuming it's probably blue side for Nowsboro based on them not having blue side in this game, which means they have first pick, and I'm really curious if they end up first picking Atlas if it's up. I don't know. I feel like obviously the team with Atlas didn't win this game, but it feels like, especially on a map like Clarion, where Atlas has so much power on so many different variations, I would want the Atlas.
Yeah, Atlas definitely quite good. Closing a couple of those lanes there, even with just the Astral Projection, actually holds the line in one of those lanes as well. And we can see that the Awakenings here are going to be explosive entrance and stacks on stacks. The Zentaro is picked. The Atlas is picked. And man, you'd be pretty happy to be Rose here if you're grabbing Zentaro, opening Awakening on the explosive entrance there for sure. Stacks showing up just like we saw last game, but for everyone in this situation, we're going to definitely see Atlas grabbing that stacks. Kai probably grabbing that stacks. I feel like everyone might be grabbing those stacks.
I think Twisty goes explosive if I know her. She likes to make explosive plays on the Zentaro, but... Oh, and we see Octavia again, which I did not expect to see in this game because it's not the best start for her. It can work. She can definitely get some really good awakenings. How the first set goes is going to matter a lot. And we'll see, because like Rasmus, like blue team also has Rasmus, but like they don't have Rasmus with Mako, so he's also going to need some time to scale and like get good awakenings for him. Meanwhile, like Zentaro is going to be really strong from the first set on. To me, I slightly favor Rose Petals comp here with the awakening pool, but we'll see. It's a really close game, and I think blue side can definitely scale.
Yeah, I also think I will slightly give it here to Rose. I do really like the Zentaro pick. The Kai pick is such a great support, and Mako in general does a good job of helping the offense in a bunch of different ways. And it's really kind of on the Octavia here for the Bureau of Strikers to make it happen. I feel like Rasmus and Octavia, just like on paper, I guess, just looking at the team, does not feel super synergistic in a way that you would like it to be. Atlas does a solid job of supporting Octavia, though, with a little bit of health and some backup there. But yeah, just as comp straight up, I'd say Rose has just a slight edge there. I like the more traditional. I just hate Octavia. Like I feel bad for everyone in this game, because it's like if you're winning with Octavia, then she's killing everyone. She's the best. She's the king. She's the unstoppable. And if you're losing to Octavia, you can't do anything.
Yeah, it's definitely like it's one of those things where if you just like let one set get away from you, the game can get into such a bad spot, and everyone ends up going stacks. So I was wrong.
Oh my god, they did. What? Twisty.
That means explosive entrance probably shows back up. I think it's fine to go 6 stacks. I would have been okay with explosive too, though. We'll see how it ends up going, which team can get the stacks first. I think it's easier for the red comp to stack stacks, except for, like, it's easier for Atlas to stack it than Mako, but everyone else kind of stacks it better on red side. And Twisty, really good goal there. Also got 50 stacks in that one round, double like the next closest. So
Yeah,
if she can
nice.
get that breakpoint earlier than everyone else, that's huge.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I've been in games before where I was the only one that didn't have stacks and always was like, man, this is unplayable, should have taken that. Maybe Twisty is just a little bit more aware of that situation. Explosive Entrance definitely makes, explosive plays when you have your cooldowns up, absolutely, but stacks helps you at all times as long as you don't die. And kills might show up. Oh my god, Scandals definitely had the lineup there, but ended up just moving a little bit too much to the one side. Stun! With the energy burst stun there from Twisty actually knocked Striker Kai, stunned them as well, and could not get to the core. Really great play, really great recognition there from Twisty to help get that goal on in there. And it looks like Rose is doing good. Good start here for Rose.
Yeah, and that's really huge. Like I've said, you really just want someone to get stacks first. Like you want someone on your team to get stacks first. Centauro has it. And Octavia dies, she has no stacks, everyone on red side about to get it. And I don't think you're really going to see blue team get many KOs unless, like, Rose Petals messes up. Meanwhile, Rose Petals can get KOs on Nowsborough Strikers. They have picks that can stack damage, and Mako, like, surprisingly does a lot of damage. And it'll be really up to, like, Striker Kai to get, like, high-value ultimates to stop that. And, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. We do see Spooked Altar taking a lot more damage here. Probably going to be the next kill target here to knock that flip right on out there. Luke, good job of defending it there. Good time strike. Looks like Twisty is trying to get Spooked Altar the heck on out of there, though. Ball in a precarious situation here with the Atlas Circle showing up, though. Down to Doxy. Twisty trying to sneak a kill onto Scandals there. See if they can make that one work. Doesn't, though, loses the barrier in the process. Now we have the secondary up here, Flow State for Octavia. Spooked Altar getting knocked around, but I'm not entirely sure what scored that.
It was the Giga.
It was the Giga? Yeah, okay. Oh,
I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
I thought
they
so too.
Giga over-focused for the kill there, pardon my pun. And as a result, they got scored on because they didn't, like, kinda didn't, like, push the Rasmus to the edge. They pushed him away from the edge in some cases, and it was just a really messy play, which is really unfortunate because that gives blue team time to stack the stacks back up again. Twisty, that's huge. Almost gets both. And, well, if they can finish this push well, especially with Atlas being so low, it's really huge for them. But now Twisty, about to die, and Doxy, meanwhile, I don't even know what happened there, but she popped off.
yeah, we're all watching. Let's see if Twisty can get those stacks, or if Rasmus can get those stacks off of Twisty to reset those ones. That would have been huge. Now that's why kills are a little bit more valuable here. And man, we see Octavia's draft show up. She is last though, well deserved, as she is the one being targeted for kills here. And like I said, Octavia just volatile to both sides. If you're losing with her, she's probably dying 15 times. So just getting her some of these awakenings, which they're probably going to deny. Yeah, Cast Celeste for sure to deny Octavia, leaving her with near nothing. She's gonna have to be Spark Octavia, which is easy enough to deny, a little bit awkward in general, but if she can get the Spark of Health, I forget what it's called, that'll be huge.
Yeah, so her build can scale, and then also Striker Kai with extra special if he gets perfect form. It's a lot of CDR. Unfortunately, Doxy went Chrono Boost, which made Luke go Castellas, which basically gives you nothing on Mako. I think probably if they wanted to double deny it, it would have been better the other way around. Not the end of the world though, they're still able to do a lot. Chrono Boost Kai is pretty good. And now, about to have triple core flip on the side of Rose Petals. They're also doing a little better this set too in getting stacks up, and we'll see how this ends up progressing.
Yeah, I like that Luke was really attentive there onto the down clear to try to make it happen, but Kai also had a strike shot there to contest that situation too. Striker Kai making a point of not clearing through the goal as things are a little bit scary, yet Twisty was ready for that one as well. Scandals does end up getting that one there with the base drop. Flips there, but gets stuffed by the perfect pitch from Luke, though. We're going to see if Luke can clear this one out from Spooked Altar. Sends it down, but too close to Scandals. A Soren angle might have been the ticket there.
Yeah, it was a hard clear to find. It's really unfortunate. So Scandals getting that KO on Doxy is huge. That is like the story of that point to me. It resets her stacks. It gives blue team some core control because they're in a 3v2, which lets Atlas get his stacks up. And Atlas trying to use his stacks kind of messes that up, but it is like the kind of play I want to see him doing. It is not the right timing.
I was fired.
That was fire. Spooked Altar though has flip, and it's gonna be pretty big how he ends up using this to get the single barrier away from Mako. Mako, another one of those characters, when there's an open net, it can be a little easier to score on her.
Yeah, true, but really great whiplash there from Spooked Altar to sink that barrier though. Doxy helping it on through the Oni's blade, but they still haven't gotten the barrier here. Striker Kai and Scandals on defense doing a great job here. The drum and bass trying to defend this one off here. Twisty knocking it against Atlas Circle to no avail, and Spooked Altar wins a fat double strike force situation there and lands that goal in there. Now as Bureau of Strikers bringing it on back here though. Yeah, I mean, if they can win this set and Scandals is the first one to show up, maybe some sparks might change this game.
Yeah, and it's likely that Scandals will be, because he is now the highest level on his team after being the last pick in the last set. So pretty safe to say that he probably has the most XP if they end up winning this round. And Striker Kai, meanwhile, though, getting a pretty big kill on Twisty, resets his stacks, or her stacks, and also Scandal's stacks getting reset. Hard to see what's going to happen. I really want Nowsboro Strikers to score this point if they want to win the set, because if they don't score this point, Striker Kai just got so much XP from that KO that, he's at risk of starting to get more XP and messing up the draft rotation, and things can get really weird. Yeah, long rant.
It's fair. It's like this next point definitely is imperative here, as the teams are just constantly getting experience here, though. We're going to have Twisty get it in there with the dashing strike, slashing strike, passive from Zentaro, either way. Loading up the flip as well for the next point, too, making things really tough here for the side of Now's Bureau, though. See if they can get a kill. Okay, that Slice and Dice could have gotten a kill on Spooked Altar, but getting out of the way nicely, though. Luke does not seem to be able to defend that barrier here. We have Octavia on the backside here to support Spooked Altar on all sides here. Yeah, this is a really great setup here for Octavia. She can just strike the Maelstrom ball in the middle there to keep resetting, but we have Twisty center stage flip loaded up, the passive too, and it's going to be a nice goal from Twisty.
And the Octavia shrug.
Oh, the Octavia shrug there too. Man, I think that they're trying to stop the Bureau of Strikers from getting any of this momentum here. They're going to grab those sparks.
Yeah, it's so big if Now's Bureau of Strikers manages to close out the set, and it's also big if Rose Petals does. Both of these teams on match point trying to book their ticket to landing. They have to win one more series after this, but this is a huge game. And Dox is about to have flip, Luke's about to have flip. Everyone in this lobby is about to have flip or has flip. And on set point, I'm really excited to see how all of these players end up using it.
Yeah, it could be a big moment here, especially on Bouncy House, though. We're going to have a flip popped there from Spooked Altar just to stay alive. The Celestial Intervention here going to, okay, double flip. Unfortunately there, the Synergy just was not making it on through. Luke defending that one, and now the opponents have flip to try to get the other barriers too. Scandals approaching with that base drop. Luke spending their flip to just defend that one away. Spooked Altar still a little bit weak, possibly a kill target. No energy left. Yeah, down for 13 whatever seconds here as they're gonna have this power play. Luke getting into position.
all their awakenings because they have double stack awakenings.
Oh yeah, Zero, he's got the rampage as well, so it's actually gonna have nothing left when they return here, and it's gonna be probably Rose is quite a big advantage now.
Yeah, especially with one barrier up on the side of Rose. This is like a really scary spot to be in if you're Nowsboro of Strikers. It's winnable, you have Octavia with stacks, but Twisty just sends it right through. Perfect primary. Rockets the core, they're up 2-0, and we'll see what happens, what shows up in this draft, because there's a lot of scary awakenings for both teams.
Yeah, you can see some of them showing up here. Fight or Flight possibly gonna have to be denied here. Big situation here for Luke to make a decision. Fight or Flight might be the end of the game if Octavia grabs it, but she does have Spark of Resilience too. It was just two really great picks because they chose that Spark of Focus.
And Octavia could have got Sagar too. You can't deny there, I feel like.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. I think this is the right pick though. You can still
nice
kill Octavia. For who?
That's like Nice Edge going to last pick. That awakening has not been nerfed since the last time it was in the game. It gives you so much power and speed, and like if Spooked Altar can use that awakening well, it could literally be like what decides the game.
True. I think it's going to be a little bit of the like stage dependency, right? I think on this setup, the Knife's Edge doesn't get anywhere near as much value as it does on the Atlas Circle, though. Which, I mean, is about a fourth of the game. I think there's 2 side lane, like real close to the edge setups on Clarion Corp, though. So about half the game, I think they'll have some really great value out of that one.
Yeah, and like even on Bouncy House or like on any map really, like there's gonna be times, especially when you have Rampage, since the bigger you are, the further away you can be from the edge and still get Knife's Edge value. It can get really weird and really scary. So really curious how that goes. If I'm Rose Petals, I want to end this set as fast as possible.
Sure, absolutely, definitely what they're thinking. Because I mean, think about Spooked Altar's build right now too. In addition to that, it just doubles scaling. It's going to be hard to stop this Rasmus once they get going. They're going to have really great help there from Luke's perfect pitch to get it on in. Really great positioning there. Going to land that one, take another point in this third set, and they're looking poised to finish this whole match off.
They are. Scandals almost has stacks on stacks, so if he can touch the core, he's basically 2 strikes away from getting it. And he'll be the first one to get it. And there's all of blue team really is like the closer team to getting their stat. So that could be a huge power swing in this round, unless red team can kind of make the round last long enough to get their stacks up or kill Octavia. It's getting a stack start on a game with an Octavia in it is so interesting because like there's so many like easy ways to follow like which team kind of has an advantage right now.
Yeah, and the Celestial Intervention helping a lot there as Scandals doesn't have to go towards the edge to grab one of those orbs, and now they can get really on in there as they won the Maelstrom orb situation. Gets cooldown, size, health, speed, and everything you could ever want. Twisty approaching fast with that drum and bass, with that flip. Doesn't seem to make it happen though. The Giga Blast helping through, but the Oni Blade stopping it once again. Luke spends the strike shot, misses, and spends an evade, just trying to hope to God that they had flip, but yeah, didn't seem to make that one work, and now Bureau of Strikers is saying we're about to stack, we're about to scale, and it's gonna be over soon.
Yeah, and we'll see. Definitely Rose Petals still has a strong comp that can do things, but Spooked Altar has 4 Rampage stacks, is just getting bigger and bigger, has stacks on stacks, and is just like, you can see how far away he is when he procs that Knife's Edge. He's like literally halfway across, like in the middle of that lane. And he has Knife's Edge proc, and he's just zooming.
Yeah, you're right. This is definitely probably the best setup here for that Knife's Edge for Spooked Altar, who's also just about to grab a flip here. Twisty spends theirs as well to no avail, though, just getting a little bit of evade situation. Luke gonna try to push onto the top side there against Kai, but doesn't seem to work out. Everyone is on the top lane. Octavia running for the ball, Kai as well. Striker Kai getting in there too. Doxy's going to try to help defend this one. Great strike from Luke to keep it in onto the top side. Misses the perfect pitch swing, though. And it's going to be the barrier going down. Now Scandals has it in their hand, trying to get it to Spooked Altar, who has that flip past Luke here. Super big. The pendulum swing doesn't land, and now Striker Kai has it.
Yeah, and well, the flip almost kills Scandals. If Luke can get this core out, it's a huge for Rose Petals. They're in a really good spot to score, and they do. Doxy with the perfect barrage sneaks it right in, and it's still anyone's game. Spooked Altar has core flip, but Luke and Doxy also almost have core flip, and this is Bouncy House, where anything can happen.
Yeah, the scariest setup for sure. And man, with a really good barrage, it really is going to need 5 strikes or a wall to stop it out when Doxy is lined up like that. Scandals trying to work on this flow state here, see if they can have... I'm trying to see if Octavia can have that kind of pressure right now with the flow state. They do have a chance, though, as they are stacking it up here in the corner. But, man, Doxy putting on too much pressure, so much pressure, that it's actually going to end the game here right on through Striker Kai with that flipping. It's going to be Rose Petals taking that one.
Yeah, and I mean, huge win. Twisty taking the win over her friend Striker Kai. Doxy, one of the founders of Animal Style, taking the win over one of like the most known members of Animal Style, Scandals. A lot of lore in that matchup. And I mean, Luke just kind of consistently performing, doing what his team needed him all day today. And now they're 1 series away from making it to landing. And I'm sure that's going to be the series we're watching next, right? The other one's not ready yet? Or, oh, it is ready. My fault. Return to form took it over Ball and Ballers pretty quick. But, yeah. Rose Petals, really good drafts, I think, in Game 2 and Game 3. I was really happy with, like, their comp, what they wanted to do, how they executed it a lot of the time. Kind of lost their minds a few times for KOs when they didn't need to, but it was well done. And now's Words of Strikers. I'm really excited to see how they do in NASA because they look really strong overall.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely ended up bringing that one back with some great awakening drafts there and some good synergy too. They kind of won that third game kind of pretty handily, I would say. Didn't end up losing a set too, and yeah, really great job there. Great win, and it looks like we're gonna go on just a little bit of a break here as we load up the next set of players here, and it's gonna be huge. Do not go away. We'll be back in just a little bit. Welcome back once again to Season 5 Liftoff, and we got some good stuff coming up here, dude. We are going to get Platinum exclusive, you know them well, and they're going to be playing against Return to Form, slightly unusual name here, but some familiar players for you. Hook Resets, Moffin Kui, and Leo Leon. So you definitely have seen them. Moffin Kui on a starting team, that's pretty freaking sick here. Laura, you want to give a little bit of intro for our players?
Yeah, return to form. Kind of like all of these players, the last time they played in NASL or NASA, they kind of had a bad season, and they're looking for a return to the kind of like the hype and the stardom that they've had in the past, specifically like Leo Leon. Considered like a top 3 brawler on release, went 0-9 in NASL last season, and I don't think it was because of him. He kind of got hyped up during those losses still, but this is kind of his chance to show like, hey, I'm still good. And they got upset earlier by Ember's Flame. This is the first time we're seeing Return to Form on stream. They also dropped a game to Eternal Sovereigns, and that caused a lot of questions into like how they're performing today. And PLX is a really good team that's been together for a while. We've seen them around, so I'm really interested to see like how this Return to Form team looks today. And with Moffin Kobe on his signature Kazan, Leo on his Rasmus, they have a good comp, but I've seen Hook's Aimee in the past, and I'm really curious to see how he's going to use his abilities and where, like, is he going to be standing in the right spot?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a lot of action here in this game as the skill level has kind of skyrocketed here. You're going to see some really good stuff here from some really solid players, as we have a couple of mixed picks here from Stagger Swagger and Explosive Entrance here. Powerhouse onto Kazan. I mean, kind of unusually, like Moffin Kui definitely be playing Kazan, but it's usually is a Kazan pick on something like a team player start, but making it work with Explosive Entrance, perhaps, honestly, kind of an interesting pick to not too Stagger Swagger here either way, but looking for, I guess, just a little bit more distance here, but Zay getting it on in there with that passive help right on through, and that's going to be some great play there, and we're going to have PLX taking the first point.
Yeah, and PLX, they have a really good comp. They have Zentaro with Explosive Entrance, a Mako who has an Explosive Entrance, a speed buff, and then a Kai who has Stagger Swagger and isn't going to really be at risk of dying. Hook, though, able to find that really important kill on Zay, and so Return to Form's ability to find those KOs on Zay is going to be pretty huge because they can definitely find them. And Leo and Hook kind of trying to swap Brawler and midfield spots there because Hook had flip up, but not really the most well organized swap in terms of like how Hook walked up there to kind of like, they didn't keep the core up too well. And now Hook really low, healing with Stagger Swagger, but kind of scary, and see how this goes because honestly, they have double flip, so I have no idea.
Yeah, the flip from Leo Leon is going to be stuffed there just a little bit by the opposing team. PLX holding it down here. Zay looking a little bit weak. They can get a kill or do some damage. That would be kind of big here. We can see Leo Leon spending a cooldown whiplash on to Zay, trying to make it happen though, but Mako's got the Explosive Entrance, drum and bass. Gonna make things really tough for Moffin Kui to defend here, and it looks like, yeah, the Mako and snare drum didn't actually do too many favors in that moment here. A flip from Moffin Kui to help onto the big offensive pressure here, and now Leo Leon going to also help that one in there with the flip. Hook resets, nice positioning there with that flip, and they're saying, hey, we're just as good, taking the other point here, keeping it even.
Yeah, and how this first set ends up going is going to be really important. Zentaro can always get perfect form, and perfect form Explosive Entrance will make the game a lot harder for Return to Form to win. And meanwhile, like, you can see either Kazan or Rasmus getting size and just kind of exploding the game and making it really hard for either Mako to hold or Zentaro to score. And here, now, Return to Form getting a barrier, but Leo's low, so he's going to have to hang back for a little bit and heal. Middle spawns, Hook's not super aware of it, ends up taking a ton of health and losing the barrier, but he's able to get both orbs. But on the other end, because he was out of position getting those orbs, there's a really good offensive play for PLX here, and they almost confirmed the barrier, but an insane save from Moffin, able to get it out.
Yeah, Moffin with a great use of cooldowns there survives that pretty direct 2v1, and they grab a barrier of their own. Hook trying to help it on in there once again with that flip, trying to get the ball over to Leo Leon, who is really focusing on killing Zay here. Zay does escape with the Explosive Entrance dashes. Okay, Moffin now keeping that one alive as well, because the Hook's going to take a little bit more offensive positioning here, though. Josh going to dribble to try to get a flip of their own. Hook resets, can't seem to grab the ball. We can see that the red core coming from Kazan is just going to make things hard as well for PLX, not even needing a thing like team player. But Leon looking a little bit weak right now. It would be really great for PLX to grab that kill, but the flip's coming out here from Leon, trying to get a schmix up here with that Death's Touch, but doesn't seem to make it work out, though. And still one barrier held here from Return to Form.
You jinxed it.
I did. I jinxed it. They scored instantly.
Caster Curse happened. Good sequence there from PLX, though. Able to get the core in, able to get it up when they needed to. Josh lives. It's a really weird game. I don't know how to, like... So, okay, something that I should mention about PLX. Josh and Zay were playing each other's role last season. Josh was on Brawler, Zay was on midfield. They both started, like, playing... Like, Zay started as a Brawler, as far as I know, and Josh definitely started as a midfield. So they're kind of back on their, like, original roles, and how this team does with this little bit of a shakeup is a really interesting story to me. They're able to hold that defense really well. Zay kind of, like, playing that defensive sequence really well as a Brawler, standing right where he needs to and interrupting just the play that Return to Form wanted to go for. Leo almost finds an insane hook right into the net, but Vaga reads it, gives a good strike shot, and it's hard to say what's going to happen, but Return to Form does have a barrier advantage, and their goalie has flip, which is usually a good spot to be.
That is true. A lot of offensive pressure can show up instantly. Moffin popping the center to make it so there's a little bit of less variance here for some of the clears for PLX, though. It does have control. Oh, really great dribble from Josh. There's going to bait out the flip. Okay, Leon almost had that there, but Vaga a little bit aware of what's going on right now, working on a flip of their own. Zay is a little bit weak here, but no kills to be confirmed. The barrage is actually going to make Leon's life a little bit awkward here, but the strike is going to be down for Vaga after that trade, and it's going to be Leon taking that one there with the pendulum swing strike reset. Okay, it's evened up.
Yeah, and great little passing play there from Leo and Hook, and that's the kind of play that I want to see this team able to do. This is a team that people are expecting to, like, that is both expecting for themselves and that other people are expecting to make NASL, or at least have a good shot at doing it. And losing here would be a disappointment for this team. And getting those, like, safe, good passing plays like that are exactly what I want to see them able to do. However, Return to Form has both barriers down, and huge middle spawn there somehow finds the kill on Zay and the kill on Leo. Kind of stalls out the round. Hook's able to get a barrier, but Vaga and Josh almost have flip, and this situation can get really scary fast for Moffin.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Brawlers really get it done, though, as they're going to both die to that center black hole there. Tough spot here. Josh pressing on in there. Didn't have barrage for the situation. Gonna help it through here with Vaga. The sentry here is going to make things hard. Okay, Vaga gonna have to drop the drum and bass to clear that one out here. Leon looking a little bit weak, blasted away from that energy burst. Up on here for Josh, gonna try to dribble it there up to Zay, who's got maybe a cooldown or two to help it through. Overtime does come on through. Mop and Kobe is gonna be really happy about that to get the core speed from just the Kazan strike there. Vaga doesn't seem to get the angle that they wanted there from the drum and bass. It actually goes right on in, and Leon takes credit for that one. Going to take the first pick, most likely here. Is Hook resets, in fact, which is just as good for the Return to Form team.
Yeah, and really, like, game of inches there. If Vaga had dropped his secondary like half a second earlier, he would have been able to get the strike out. But now, Aimee able to deny the very important perfect form and get it herself, which Aimee turret hits a lot. Pretty good. Santaro gets Spark of Strength. He might be able to scale. Really curious. I feel like Leon should really be going Knife's Edge here. Please go Knife. Okay. He goes Chrono Boost. That's fine. Honestly, like, okay, wait. My fault.
Is it
this
fine?
is a fine draft. Because he wanted to deny the Mako Chrono Boost. And, like, Mako's not going to get as much advantage out of Knife's Edge as, like, any other character in the game, I feel like. It's an acceptable draft.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I was, maybe I tunnel vision a little bit too much on Rampage, just because I think as a goalie, Rampage feels sometimes unbeatable, kind of no matter what's going on, so I thought that maybe we would be seeing a Rampage there, but we're going to make it onto Chrono Boost, which is a solid pick for Rasmus and a solid deny as well, so I will respect the wishes.
a lot of high-level Rasmus players, like my brawler Scyther12 on Bun Bun, he loves Chrono Boost. He will very often go speed over size because he just feels like it lets him get into the spots he needs and find goals with his spin, which he feels like is one of the most important, if not the most important, scoring tools on Rasmus. The spin and the speed you get with it. So I think there's a pretty valid argument, and Hook, using this flip well, gets the barrier, and somehow able to hold this barrier too. Zay, inch away from death. Out, can he get this flip off, or will he die?
Damn, missed the hook there, Muffin Kui, on for the kill on Zay, which would have been pretty huge, but they actually end up still keeping the barrier, so maybe a little less huge than I think.
What just happened? Like, that was insane.
I must have missed that one, but Leo Leon going to get really close to that goal there with that flip. Josh looking a little bit low, though. Hook resets, trying to grab the ball here, maybe get it in there with one of these cyber swipes. The flip comes out here. Leo Leon looking a little bit weak there. The top spin's going to hold the ball. Muffin Kui tries to get a sneaky flip, but everyone on the planet was aware of that one there, though. Leo Leon does get out of stagger range, and it's going to be open goal onto this situation. We do have Josh with team player, though, is something to keep in mind, as the core is going to be read in unexpected situations now.
I feel like I'm watching a Plink Plonk game. Like, the Hook resets may as well be J-Dog, Leo Leon may as well be just Logan, because, oh my god, this is just how every Muffin Kobe game ends up going. Overtime, core zooming everywhere, and they're just barely not able to score. Zay about to have flip, though, and that's going to be huge.
It is going to be huge. Vaga going to try to hold this one down as long as they can. The core is just flying at rocket speed. Zay finds the opening here on the bottom side of the goal. Muffin just can't get there in time. We even see a cyber swipe when Hook resets to try to defend, but core is just a little bit fast onto flips. Sort of definitely unreactable, actually, in most situations. So really great recognition from Zay. Good use on that flip, and they're going to grab that goal.
Yeah, and Hook actually almost like blinked out of that to save it, but he barely got hit stun by the flip, couldn't do anything about it. And now return to form, both of their forwards are pretty low. Hook reset specifically has no evade, and insane angle there from Vaga, able to get the barrier. I have no, like, these rounds are so hard to tell what's gonna happen. It's just like who's able to like skill diff the other team more.
Yeah, I actually didn't really recognize from before, but we do see Size end up landing onto Muffin Kui from that draft, but it looks like it might not matter too much, as Zay is getting the advantage in a lot of these situations, finding the low ball like right to the bottom side through Muffin Kui. And it's going to be another point here for PLX. They're looking pretty strong right now. Zay even working on to another flip. Some of these Awakening drafts might really pay off, like this this spark we see. Maybe some of the core speed coming out from this team player is also helping out a lot.
Yeah, and something important to note, like, both of these teams were expected to make landing. Because of the upset that happened to return to form, losing the Ember's Flame earlier in bracket, one of these teams can't make it, and like, I know PLX, every season they really want to make NASL. I know from talking to Hook Resets this past weekend, that and Leo Leon, both of those teams, like, both of those players really want to make NASL. They want to prove that they still have what it takes. This is such like a high stakes game, and really like not how anyone expected the day to end up going. So seeing this be like such a slaughter fest with both teams, both players back and forth just trying to pop off, really cool.
Yeah, they definitely are popping off a lot here, really taking advantage of some of these kills, are trying their hardest to grab any little bit of advantage here, and PLX does need this next set to keep it alive. Leo Leon doesn't have the strike or reaction time or something there to block Josh's shot, and it's going to be PLX grabbing the next set of Awakenings here. Could it be Zay? No, not Zay. No, Sparks maybe going to be landing on that Kai, or on this Taro.
Yeah, and pretty big set win. They're able to get Catalyst or Fight or Flight on Josh. Ends up going Fight or Flight, means Kazan probably ends up denying the Spark, which gives Zentaro Catalyst, and that was a good draft. Props to PLX. Feel like they worked their way through that one correctly. And Aimi gets Timeless, which synergizes with Perfect Form. But you do have to ask yourself, like, maybe it was stacks. I guess he was probably saving some. Okay, yeah, he was making sure that Leo got something. Leo was able to get 1-2 punch. Okay, it makes sense in my brain. Yeah, both teams getting like okay Awakenings, but honestly, PLX getting way better ones now that I'm thinking about it again.
Disconnect. Zay just disconnected.
He did, yeah. So the ruling is to finish out the round. Zay is back now, but we'll see what Return to Form ends up doing, and if Zay ends up moving again. See, the confusion here, like, it is why like the rule exists to finish out the round. Zay is back.
Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunate moment to disconnect. Really, like, big momentum killer. And there's like bugs that can occur. Like maybe Zay doesn't see his CDs or something. We'll see what happens. Josh ends up dying. Zay is really low. Leo almost has flip. Vaga, huge save, also almost has flip. But Leon, strike warning 2 people, somehow getting it through. Pretty good. Good player.
Yeah, Vaga definitely going to be feeling a little bad here for PLX. Zay's probably kicking his monitor or something like that to try to get it to work now and stay connected. I don't know why you'd kick it. Never mind. But either way, gonna try to get back into this game, though. They actually almost had a chance to keep that point alive, but, man, was not enough. But we do have Vaga here with flip. Maybe it makes help on an offensive play here, though. But Leon approaching with that flip of his own. I'm a little surprised that Vaga didn't flip themselves here to try to avoid a double situation. But gonna trust the fact that they have the angles right there. Though Leon dying, but not before getting both of those barriers to really make their advantage for Return to Form. Keep it up here, though. Mafenkui is just kind of huge here. Can easily strike it away. Try to use some cooldowns to keep this one barrier here right until we can get Leon back. Right on down there. He's going to try to make it happen here with this Whiplash, though. But Vaga has some cooldowns to keep it alive here. Death's Touch to try to keep the ball in here. A flip almost to the top side, and it's going to be it, though. Going to have just another point here.
Yeah, and so something that I do want to see more from Hook is like him just setting up really good turrets for himself that are like in the corner and stuff the core in. I feel like he's kind of using it on like maybe chances a little too much. Like, oh, maybe the turret kind of barely procs the core and they like mess up and hit it in or something. You can just be like really standard with Aimee and like get guaranteed goals with her turret. Like this one. Really good setup, almost works. I think if the blink, maybe the blink was on cooldown, but if it was like a little earlier to stuff the core in, would have scored. Zay, really low, only has 1 evade, but manages to get both orbs, so ignore me saying that he's really low. Josh, about to get flipped, in the face of Mafenkui, but good weight there. Mafenkui doesn't lose the barrier to the Kai Giga. And yeah, game's kind of in a lull state.
Yeah, Mafenkui kind of acting like a turret right now with that huge strike range. Doesn't really need to move too much farther from the barrier here as we have another firewall sentry set up, but they get a really great clear right around it there. No use here from this Timeless just yet, but perhaps the Perfect Form is helping out, but they do eventually get that barrier there from Mafenkui. He's going to clear it right on down here. Zay has flip with the passive, gets on in there, but Mafenkui with a really great help there of Hook resets is going to keep that one alive, though. Zay approaching here with this core. Josh onto the bottom side gets the team player. Kind of unexpected, though, in that spot here. You keep the ball in here with that strike shot. Not going to send it down to Josh. Maybe a little bit too obvious here. Sets up the turret one more time, but kind of a fat chance to get that one in there. This is a really crazy point as it's still going on right now. Leo, if he can get his hands on the ball here with this flip, Mafenkui almost misses it there with the press the point passive, and man, stuff there. Leon is going to finally land that one, and what a point, my goodness.
Yeah, that save that Mafenkui had on the goal line against Zay, who had like I have no idea how he saved that. That is the difference of Mafenkui getting like 8 ping on Dallas and 20 ping on Denver. Like that guy, he gets to pop off a lot. Zay Forever about to have flip. Leon really low, finds the KO, and that's huge. But they lose a barrier, and Leo's gonna be up soon.
Yeah, Leo definitely going down there, making this a tough spot here. This power play for the PLX team. They couldn't make too much use of that passive, but they do eventually get that barrier here from Mafenkui, who has flip. Can make a great defensive play here, maybe an offensive one with this flip. Okay, his team does grab the barrier, though. Josh is self-dribbling on way through. Muffin feels a little bit of pressure, going to end up flipping, though. Ball's right on back into Josh's hands, though, with flip. Running super fast at the speed of frickin' light, as they have that fight or flight, too, to make it just so difficult. The dribbles are just so powerful from PLX team right now. Hook resets can't even clear the ball past Zay, who is basically 2 strikes away from a flip passive up. Tough to use because you don't want to lose your positioning there. Sometimes Zentaro's passive gets a little awkward, though, as you lose positioning. Josh tries to get a cheeky little barrage there, but doesn't seem to work out.
Oh. Yeah, and Leo about to have flip. That's the next big thing to look out for.
Nice. Wow. A really great clear there by Vaga. Not end up losing to that Firewall Sentry here. We can see the size from Mafenkoi getting so much presence, but wow, strike cooldown on maybe 0.01 for Vaga. Cook resets, finds that situation to get in there with that Cyber Swipe. A little bit extra cooldown from that power or perfect form is helping too, and they do get the MVP once again, and now they can make something happen here with some of these powerful awakenings. They have, okay, no, maybe they'll have to deny Egoist or something.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, Egoist is so good, is it even a deny? But something Hook's been doing really good at this game is finding those like little picks with his blink or whatever, and just getting the barrier unexpectedly or getting the score. He has timeless perfect form, so if he can also like get his turrets a little better and like get more hits off them, you'll see like Return to Form is winning this game, but they can do even better and win it harder. There's also still room for PLX to win though. Like, they just got aerials on the Kai. He has a lot more speed now. Vaga has prime time. He could hold a little harder and get stacks a little quicker. It's still winnable for PLX, but I definitely think Return to Form has like a ton of good awakenings on everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned earlier that I was questioning the Explosive Entrance pick onto Mafenkoi over the Stagger Swagger, but now, you know, it's the Explosive Entrance distance has really come into handy a lot of different times, and so I'm going to say that was definitely the right pick with the Dash Awakening here from Mafenkoi, but they do lose both of those barriers there in a tough situation. Okay, Lilian knows he's going to win that Strike War for sure. Zay looking a little bit weak. They're trying to spend a little bit of cooldowns to try to get them out of here, but so evasive here. And they're going to use that flip. Okay, so making sure that that does not go into the gold there. Hook resets, spends the flip of their own onto Zay, but can win a Strike War there with an ability. It's going to be the pop-up that makes that one on through there. Josh spending the secondary here to try to hold the entire midfield as Zay is looking at no health, but man, the distance from the Centaur with the Explosive Entrance does actually get them where they need to go, and they get that one in there. PLX, great point.
A clean score by PLX, and I wanted to add on, like, so the big thing about Moffin having Explosive, and like how I feel like he plays Kazan, he's kind of like a turret with a dash.
Yeah.
He doesn't really want to move around and walk, but he's willing to dash places. So that's to me why he went Explosive Entrance over Stagger Swagger, and really good clear there, manages to get Zay's flip out. And the big thing here though is Mako's about to get her stacks up, and they have a goal advantage. Losing both barriers is pretty huge though.
Yeah, really tough spot there. Josh approaching with that flip too, has a little bit of extra speed there as well. Secondary up. Mako is also secondary, is helping it through there. Vaga sends it down to the turret, giving Amy a little bit more cooldown reduction. But Leo Leon does a really great strike there, making sure that they win that situation against Josh and Vaga, though. Josh opting not to use that flip. Going to save it maybe for a double on this point, and we'll see if that bites them later.
And we saw Erasmus with 1-2 punch end up winning the game for their team in the last series with Twisty. And Leo Leon having 1-2 punch this game gets that, kind of helps get that goal because the core just goes so fast, even though he sent it at like a radically different angle than the core was already going, which usually resets the speed. Heads up play from Leo, and unfortunately that turret, Aimi turret, not really super used, so she doesn't get a ton of CD out of it, but they still get the barrier. Aimi's really low now, which is a really scary spot to be in. And if Zay can either get this kill or make use of the fact that Hook resets is out of the play, that'll be good, but Hook's almost back up to being useful, and we'll see.
Yeah, maybe Perfect Form helping them get a couple more cooldowns as well. Leon making sure helping to play defense with that flip to finally clear that one out. Zay does have flip once again. They do have the catalyst. They get knocked around a little bit, and they have flip in just a short time, so they're going to try to keep that ball away as for sure. We're going to have to see a defensive turret as well. And a power play here for the side of Return to Form. Unfortunately, Josh is going to be the one to go down there. The Atlas, not the Atlas thing. Well, it's Atlas Lab, so I guess the Atlas Black Hole is still up there. The flip goes out, gets a kill and a score. Mafenkoi kind of over-committing there to the top side of the goal. Unfortunately, maybe setting up for a different play with that Black Hole, but wow, Zay with a really great recognition on that flip is going to land that one and get everything they needed.
Yeah, great angle. Moffin just a little too high up. Hook doesn't hit. And, thankfully it doesn't double barrier, but in a really weird spot now, and Zay able to get that. This is a huge set, right? Like, blue team can still scale. They have so many good awakenings. Rapid Fire is still up for your primetime Mako. And this game is anyone's game.
Yeah, tries to use the turret once again defensively, but does end up getting a kill out of that one. Hook resets, getting some cooldown as well with this perfect form once again. No one has Adrenaline Rush, though. Tries to kill Josh with the Death's Touch. Doesn't seem to happen. Vaga getting a little bit active, though, with that stacks of stacks, helping them get some speed, a little bit more presence on the board. The Giga Blast isn't going to make it happen. A flip there for sure. Yeah, Zay has been just too good in these corner situations. Josh nicely playing the strike advantage situation. Leo Leon finally gets the ball here, though. Gonna Death Touch it back. Josh approaching with that barrage, but nice hook there from Moffinko. He's gonna keep that one alive.
Yeah, and I mean, you can really tell both teams really want this win. Aimi's about to have ult up again, I'm pretty sure, and I'm really curious to see if this round lasts long enough, how he's going to end up using it. Mako ult ends up kind of trolling his own Zentaro's flip, and now Vaga dies. Really unfortunate sequence for PLX. Return to form, barely unable to close it, but oh my god, hook reset sets it up with the pass, and Rasmus 1-2 punch spin, kind of good.
Yeah, that was close. They almost dropped it. They almost choked that one away, but no problem. Gonna clean that one up.
Reset Vaga's packs.
Yeah, that's super huge. Vaga, the one player on that team that cannot seem to die, is unfortunately gonna find themselves out of here, though. Stacks is getting reset is super huge. Hook resets has a flip to try to make it happen. And dude, Matt, I feel like PLX always has flip. One of their players always has flip, especially Zay with that catalyst. It's just going so crazy, but Hook has one of their own, can make it happen here with the Glitch Pop Cyber Swipe Flip combo. Alright, so ends up spending it for damage, though, not getting too much other than some damage. If they can finish off some of these kills, then it'll all go to great use, but man, they're already healed up. I mean, almost loses that barrier. Zay does have flip once again, spends it there to try to get some use out of it, though, but ends up getting killed. Moffinkui gets that crooked leverage to make it happen, though. The flip spent for just about nothing, unfortunately, but Hook resets in a great spot. The turret comes out, the black hole does as well, but this power play has been average. Average.
Yeah, like we keep that turret was into the wall. Just like put it into the goal, and they might have scored there. Again, I feel like Hook's doing really good. Besides that, it's just like the turret, especially when you have timeless perfect form, so important. Leo Leon though about to get flipped. Same with Josh. However, these two players use their flip is probably going to decide the round.
Agreed. I mean, Josh is just about there. Leo is just about there. A couple more strikes left. You can see it on the screen. Well, on their screen. You can see it on their screen. A couple of strikes left as that was implemented on the new UI. Vaga also just about to have flip here, though, in a tough situation against Leo Leon, though. Could be the end of it as they finally have flip. They're going to approach here with the help of Hook resets onto the bottom side, though. Doesn't do too much other than just give the ball to Moffinkui as they're going to try to land some damage onto Zay. Here we go. The flip shows up. Who's maybe going to go for a death strike or some sort of mix, but doesn't seem to work out. But they get a kill instead. Leo a little bit weak now. The turret, again, kind of not doing too much. Maybe a little bit of cooldown from the perfect form, though. This 2v3 could happen as Josh does have the ball. If he has barrage, this could be crazy.
And Hook resets had flip there. He had turret, but unfortunately used it from midfield instead of using it closer to the net. And now we're back in this lull state where the course is flying everywhere, and Moffinkui is about to have flip. But they're in a 2v3, so it's really scary.
Yeah, I'd say the goalies are doing a really great job of defending as these points are just going so long in the overtime, and the team player is on the board. It just makes things even harder, but again, both goalies doing a great job of defending. The midfielders are in position when they need to be. Zay approaching with nothing, but the flip is going to get him and the heck out of there. Leo tries to follow up with the pendulum swing to get a kill onto Zay. They don't seem to make that one happen, though. The buckle spawns into the hands of Moffinkui, though. Leo Leon has a chance to get the pendulum swing. Does end up getting it. Vaga, it kind of looked like he casted evade, but I guess maybe he didn't.
Yeah.
And that's it. Oh shit, that's it.
I think there's like a small window that it takes for evade to like proc, so that may have been it. I don't know. I don't think it's like frame 1. But return to form, closing out the game. That game was really crazy. Like that just felt like I've been playing in a tournament for 6-7 hours and I'm tired type of game, where every player is trying their best and sometimes things don't work too well. But return to form, closed it out. I think they had their weaknesses. There's definitely things for teams that are waiting for them in landing to look at and like kind of take notes of. But yeah, they're one game away from making it to landing, and this battle between the first seed and the third seed, is kind of crazy so far.
Yeah, I mean, we could see the redirects here on both of these teams. 367 onto the midfield. Josh with a lot of extra speed here, getting control of that ball. 300s, two of them showing up here for return to form, though. A really tough game, though, really tight. I really liked a lot of the plays that were showing up here. Josh was doing such a good job of giving the ball to Zay, who was just building up that flip every single time, but, you know, just trumped a couple of too many times here from Moffin Kui, and hook resets on the defense is going to be enough to keep that game alive. And man, that was crazy.
Yeah, I'm like so surprised. Like, heck, how did Rasmus get 48,000 damage when the Zentaro got 56,000? Like, kind of
Yeah. Wow.
crazy damage. Rasmus, kind of maybe a damage character this patch. Next game though is gonna be on Night Market. This is PLX's map. Atlas Lab was Return to Form's pick. So I feel like Night Market has always been a map that I see PLX go to a lot. They're one of the teams that can play double brawler. They have, I mean, we saw Josh on Brawler all last season. Zay's playing Brawler this season. Obviously, double Brawler is something they're pretty familiar with and comfortable playing. Curious to see if they end up bringing it out. Moffin played Era a lot towards the end of last season. Could also see Return to Form doing it, but I think it's significantly less likely, and I'd be less scared of theirs. Besides that, though, like, I think Night Market is definitely a map where I favor PLX, but Return to Form, they do have like good picks on the map. We'll see how it ends up going, how the draft ends up looking like. We're in it. Hotshot Twin Drive start. I think Hook resets plays Juno, but I don't know if Josh does. On this Hotshot start, that could be something to look at. We'll see what ends up happening and when the first ban gets picked.
Yeah, Juno could go a little crazy here, as you're mentioning. We don't really know how well like trained any of these Junos are, because it's not really these main characters. But if one of them was training Juno right now and got a lot of experience, it would be a really solid pick here with that hot shot.
Hook played a lot of Juno in his last NASL season, but he's been preferring the Kai, and PLX bans Hook's Juno, which good read from them, I feel like, especially if they didn't have another ban that they were really looking at. Meanwhile, Return to Form just banning the Asher, kind of showing that they're good. They feel like they're okay with dealing with X, and they're just worried about the Asher, especially because they then first pick the Aimee, which I feel like that makes sense too. I'm expecting to see that on Hook. They are probably kind of worried about Twin Drive Aimee on Vaga, which he does play, and it is a scary pick on this map. So far, I like how this draft is looking. Obviously, there's been one pick, so kind of early for me to say, but
I love how this is going.
yeah, I mean, PLX now picking Rasmus, which it might be Rasmus goalie, but even then, like, I don't feel like that's like the best pick here. It is Hotshot start, which seems to be something that goalies prefer Rasmus on because he kind of wallops the core with his primary and it goes super fast. But not really sure. Like, I feel like if I am PLX here, I go like X or something because X is really good, and Zay has a really good X.
You could.
So-
I like the Estelle pick though here with a hot shot start for sure. I think Estelle,
Yeah.
really great at taking advantage of hot shot in basically every situation. We also do see Finny though for Moffin Kui right here onto Return to Form, and
Yeah,
I've
another
seen them
really
play a
good
lot
night
of Finny.
market pick. Yeah, this is the most meta character that Moffin Kobe plays. He's played it since before it was meta, but yeah. Anyways, his Finny pretty good. I think Finny and Aimee are both really good picks on Night Market. Aimee is generally a little better right now, but it's still a really good pick for them to be able to get in the goalie spot, especially out of like Moffin's character pool. And then Leo Leon going on the Kazan, which we kind of saw him pick up a lot during the last NASL season on Lob City, especially. That season didn't go well for them, but his Kazan looked really good, and it's one of his favorite picks. Really curious to see like how he ends up performing on it. Meanwhile, Vaga locks in a traditional safe melee goalie for himself on the Atlas. I don't think the res is gonna. Okay, honestly, they're against Kazan, Finny, Aimee. The res is gonna be pretty helpful, but yeah. I think I'm like slightly more of a fan of Red Side because Hotshot Atlas is really scary. But blue team also has like picks that they really like playing that are good on the map, and they could definitely pop off.
Yeah, I am such a fan of Estelle Rasmus. I feel like they are just so good on every map. It's like perfect synergy comp. It just has like extra offensive pressure. It gets the goalie to use their evades so much more often. They have to use cooldowns against like Estelle's moves, and they have to use something to get the ball away from Rasmus Whiplash. And it's like both of those characters just force cooldowns and evades by themselves. So it's just a really good offensive comp and really easily supported by Atlas, who's just a good defensive goalie here, can help get the ball on back to the team, hold the line, really. So I'd say that in a more traditional way, I really do like red team's picks as well, even though we do see maybe return to form on slightly more comforting picks.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's kind of like this game feels like a battle between like picks that players are known for versus like what just is a generally good comp. I do think Rasmus Estelle on Night Market is probably one of the weaker maps for the comp, even if it's generally really good, and it's still pretty good on this map. I mean, I'm on Bun Bun Bonanza, we play that all the time. Um, so yeah, I definitely think like I'm giving this game it's PLX's map pick. I feel like they're a little more comfortable. They had some more comps on this map in mind, and I really want to get in game and see what happens. I'm so excited. Both of these teams, like I've been saying it multiple times, just like we're expected to make it to landing, and because of that upset Ember's Flame had, who popped off earlier today, their return to form and PLX are in this spot fighting each other when like these teams weren't expecting to play each other until tomorrow, if anything. Which it's just such a weird spot to be in, especially like 6 hours into the day. Like I don't know, I'm really thankful I haven't had to make it through this qualification process since like season 1.
Yeah, definitely a grueling situation to go through during this weekend. It's just a lot of strike, a lot of mental pressure. The mental stack, as they say, just gets a little bit too heavy sometimes. And now we're finally getting in here. The queue has been set. So we'll see what kind of awakenings are showing up for these teams. I feel like we're going to see a whole lot of hot shot here. Maybe a twin drive Kazan for sure.
I think Aimee goes twin drive. I'd be a little surprised if she goes hot shot. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe. I think she's quite good with both. I think as midfield, I would assume a hot shot, but surely twin drive is also just as good. I did get like a minor buff, right?
Yeah, I also feel like hotshot can feel a little weird on Aimee sometimes because of what it does with the speed of the core. Because like the turret doesn't get faster, but the core does. So like you end up in these weird spots where like it ends up giving them a clear for them. I don't know. I don't think it's like the biggest deal in the world, and it helps in other spots. But little side note. And yeah, we see the awakenings. Everyone on the side of Return to Form going twin drive. Meanwhile, everyone on the side of PLX going, well, not everyone, almost everyone going hot shot. Actually surprised Vaga ended up going twin drive without Orb Ponder in the game. And with hot shot already gone, I feel like that feels a little weaker than it would be otherwise to me. But still a pretty good pick, and I'm never going to say no to 2 expanses.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as we can get maybe a timeless onto this Atlas, it'll be just about unstoppable here. As we're going to see both barriers go down for the side of RTF, though, it's going to be a tough situation for Moffin Kui to hold this one down. We do see Strike Shot onto the Finny. It's been kind of a fan favorite of Finny to take the momentum boots, but perhaps as the nerf has gone down, it won't be showing up here, though, as we do get actually a power play on both sides. Is going to make this even 2v2. A lot of damage showing up from both sides. Hook resets just about has this flip. Zay has complete control of this ball, though, and got the orb. Is approaching, but Moffin Kui's secondary, the triple take, is actually going to take that goal. Help on Zay. Get that in there, and it's going to be PLX taking that first point.
Yeah, good little find there from Zay. Just kind of Moffin not putting the secondary down fast enough or behind him enough. One of those like weird spots with Finny, it's hard sometimes to place that secondary perfectly. But we're seeing like, I mean, I'm really surprised by the amount of damage that Zay ends up taking from this team, but he ends up healing it. Atlas ult kind of strong, now Leo low, and I just have no idea like who I'm expecting to win this early set, but whoever does win it, there's so many like important awakenings on the board, so much size, CDR, really. Who wins this first set, it affects the game a lot, especially depending on what awakenings show up.
Yeah, with a lot of the damage going out, I would say that Estelle and Rasmus are both quite good at confirming kills, even though Kazan is kind of the king of confirming kills. I'd say both of them are going to trump that just for now, as we see that Kazan's health pool is also quite low. Takes a lot of damage here already. Leon at less than half, getting smacked in the face with the Astral Projection as well. Gonna get a bottom side here push, but it's gonna be the Firewall Sentry that stops that one. Josh with the hot shot, gonna make things tough for Hook Resets. Not end up spending the flip just yet though. Playing a lot of defense here. Vaga is now going to get that one away. It's gonna be Hook Resets with control of this ball here. The piercing shot is going to get the flip used, but Leon in the right spot at the right time, gonna grab that barrier here. The big finish is not gonna make much happen here though. This power play could be huge for BLX.
Yeah, and I mean, they have double flip on Vaga and Josh. I would really expect PLX to get in a good spot to score here, but they end up wasting the flip. Back in a lull state. Zay is close to flip now, though. Leo misses a very important dash onto Josh, which kind of lets him not die. Otherwise, he would have been way closer to it. And Vaga kind of uses flip because he saw Leo hook and got scared. They barely losing that strike war, Moffin about to have flip, and that's such an important goal. That is like the most, like, if you look at the energy bars, everyone on blue team was about to get flip, and Josh just rose warps it in, kind of crazy. And he also gets like the hotshot CD refund, which is, you don't really get that often on her rose warp, but when you do, it feels really good.
Yeah, great goal, great find there. Zay, again, just about at no health here. Not going to get kill confirmed just yet by Leon, who's completely on the other side of the board here, though. Almost lands into the hands of Zay, but wow, the big finish. Strong enough to stop that flip. Zay, once again, kind of the target of the kill here. Looking at just about no health. Does spend the flip for basically no avail, and still has no health. Hook resets, though. Has this flip. Leon, 1 or 2 strikes away from making this happen, though. Has it now. Hook resets, keeps control of the ball, but is just about at nothing, man. Lots of damage coming out from both of these teams, and they're making really great use of it, though, as they're going to lose control of the ball just for a moment here. The big finish once again to keep control there. The split finally spent here from somebody. Hook resets, can't seem to get it on through, though. Can Leon grab this ball and make it happen here? He's all the way back on defense, though.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're kind of like in this lull state, well, Zay gets the barrier, which is huge, but every single game in lower bracket, that barely goes through Hook and Moffin, and huge first set win for PLX, opening them up to a lot of different awakenings. And as I was just about to say, every single game in the lower bracket, except for 2 of the series, has gone to 3 games. Going to 3 games is the rule today. So PLX, starting off strong, could be bringing it to the 3rd game. And they get Knife's Edge, which really, really good on this map, really good here. And that was the right draft. I'm happy that he went Knife's Edge.
Yeah, I think Knife's Edge is going to come in great use here, though, especially when trying to get a little bit more size later. You'll have so much more access to some of that speed that shows up here. Missile prop from Finny, a little extra damage, a little more control. Can actually affect the goalie here now pretty easily from their own side. Leo's going to go for some scaling here. Stagger on Hook resets, fair, as they are. A lot of damage is being exchanged here, though. Stagger Swagger might get more value than we think. Extra special from Josh is completely fine, and Vaga, I mean, Siege Machine is good. It's like small timeless and like missile prop, so
It's pretty good.
It's a solid draft, yeah.
Yeah, I think the missile range, I think it's like arguably better than timeless, because you go strike shot nowadays on Atlas, and that missile range is really good for strike shot and your primary. We'll see how it ends up going. I think there's a debate that Josh didn't have to deny extra special, but I think it's fine too. And really good Thorns barely gets it. I feel like this game feels really weird. PLX is kind of like finding random little goals. I do think if Return to Form like keeps their head on straight, they have Spark Kazan, they have Missile Prop Aimi. There is scaling there, even though they're against like a really scary scaling Atlas. See how it goes. Either team's game still.
Yeah, for sure. We do have both barriers down for PLX, though. We have a chance here to bring this one back here for Return to Form. If they can get this ball on past and through Vaga, they'll have it. Flip on right at Zay, though. Not going to be able to get that one through. Going to use this speed boost in the middle here to affect that board, though. We can see a lot of players standing in that speed gate. Is just going to make things so hard for some of these goalies, as they're going to just be under pressure immediately, though. Really great redirects there. Is almost going to land a goal, but Vaga nicely with that strike shot's going to defend that one away here. Big finish to just get the ball onto the opposing side here. Amy with the glitch pop to keep possession once again. Leo Leon really weak, though. Going to try to help get on in there. Deals damage to everyone on the opposing team. Actually just making... he's actually just being a menace, but unfortunately they end up taking him out. It's going to be a power play here for PLX. They're going to have to get this barrier, though, in this power play.
Yeah, and Leo trying his best there to just kind of like be the person that finally pushes the core in. I do think it was a little bit greedy. He could have just backed away and like lived, and it did not look like there was any way for him to get the core in. But PLX ends up using the power play well. They get the barrier, but Zay is really low, and unless he scores this, they're in a really scary spot. But that was almost such a good sequence. The turret from Hook resets, barely saving it. Solid turret there. And really good strike timing, getting it through the thorns, and this is just anyone's round. This entire game is just so close. It's a game of inches.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we just saw a revival there from the Celestial Intervention. Nice timing there from Vaga to keep his teammate alive, but man, overtime Kazan. Ball goes a little bit too fast there. Nice position and strike shot there from, or not strike shot, but strike. Whatever. Good hit there from Leo Leon to the top side. Good job. It's not a strike shot, but it's, you know, it's kind of as that.
Yeah, pretty much.
It kind of is a strike shot.
I've heard if you get missile prop on Kazan, it increases your range.
I think that could work.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so Josh about to get core flip. Zay also, and I mean everyone in this lobby is about to get core flip.
Oh!
Tries to go for the back pass, but it goes horribly, horribly wrong. Muffin barely out of position, hiding in the little Finny hat.
Yeah, that's where you gotta go when these things happen, unfortunately, but gonna keep their heads up for sure, as they are up right now in this series. Strike shot, nicely, they're gonna keep that barrier as well, but loses it either way in a different situation. The flip coming out from Josh, nice shot there. It's going to land that one. Muffin does have a flip to negate some of this offensive pressure here. Up to Vaga now. We'll spend some cooldowns to keep that one away. The hot shot from Estelle, really scary in a lot of situations. She's gonna have red ball before overtime due to some of the Estelle primary buffs that happened last patch, which is kind of interesting now. It's a little bit more valuable to strike the core here with your primary. Hook resets, looking about just a no health there. Leon gets a really great energy burst. Gonna shake that barrier. There's a approaching here with that knife's edge. Makes things quite tough. Big finish as well is gonna hold the ball, but no goal just yet.
Yeah, and something I'll mention, PLX, they have not played a single series yet that has gone 3 games. Return to form, every single series they played except for one has gone the entire distance, and they played an extra series. So what I'm trying to say is, Return to form might be a little tired. They've played so much Omega Strikers today, and it's so hard to stay consistent. Zay, really clean goal, great hook. Kind of just making it so Muffin has nowhere to go.
Yeah, that hook was placed so well to not hit Muffin, but also to grab the ball. Just great positioning there, and a well-deserved MVP is going to land them. Still no size, but possibly something else that they want. Egoist would be also pretty great. Yeah, I'm not sure what they'll actually want. A little bit more damage here from Muffin is going to... A lot of damage is already being exchanged, so Deadeye might be crazy. Could be aerials. Actually here, a little bit more speed, which is kind of like you were mentioning before for Scyther, as they're going to opt to take a Dashed Awakening over some cooldown here. We're going to get Timeless on Amy, which is always quite good. Vaga opting to take a Spark. Not much left there, though. Josh does get Rapid Fire, so that's going to be primaries left and right. It's going to be tough for Muffin Kui, but Leo Leon does have some extra core speed as well, and as we said, damage is being exchanged, so the 1-2 punch we can see already targeting Zay so much at half health. We're going to use the Celestial Intervention already. And they're actually not going to get any barriers just yet, though, but Zay is taking a whole lot of damage. In fact, they found maybe just their win conditions this 1-2 punch Kazan.
Yeah, 1-2 punch Kazan with Deadeye Missile Prop Finny. They are doing so much damage, and I'm pretty sure Spark of Strength is still up. Like, there is so much potential damage for this Return to Form team. If they can win this set, it can get really scary. Of course, PLX has Atlas, which does a lot of healing. He has Siege Machine, which makes it last even longer. He has Spark of Focus, which gives like that little tiny bit of CDR that he might need. It's a good build. and Josh almost finding it past Moffin, but he's able to save it with the flip, and Leo dying, reading his evade, doesn't use it, and great laser from Josh, sneaking it right past Moffin. PLX coming alive, kind of showing off a bit, I guess, to return to form.
They might be. They were really close to losing Zay on that point, but we did have the heal from Vaga keeping them alive, and then they end up getting Leo Leon out of there, as we can already see a lot of damage being put onto Josh, but he grabs the barriers just before going down. Again, the Celestial Intervention here from Vaga. It does have a little bit of cooldown reduction from that Spark of Focus too. And they're going to be able to keep the team alive for now. A flip comes out here right past the Amy Firewall turret too, and we see them trying to land a kill onto Leo Leon. Zay now finally shattered as well. They can't seem to find a kill just yet, though, until Kazan gets their hands on one of these shattered players. But we see Vaga getting a little bit invested here. Knocks Zay forever away with that flip, though. Man, everyone's a little bit low, getting kind of knocked around here. There's a lot of damage being exchanged. It's only a matter of time before this Finny finds somebody with that misdirection.
Yeah, now everyone's staggered, everyone's fighting for their life. Leo Leon finds the biggest primary of his life, gets a double kill. That was huge. And now, surely they can score, but Vaga is just holding, and I really, like, these turrets could be set up in a way that makes it impossible for Vaga to defend, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. They get the barrier anyway. Leo Leon very low, really close to dying. Barely dodges the core flip from Vaga, which saves him for a little bit, but it's a scary spot to be in if you're Kazan.
Absolutely. Finny's secondary not too reliable when it comes to overtime and fast core speed, though, as it takes so long to come out. You're going to get the flip here from Moffin. He finds a crazy angle right past Zay, but doesn't seem to go in just yet. Vaga with a great defense. The turret comes out on defense, though, to help it to get to Leo Leon. A couple of cyber swipes to keep the pressure up here, though. We do see a strike onto Zay forever. The misdirection does land, but the Celestial Intervention is going to keep them alive again. But they might not have enough players for this moment as Zay is approaching here. Big finish once again. Rasmus has the ball, but wow, hook resets, backs up perfectly to make sure that happens, but loses the strike more in the same frame. Moffin, Kui, and Zay. Zay's going to take that one with the pendulum swing, and PLX is trying to even this whole setup.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, the whole series, and they're just 1 point away, and they almost have triple flip, and meanwhile, everyone on return to form barely with any energy. It's such a scary spot to be in if you're PLX. Leo Leon staggered already, and Vaga gets his own orb, denying it from Leo Leon, and it's so... For return to form to win this round and to then win the rest of the set requires them to just outplay PLX at this point.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of effort, though, as they're going to have... Leo Leon does not have a health pool there. It's kind of out of the game for a while as they have this nice 2v2 onto the top side, really like a 2v3. As we're going to have a flip spent there from Vaga. Got a little scared, though, they might lose that barrier, but hey, flips are meant to be used. An angle there from Josh is not going to land that one. Hook resets, reads that one. Zay approaching here with that Death's Touch. Doesn't seem to make that one happen here, though. Rasmus, wow, I love that offensive defense from hook resets to knock Zay around while they're trying to approach onto Moffin Kui, who may have had no cooldowns, though. Zay a little bit weak here. Josh also a little bit weak here. Now it's up to Moffin to maybe land a kill, but wow, they do get it, though. RTF coming alive.
Yeah, and now they just need to confirm the score, which has been their struggle this game. They just can't find these goals. Good sequence there. They're able to get it. Leo gets the goal in, and hey, I mean, if I'm returned to form, I am looking for like any goals I can get to at least make the next game feel a little better, because they got mollywopped this game. Kind of got beat down. And it's still winnable, but it's really hard. And these sequences where they're able... Oh, unfortunate double barrier. Kind of huge.
Yeah, catastrophic sequence here. If you are the side of RTF and you were looking at basically one more point for the end of this whole game here. But they are still keeping themselves around as Zay is approaching here with that Whiplash, though, but doesn't seem to make that one happen. Leo Leon a little bit weak here, knocking Zay around, though, taking a lot of damage. They could find a kill onto Zay and maybe grab this goal. All right, ends up spending the evade down for 4 seconds. Can't do anything except for walk to the side. They do have the knife's edge to give them a little extra speed, though, but now Leo Leon is the one who is actually staggered, but it's going to be RTF that lose one of their players here. Big power play. Moffin Kui can get there in time, absolutely, but Josh tries to hold the ball here. Okay, hook resets, being a little bit more attentive here to where the ball is going, spending the cooldowns defensively once again. Zay is in the mix, but doesn't seem to make it happen, though. And this is a big old point if you're RTF, bro.
Yeah, like, this is so close, but PLX is about to get double flip on their forwards, which is going to be really scary for Moff. And Leon, though, hero score, and we're on match point, set point. If Return to Form wins this set, they have so much scaling they can still win this game. But you have Moff and Kobe with flip, staring down 2 forwards, both with flip. And really curious to see how these teams use their resources this round.
Yeah, it kind of is as what you were saying, that RTF is doing a fine job of dealing damage, but they can't seem to get these barriers at an efficient rate, basically. But they are going to find a kill here, though, and this could be exactly what they're looking for there if they can get the ball past Vaga, maybe even spend a flip here. We are at the end of the set, going to use the Cyber Swipe combo, and it's not actually going to work out, but a lot of damage being exchanged onto PLX, though. They do have Lilian at just about nothing. It goes for the pendulum swing, doesn't seem to make it work out, but we do have an energy burst here to keep the ball away from Zay. Hits the ball, but Muffin Kui does catch it with the big finish, but could have maybe gotten a barrier there with a better angle. But man, there's so much going on in this game. Really great primary from Josh. Oh my god, take over.
Yeah, crazy sequences. That primary from Josh barely finding the barrier really is huge there for this team. Leo trying to whittle down Zay. Zay is so low, and if they can find this kill, it's pretty huge. But and we've seen them unable to score in 2v3s already. Huge evade there, and Josh has flip up, uses it. But everything's happening, everything, everywhere, all at once.
I saw that.
Yeah, me too. Good movie. But Josh barely lives, has no evade, and we'll see. Can Leo score with the open net?
Maybe. That Death Touch is really close. Okay, the man, really, like I said, in overtime, Finny's secondary is actually just really tough to use. It comes out really slowly and sometimes does not do the job it's supposed to be doing here as the flip comes out from Hook, resets to make it on in there. Leon looking a little bit low. Okay, it's going to be a misdirection here, but it's not going to land, but they do find a kill, a power play here that keeps the ball away from Zay, which is actually the perfect play in the hands of Leon. Actually, the primary from Finny is going to cause Leon to lose the ball, and Muffin Kui does not end up flipping, and wow, that's a crazy way to lose it.
Yeah, that is a depressing loss. You like crawl your way back, you like stop the tilt, you after like a really hard game where you're not really getting anything, and then the last point goes like that when you lose the 2v3 to the court is going really fast. So that was PLX's map. There are things for Return to Form to like be happy about. The first game looked pretty good from them. That second game, we don't want to remember that game. I feel like Return to Form had so many chances to just like plant their foot on that game and win, but they kind of like struggled in the power plays. And let me be clear, Vaga played well. I think that was, out of every game I've seen PLX play today, that felt like Vaga's best game. Which is really cool to see because they're 6 hours into this bracket. It is really difficult. Yeah.
It's a lot to keep track of, especially with hot shots start on only 2 of the players, though. I will say we only saw PLX with the hot shot there onto Zay and Josh, but yeah, it makes things really tough when it comes to overtime, 1-2 punch, also team player, things that make the core really fast, and especially if you're playing for so long. Minor lapse of judgment there. I mean, Muffin Kui could have easily stopped the ball with flip if they had the right judgment call, but unfortunately going to drop that one there. But still in this series, now we're going to a wonderful game 3 on everyone's really favorite and fastest map by a lot. It's Oni Village. I mean, there's really nothing there except for just space and sadness, and there's not. Why don't we talk about Oni Village for a second?
Yeah, both of these teams should be good on this map. It is a little scarier for the side of Return to Form, in my opinion, because Muffin Kobe, you just never see him play those like melee hold it down goalies that everyone knows is good on Oni Village. But Leo has the right character pool for this map. So does Hook. Vaga, like every player in this lobby has like very traditional safe picks on this map, except for Muffin, and how Muffin adjusts to this, which this map was typically a good map when in NASA on Plink Plonk, Muffin's previous team. So he's definitely like figured out a way to make it work. But in this game, we're going to see like against a potential NASL team, can he make it work when the skill level is this high? And something I really wanted to mention that I thought was really funny, in the last game, both teams had the same KOs, but Return to Form did 90,000 damage, and PLX did 60,000, which
Ooh.
yeah shows the power of Atlas.
Yeah, I could name maybe 3 or 4 situations that were visibly affected by the Celestial intervention there, either reviving or healing somebody to full as they were just on the brink of death there. And so Atlas really coming in handy. Great pick for that team. We might even see it again, although I would say that the kills are going to be a slightly less frequent on a map like Oni Village, unless you have some crazy kill confirms. I mean, Kazan and Zentaro can, do it, but
If you've seen Demons Raw on Oni Village, they make it look like a KO map.
yeah, I definitely have. I mean, Gumi Kainub, I mean, they are just only here for damage. Snake is also great at playing with that comp, but this is all about these teams right now. PLX and RTF, we're getting in here with the Knife's Edge, and again, we see Twin Drive going on right now. Perhaps another Amy pick. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so Knife's Edge is a really scary thing to see on Oni Village. I would expect everyone in the lobby to go it, except for maybe like an Atlas who goes Twin Drive. I think what Knife's Edge buffs is a character like Kai who has that speed, has his dash ability, which gives him speed and lets him kind of run in there and do things. Knife's Edge just kind of like augments exactly what he wants to do. Also helps Estelle a lot. We see the Kai banned actually, as I was talking about that, and then PLX first picks Rasmus, which feels like to me this is like a really good draft for PLX. They kind of got Rasmus on Knife's Edge start. They banned the Kai, which was smart. That does give Kazan Estelle to return to form, and I mean Leo's Kazan, like we saw last game, can get some really good moments. And he's not gonna have to worry about dying as much this game, which is huge. And really curious to see what PLX ends up picking here for 4th and 5th pick. I would expect to see Josh on Lake. What does he end up going to? Maybe like a Now or like a June. I don't think he really plays, Octavia. He's an Octavia player.
I'd be so surprised to see Octavia in this situation. All right, you hit it with the Now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a solid team. Now got a lot of speed there, especially with the Mako too. It's a lot of support for Rasmus. It's kind of just make Rasmus the man in this game, and I think that's a really solid.
Let him do his thing.
Yeah, I think that's a really solid strat for this map. As Rasmus is just really good at scoring, even alone on the second barrier on this map. So there's something about Whiplash and the Pendulum Swing combination and the hook. I mean, really good at scoring. So. Solid. I like the fact that they kind of broke up the Estelle Rasmus landing onto one team situation, because again, I am an Estelle Rasmus believer for sure when they're on the same team. So I like both of the comps going on.
Yeah, but Moffin actually, he's the one on the Kazan, not Leo Leon. Unless Moffin's playing his Zentaro goalie, which I really doubt. If he is, my fault. He's a psychopath. But
Estelle goalie.
Oh, well, it could be. Well, that would be on PLX. Oh, wait, yeah, I guess that could be on. I mean, yeah, it could be Estelle goalie too. But I would be really surprised if they don't have a midfield.
That's fine. Rasmus. Yeah. I mean, not Rasmus, Kazan.
Yeah, I played that on Oni Village once. Don't recommend it. So yeah, I'm assuming we're gonna see in a half a second. It should be Kazan goalie. Zentaro is less good on this map than Kazan, especially when you don't have like explosive entrance start. And PLX got the memo. They went double Knife's Edge. Hook resets, went Magnetized Souls and Twin Drive, and I'm expecting him to lose every single strike war on his side of the map, which is going to be really scary for Return to Form. I think PLX chose the right awakenings.
This will be interesting. This is actually a complete change here, especially with the Souls showing up. I am also a Souls believer as of recent. Obviously the buffs and like some of the changes there. I feel like a Souls has really changed some of the ways to play on some of the maps here, but we'll see if it comes into handy for hook resets. Try to keep your eye on those Magnetized Souls. Yeah, we do have Moff and Kui on the Kazan as they normally are. This is such an interesting pick to like be a Kazan goalie main for the most part. Is really changes on like the dynamic on how you pick your team and how you're going to be basically denying Kazan in a lot of situations.
Yeah, because like you deny Kazan from the enemy team, but you also deny him from yourself. Yeah. Which, especially when the enemy team already has Rasmus on Oni Village, not a spot I want to be in. Josh, clean, patient, wait, just slots it in. And I'm gonna harp on this. I really think Quick Reset should have went Knife's Edge. The Mag Souls is fine, whatever. But like without Knife's Edge, like just look at how he has to play the sequences on the edge compared to how Josh or Zay does. The amount of movement speed that Knife's Edge gives, because it hasn't been nerfed since it was last in the game, is insane. The overall power of Awakenings has gone down, which means Knife's Edge, which hasn't been touched, is stronger than it was before.
Yeah, for sure. I could agree with that one. And we'll see a lot of Knife's Edge showing up here for the side of PLX, as they are both going to have it there. Okay, nice. Snare Drum is going to stuff that flip completely, though. We do see that Lilian is actually just about at no health there, getting smacked in the face with Strike Shot. Not going to be able to confirm a kill, though. Zay is going to try, but Lilian gets onto the other side, but Death's Touch is going to be the one that takes it. We see a kill and a power play here for PLX, which is big. I mean, they really have to take it. As Leash said before, only one of these teams is going to make it right now.
Yeah, and this is the deciding game. Who makes it to landing and gets a chance at getting into NASL? Both of these teams really want it. And PLX, they looked honestly just like the better team in the last game. And they're off to a really good start in this game. I feel like they have the better Awakenings. I feel like comps at worst are like even. We'll see how it goes. Whoever wins this first set, it's huge. Because when you're PLX's comp, they're basically playing to make Rasmus as strong as possible, and the more Awakenings that they can give this Rasmus, who currently highest amount of XP on his team, gonna be MVP if they win the set, it just lets them snowball this game and make it a win instead of like the 35-minute Oni Village game that we're expecting.
Oh boy, I am certainly expecting perhaps a 35-minute Oni Village game, but these players are expecting maybe a 15-minute game as they're going to try to make it, so they get a nice 3-0 here. They do end up finding a kill onto Moffin, though, and this is going to be a big situation. Even Lilian looking a little bit weak, can't really do much for this defense, but they are going to have hook resets on the goalie right now. The goalie position is going to be occupied, but now spent the flip there. Finally, we have Moffin Curry back, though, but Lilian is now looking a little bit weak still. I have to find a situation to reset some of this stagger bar, but man, Vaga kind of just lets the ball go past him there. Again, maybe a 6-hour playing the game situation going on right now.
You can tell both teams are tired. I feel like they're making mistakes and nervous. I mean, I would be at least. It's hard. 7 hours of Omega Strikers, especially when you return to form, who's like I said earlier, every single series they've been in except for one has gone game 3, and they've played an extra series over PLX. Kind of crazy. I can't imagine playing this much Omega Strikers in one day.
Yeah, it's a lot. I can't believe they've been playing on Oni Village for 6 hours. But it actually does make sense completely, as we know what Oni Village do be doing. Josh.
6 hours straight of Oni Village.
That's really what's been going on, to be honest. Josh can't seem to get control of the ball, though, but man, in overtime, things do get a little crazy, and it's just going to go past with a nice strike from Lilian. Going to land their first point here. We can see that Knife's Edge. Fantastic. All right, trying to make this one by RTF scoring points. We are going to have a 35-minute game.
Yeah, that is a very important goal for return to form. I feel like if you lose the first set 3-0 after how last game went, it starts feeling really bad. Zay has flipped in the front of their net and barely misses it. Insane save there from Hook. And this round, if Return to Form ends up winning it, like that is insane. Really a game of inches.
Yeah, I mean, they could make it happen here. Lilian trying to get on in there with a couple of cooldowns, though, but does end up spending the passive. Not going to have that one. Josh, extra fast from that drum and bass from Vaga there, is going to have a lot of control onto this top side, especially with that Knife's Edge. Hook reset's going to try to get it on through there, but can't seem to make it work. But, oh, that would have been a really, impossible, but a really tough save from that top spin Moffin Furry put on there. And it's going to be PLX taking the first one, and I'm not really sure if we had any bets going on, but I wonder what the chat, whose favorite the chat would be to win this one.
Oh, big fish for Rasmus. And this is exactly what you wanted to show up if you're blue team, because literally all they want to do is get the quarter Rasmus and win the game. I think Hook Reset's goes team player here. My fault. I know he's like a big team player fan, so I thought he would. I think Josh going team player is really interesting because like it just like the way that PLX just drafted with Chrono Boost on Mako also just points to how they want to play the game. Give Zay forever the core, give him the laser, and he will shoot it and score.
Absolutely. I mean, these are all buffs for giving the ball to Zay, making things just really difficult for Muffin Kui, as the team player can be used frontwards and backwards in a lot of different situations. Extra core speed is going to help a lot. Zay already looking a little bit big, a little bit offensive right now, but Muffin Kui does end up holding down that one barrier. But for how long, as Zay is just going to keep getting stronger and stronger throughout this game. Hook resets, trying to make use of these mag souls, but they're really gonna have to stick into the center of this stage if they really want to make use. If like we can really see that Hook resets is staying onto one of these sides, then well, perhaps Slick Kicks would have been a better choice.
Yeah, Magnetized Souls helps you on offense, I feel like, on Oni Village, but when you're making defensive plays, you end up like playing double, like you end up playing on the other barrier or in the corner a lot, and to me it feels really hard to get value when you're having to play defense, which is why like I ended up not going Mag Souls after a while of going Mag Souls early on in release. Obviously it's been buffed, so I think it's a little better now, but especially like, I don't know, I feel like if he had Knife's Edge, then he would have had the speed he needs in those situations, but he didn't, and in this kind of a spot he's in right now, you can see he has to blink really aggressively to try and make something happen, because he just can't rely on being faster than the enemy. They're faster than him.
Yeah, true. Now they have overtime setting in here. Josh might be able to make something happen here with this team player on over to Zay. Gonna make things awkward here for Muffin Kui in this defensive position, but hey, I mean, that's Kazan in overtime always has red ball with the pauldrons, giving a little bit of extra power here. Josh approaching here with a flip. Zay does have a flip, but nice stuff there with the pop-up. Muffin Kui defends that one. Vaga misses the strike shot. We're going to defend that one away with the flip. Beats the Zentaro passive as well. On over to Josh once again. Hook resets just about at no health. That flip was basically had no chance of scoring, but either way, we're going to have a power play for PLX once again. And Muffin Kui, can you hold? Oh, that's a terrible way to lose the barrier.
And barely misses the strike because of Kazan's weird strike box. And Zay found a huge kill on Hook with like the edge of his primary that I really don't think he should have found, but finding that is huge and kind of could have won them the round. But Leo, really good offensive play here, almost scores. He's staggered though, and Zay has the core. He's huge. Mako almost has secondary up. Really curious to see who ends up winning this round.
Yeah, it'll be tough. I really like the pick here from Muffin Kui to grab the Unstoppable. Really great against Erasmus in basically every single situation. Oh man, Hook resets with that really great piercing shot. Finds it. Gets it on in there. RTF with a sign of life. Trying to keep this one alive and make sure that this game lasts at least 40 minutes.
Yeah. Oni Village, I definitely like... I feel bad for the teams waiting for the next series. Rose Petals, every single series they've had today has been 3 games. They're just like waiting in the wings, wanting to go to bed. Yeah, definitely crazy. But anyways, back on this game, all the PLX about to get their flips. A pretty solid spot to be in if you're PLX, as long as they get the core out here.
Might be able to get that one out there. Vaga was looking a little bit low just for a moment. Liliana also not overcommitting too much to some of the damage that's being shown up for PLX. Vaga getting a little bit offensive there, passing midfield to help that one through, and it works out. They grab the barrier. Liliana again looking quite weak. Zay working on a flip. Josh has one. Vaga as well, and this is going to be a huge push there, but the pop-up once again. Muffin Kui is just locked into the matrix right now. Zay does not. Zay does. Zay does have it. I stink. My bad.
Yeah, he kind of did like the mix-up dribble where he just hit the core straight up a bunch, and then like Hook panicked and like used flip and everything, and then Muffin was like, "Oh shoot, I have to go where my midfielder is no longer covering," and so Zay just slots it in right above Muffin, and good goal, good heads-up play. I feel like you can really tell like how long this day has been for both teams and how they're just kind of like throwing things at the wall and hoping it works. The PLX looking like, I'm saying that, but I also feel like this is like some of the best PLX has played all day, at least from what I've seen. They're just like actually playing off of each other. Vaga isn't like letting in a bunch of like any super random goals. That one was kind of random, but it was hard because of where Leo was, and Estelle was like always there waiting, ready to snipe it in.
Yeah, it would have been like 27 head for Josh to hit the evade there and then just keep it alive. But really tough situation because you can't move and evade at the same time. So either way, got a good point there from Hook Resets. If they can find a couple more of those piercing shots in really high pressure situations on the overtime, they can probably keep themselves alive. Oh yeah, that's some crazy unbeatable stuff there. When Zentaro stops the ball and the teammate helps it through the passive, it's like, yo, that's some good stuff. But again, like you were saying before, PLX playing quite well. I think they are indeed playing quite well, and I think their comp is also just very cohesive on what they're trying to do. It's just the strategy is already coming together, even with some of the awakenings that have already been picked.
Yeah, and it's neat to see. I also think like there's definitely some sus moments from Return to Form, but we're also seeing like what made this team so hyped up. The like really long holds from Moffin that like feel like the core has to go in here, but somehow he saves it. And then like Leo with these like really creative ways to end up finding a goal, and Hook just kind of always standing there ready to like find a little snipe and get the core in. Really cool game. Now barriers down for Return to Form, and PLX Zay almost has flip, Vaga has flip. They're really close to finding the goal here.
Yeah, I also want to give it to Vaga for a lot of really great defensive Come on, Vaga. I was just giving it to you. Really great situations here, winning like really close quarter strike wars with Leo Leon to keep the barriers alive, and unfortunately perhaps out of cooldowns finally. It's going to go in there. Leo Leon helping his team grab that set here. And that's going to be big. Who's going to be the MVP? We're going to have Moffin grab their awakening. Maybe steal some size from Rasmus or something.
Yeah, well, we see Perfect Form and Rapid Fire up. I feel like if I know Moffin Koei, he ends up going Rapid Fire. Prime Time is still available, so he can scale into that later. Rasmus getting Perfect Form isn't as scary as like Zentaro, but still pretty good, especially if you win. Like, especially when you're bigger and faster and you can like land a spin on multiple people. Meanwhile, double deny of Spark from Zentaro. He ends up just getting explosive entrance anyway.
Yeah.
Debatable.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting. I would say letting him have Spark of either of them, really. I think either of those Sparks is like slightly lower value than some sort of crazy midfield all over the world presence with explosive entrance. But again, here I'm not on a 7-hour Oni Village game, so perhaps my judgment is a little bit more advanced here.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I feel like PLX has had some good drafts. That was not one of my favorite ones that I've seen them have. Especially on Oni Village in particular, when Zentaro gets the Dash Awakening, it just helps him so much. He can do more of what Rasmus and Kazan do and like walk back and help his team. He can also just like set up like really good goals, stuffs from far away, which helps against Mako quite a bit because you can just stop her secondary and force it through. We'll see what ends up happening. Vaga getting low, has flip. Kind of greeting here, not gonna use the evade, and because of that he might die. The Josh just ult barely missing, that was huge. Leo Leon's primary like kicked him out of the way, and because the now ult only works in an AoE around where you land, like it, yeah, good play from Leo Leon. Unfortunate mistake by Josh.
Yeah, I really do like the decision to go for the goalie there when the opportunity did arise, but we do have team player Josh showing up here helping to get the ball to Zay. Vaga's gonna have to defend by themselves, and they do get a energy burst kill onto Leo Leon there. This great 2v3 power play. Zay getting in there, but can't seem to make it happen. The drum and bass shows up here. Hook Reset's trying to play a little bit of defense, but actually in the right spot there. Okay, good passing play here, trying to not make the ball too fast to lose control. Moffin Koei a little bit all over the spot here. Oni's blade to try to get it on through there. The lines are being made. You could see it, and the piercing shot does get it in there. Mako, not enough control over the map here, even with strike shot, and they do run them out of cooldowns and take it.
Yeah, and just good laser from Hook, good like awareness. This is definitely an Oni Village game. The core is just flying everywhere, and I feel like, I mean, you can see like in these sequences like up there how much value Leo is getting with the Knife's Edge. I really wonder how different this game would be looking right now if Hook had it. I feel like, I don't know, they just have that little bit extra. But they're finding that little bit extra right now. Barriers down on the side of PLX, and I didn't even notice, but like...
Muffin. Sorry, Muffin was like disconnecting or something.
True. Yeah, he actually gets packet loss now. Sometimes his ping randomly spikes to like 100 or something. But
Okay, word. Yeah, sorry, I freaked out for a second there.
yeah, so valid. I would too. But yeah, Hook resets, has flip, Josh close to flip. However these two players use it is probably going to decide the round.
Agreed, as they do have the goal open here, though. Hook resets can use this flip defensively, but Josh is making offensive plays here with this last, I guess, like 74 energy or something. Yeah, one strike away. Leon wins a strike war there. Vaga gonna have to spend some cooldowns to keep it alive there. Uses the piercing shot. The flip comes out here. The defensive flip. That's, again, defensive situation. Josh spending it. Zay forever trying to get into the game. Maybe tries to play a little bit here. The teammates, man, just give the ball to Zay, right? That's the whole point of this team, but they're having a tough time. Zay is building up flip, but the drum and bass does end up getting an angle on it, does save it, but then Leon comes in with that explosive entrance. Shoot, how did he say to pronounce Irish? Irish.
I don't remember.
Where are you? Where are you, Saya?
Real. But I think that's Brickbat actually. But anyways.
Was it Brickbat? Irish. Ah, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, great round from PLX, scoring in 15 seconds, kind of exactly what you want to see. However, PLX has no meter, and Return to Form is about to have two flips on their forwards. I mention flips a lot because they really do matter. How their two forwards use these flips could determine the entire set.
No, you're 100% right. Mentioning flip is definitely super important. As a goalie, and playing on Only Village, I feel like the only... I hate Only Village for a couple of different reasons. One of the reasons is the way you get scored on through your second barrier. Like, the way the second barrier is taken, and it's usually due to either really crazy combos or because of a flip is event right into your face. And that's the easiest way to get the barrier. And that's kind of what you have to be kind of focusing on, is either like a really fat combo or a really good flip right in there. And we're going to see a really good flip there from Hook resets to grab a power play here for the side of RTF. Leon going to try to help it on through there. Muffin Koi stepping up and getting on in there. But man, great defense again from Vaga and Josh. Say Forever comes back with full cooldowns though, and see if they can make it happen. Josh approaching here with the flip. Can they get close enough to make it happen?
And they don't get the barrier. That's huge. That gives so much more time for Return to Form to live. If they can just reset, like, basically the get to neutral state, and they don't even have to, they just end up pushing it right in. Leon, good core stop, and it goes zoom. I think, like, you see the knife's edge get proc there, which makes the core go even faster. Really insane. And now Estela's first pick. This is really interesting. If he denies Monu, I will be really upset. Please do not deny Monu. Anything but that. Okay,
No
good.
way.
Cozy Ghost. Yeah, that is correct. I started panicking. I do think it's questionable for not now to even go Monu here. Like, I feel like Fight or Flight or Kata is just more value, but
I agree. I actually agree. I agree.
yeah, he does have, he doesn't even have like Chrono Boost or something to like that makes a good excuse for Monu because it becomes easier to hit your teammates, and now Joss is standing still. Hopefully nothing wrong on his end. But anyways, Leon able to get one barrier really quick, unable to get the second one, really close though. And this is exactly how you want the round to start if you Return to Form. But now on the rebound, PLX getting a good barrier and in a good spot to get the second.
Yeah, we see that Unstoppable coming in there from Muffin Kui. Make sure they can hold the line there. Vaga greeds the drum and bass there and actually loses the second barrier in return. Worst case scenario there, of course. And I wanted to say that PLX was looking quite good at the start of this game, but now it seems that Return to Form is truly returning to form as they are coming alive on this second part of this game, as we are 3 sets in right now. Onto the fourth one. Josh building up a flip right here. Hook has one of their own. Doesn't seem to get on in there with that big defense though. Going to let that barrier go down. Now it's up to Muffin Kui to hold the line here. Flip onto Hook, or onto Leon, but doesn't seem to get it there. Vaga with a great defense, but it's going to be the Crystal Thorns that helps it on through with Leon. And man, great combination there. And Ooh, return to form is looking kind of unstoppable right now. What's the change?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I feel like it's just getting to overtime more, and return to form looks a lot better there, especially now that Estelle's hotshot. We saw, actually, like, the hotshot Thorns there, kind of, like, getting that goal. And I just think the explosive entrance on Leo Leon really feels like the biggest thing. The double deny of Sparks did not pay off, I feel like, and it just kind of shows that explosive entrance in Taro is really good. Also, Return to Form just isn't losing to the random little small things they were earlier. Muffin is looking a lot more like he did at the beginning of this series. And yeah, they're just playing better, winning more.
You're probably just right. I do agree again with that Spark deny. A little bit crazy here to drop a Spark onto even like Vaga, like on Mako. You would have been pretty happy denying that explosive entrance. They're getting some value out of it as well. But it's not the route that they seem to have went here, though. So they're going to have both barriers down once again, really just clawing for life here as they're going to try to make one final push here onto Mafiko, who's going to spin that flip. Strike shot does not miss. Really great shot there from Vaga. Now they have a great offensive push, almost having both flip here. Going to end up defending against Leo Leon. It's a really tough situation. They defend one more time, but opens the mid spot, and that's where the ball's going to go, and it's going to be RTF with one more point, match point for this one, and they would be the ones moving on.
Yeah, and Return to Form trying to make their name, like, trying to reclaim their previous prominence in NASL, and this could be the moment they do it, sending PLX back into NASA for, like, the 3rd season in a row, but PLX, they're not going down, like, they're still fighting. They get both barriers really quickly. Vaga uses flip, which kind of unfortunate there, but they're still in an advantage state. Kazan has no barriers up, and they're just kind of trying to jam the core in. Hook, about to die, manages to live. The core goes in, but Leo Leon still has flip, and no one on the side of PLX is close to flip. So PLX needed that round, but they're not out of it yet. It's still really scary.
Yeah, Leo's build is also quite scary as well. Lots of mobility, lots of movement. Even the Spark, just in case the final Spark does show up, the glasses can actually be devastating as well. But yeah, I mean, that's what happens when, you know, characters like Zentaro just like benefit so much from a lot of different awakenings there. It's really hard to deny, and sometimes you just get a little bit offset here, though. RTF is really making the last point of this match show up here, though, as they're approaching here. It's going to be a flip from Vaga. They could have lost that really tough 50-50 there in a lot of situations. Vaga, make it! He had strike shot up maybe at the last couple of seconds, but man, it's going to be RTF taking it, moving on to landing, and that's... Whoa, that's a... I really thought that PLX was kicking it up at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, they look so strong in Game 2, so strong at the beginning of Game 3, but Return to Form, I mean, the joke makes itself, they returned to form and pulled the game through. And now, this is like, it's just so unfortunate for PLX because they really were expecting to at least make it back to landing. Last season, they were basically like one set away from making it to NASL, if I remember correctly, and falling short way earlier here to the team of... Actually, I'm pretty sure they were in landing last season. They lost to Lob City as a final decisive series, the team that Leo Leon was on, and he's gatekeeping them again. And he popped off that game. He got explosive entrance and did what he had to do. Moffin Kobe, though, 292 redirects. The second highest in the game after Josh, 107 saves. Insane performance. Really, like, just great all-around play from everyone on Return to Form. Hook found a lot of really important goals that he needed to find or they would have lost that game, and excited to see them in landing tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that's facts. Hook resets really did show up there with some of those piercing shot situations there. We even saw a couple from Crystal Thorns too, making great use of that hot shot and some of those abilities there. We could also see Leo Leon only at 157 redirects, but each of them was so valuable as they come with basically the EI rush. I actually don't even want to say this move anymore, but that great Zentaro secondary and the primary are, yeah, all together just like making a lot of tough situations there when attacking the goal. So it's going to be RTF moving on, and unfortunately, PLX in another tough spot there.
And coming up, Pass versus Rose Petals. To both of these teams, Rose Petals, a continuation of LLC, both of these teams got top 3 in NASL, or I think Pass was top 4. top 4, whatever, in NASA last season. I think they were all tied for first at the end of the regular season. Really excited to see which of those two teams make it. And rounds out the landing teams that'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah. Then there's that set coming up, like you just said, Pass against. Sorry, who is it?
Rose Petals.
Rose Petals, yes, of course. Pass against Rose Petals will be coming up in just a little bit, though. We're most likely going to be hitting a break here, so do not go anywhere. Those players are going to be loading up once again, and you'll be seeing Fudgy Waffles and Yoshi showing up for that commentary. And I will see you guys next time. It was a pleasure, Liari.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the next series. I'll be watching it myself for sure.
Oh, yeah.
We are back. It is pass. Like, we have to cast pass again. I'm really excited. It's also me and Ian. We're back. You didn't expect that. I bet you weren't expecting that. But we're here. You might hear me cut out. All good. All good. All good. We fixed it. We fixed it. We fixed it.
He was hit with the spell of silence.
The spell of silence. It's that's usually just called silence.
Yeah,
Even
but it was cast
sometimes.
upon thy.
I can cast
Immortal
no
coil.
spells. I could cast no spell. I was trying to cast spells. That's what I was saying, if anyone was wondering, but I was silenced. So I couldn't
This
do
guy
it.
can't cast spells.
But should I Atlas mid again? Ask Hungry Boy. I mean, it's your qualification. you can.
It's your qualification. The only thing I'll do is start screaming.
Yeah, you might wanna pick picks that
hey,
win the game though. Low key. We're going back to the temple though.
Yeah, it's late at night. I'm down to chat. Low key, it was not the Atlas. I think it was pretty good. I think just Atlas Juliet is not the wave, you know, because like the Atlas gets it forward, and then you need a guy to like go up there and start doing something, either to like win or wait for the Atlas to get himself up there.
Ult. You have no Dubu ult. You have no Dubu second. Low key Dubu is like Zentaro, but mixed with Asher.
Write that down, everyone, fast.
Write that down. Write that down.
This is really important.
Write that down.
Dubu is the best parts of Zentaro and Asher combined.
Because it's like Zentaro has the flick of Zentaro, but the ult and primary of Asher.
No, wait, you're telling me that you can do the Delick?
And the size of Dubu.
And the size of Dubu.
Yeah, you Delick with secondary.
Oh, you're right. It's not really. There's less flick there.
Yeah, ran into game. By the way, we're in Tycho Temple.
Yeah, we're ending the game. There are no breaks on this train.
It's Stacks, Missile, Prop, and we have an Atlas on pass. And they went. Is that no? I think that's Atlas. I think it's Atlas goalie. I think it's Tragic on the Luna. They actually. So I was scrimming this team. I was warming them up for the past like hour or so. And pass, they picked double. They picked this. They didn't pick this. They picked Imi though instead of the Luna. But they won. I mean, our comp was also kind of troll, but I believe in it enough. I think it's actually like pretty nice in the Mako. Also,
I've seen it.
So like they can all stun the Mako if they're projectiles. And they've already gone both barriers, and they're just breaking right through. Hungry Boy. I mean, Luke is finally going to secondary to hold them off, but it's looking a little scary. Pretty much a lot of signature picks, though, on the other end. We do see Twisty on the Zentaro. Luke has been playing a lot of Mako so far. A lot of Mako and Atlas, so no surprise there to see that locked in. But yeah, no, can't keep my eyes away from this epic pass composition once again. They can't just pick
keep
normal.
Getting away with it.
They can't just. Why can't you be normal?
But hey, it's looking good. That was almost a real sexy goal. But the primary is going to be putting it in. Power chord, bang. And this boy is hungry for landing. No one's ever made that joke before. Send it.
Wait,
Thank
write
you.
that down. Write that down.
Write that down fast.
Write that down. Write that down.
That's free coaching.
And Hungry Boy is looking like he's going to return to form. Write that. Wait.
He's gonna.
Oh,
they're cooked.
That was just straight up unlucky, like kind of, but not really. Like Twisty. It's more like Twisty got lucky, rather than that pass got unlucky, because they just hit it at where Twisty was. But anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's been a long day, so we're still playing Omega Strikers out here, and it's
Tragic.
Wow, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot of comfort, and it looks like Tragic is pretty comfortable on this Luna. It's just like.
I didn't even know. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know Tragic had a Luna at all.
Had it like that?
And they definitely didn't have it like this. Like, oh my, Tragic! That was incredible! Layers all 3 abilities, including ult, in order to get that last barrier and put Luke at extremely low HP. Doxy also looking extremely low. Hungry Boy might be able to put a little bit more damage on there to find a KO, but instead is almost gonna find a goal there, but Mango's spaced very, very well. Tractor's gonna miss. the dash, which gives Twisty that 1v1 opportunity to put that in. But I'm still quite a believer in this pass comp. I think it does counter the stacks a lot better since they're KOing them and they have no healing.
Yeah, it's the legendary Luna forward where you, I guess, play it like Juliet and just fish for dash punches, and it works. And
we've been watching it all day. Ian.
Yeah.
We've been watching ZZZ play that play Luna forward all day, and then ZZZ makes that look good. I tell you what.
Boy, I tell you what, he'd be hitting them. He'd be hitting them kills.
Again, those kills.
Oh, I really like the Atlas too, and like white toast, white bread. I keep saying white toast. I'm a freak. Real white bread take. Atlas missile prop. Gonna be pretty good. You know what else is good? Estelle missile prop. Saying that they all took stacks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. I mean, the stacks
Well,
are quite good though too. Estelle period is quite good. We can also just say that. Doing a good job. Like once they get it in the corner, it's just Estelle can provide so much offensive pressure. So it's pretty rough. But Tragic, good strike war there with the rocket, or not really strike, with a rocket war. That's just real war. Like a rocket war. That's just what they be doing. But like on the other end, we don't really see that same like pressure come out. Like Device only has like that primary, but great flip, makes its way to Tragic. He's going to grab that last barrier. Now Twisty has the flip. He's going to try to grab a second barrier with it, but a well-timed primary plus maybe even a strike from Hungry Boy is able to get that one out. Now Tragic just needs to win one strike war versus Twisty, but decided, nah, we don't even need that. We're just going to go around and try to kill Twisty and use this offensive pressure very well. Gets through Doxy, but not through Luke. Now we're still looking for that damage. We're going to kind of swap the roles here. Tragic, known midfielder before that, picking up the brawler. So we kind of see that in action there as Hungry Boy kind of shifts to that KOing role for a second. But now two staggered forwards versus Tragic and Hungry Boy. It's just inevitable. And there's the first one. We could see a second KO, or we might just see a goal. But Doxy is now no longer staggered, so it's going to be a little bit harder. And they're actually going to be able to clear out through Pass's offense. And now Hungry Boy just isn't going to have many options. We're kind of seeing a little bit of the same issues as we saw with them last time they played on this map. Except this time they just don't have someone to shove it in instead of two people to shove it in. So we'll have to see if Luna can fill that role, but Hungry Boy is going to find that KO. Now has that flip, can flip pass, can flip shoot. It's going to flip shoot, and that's going to be a second goal for Pass.
Hitting us with the 5th point right there. And yeah, really well played by Hungry Boy. He had a 50 there, and take the option that won. Or rather, they were covering the pass. It just looked like a better option. But yeah, like you said, this team is really struggling to like get someone to force it through the Mako, which they really need. But they'll give them long enough, and they'll get a KO. They'll get, just the right bounce. They'll get Tragic taking a trip to the other side of the field real quick, and it's with enough time, they can get it done. It's just hard.
Yeah, it is looking hard. They now, especially this barrier is so fast, it's going to be Twisty and Doxy both dashing in, just covering everything, able to grab that first set, which it is good. Obviously, you want to win every set. I'm thinking, is it especially good? Like, do they really, like, which team do I think is going to scale a little bit harder? And I think the damage on the other side will scale. So it being that close, if you're Pass, you can probably be like, it's not too bad that we lost this early, but it's also not quite that good because you are giving up like Egoist, Super Surge. We're going to see the Egoists go over there. I'm wondering what we're going to see pick up here. Maybe like Unstoppable plus damage, either Prize Fighter or Super Surge, which is exactly what we see. I honestly would have liked to see the Super Surge take on the Luna to also deny the Estelle. Dash range just being so good on Estelle, especially on this map, where the more you can dash, the more easily you can dash to the other side of the center drum. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. They did pick up Unstoppable. Oh! And a big KO right there. See Tragic with Prize Fighter, which could come into play pretty soon. Always has potential to make something happen if you have Prize Fighter. And Dunks is looking a little low.
Yeah, but does have that dash range. Was able to grab that last barrier due to it. The Super Search helping out a little bit there, but good patience from Mangoes or Yummy are going to avoid Twisty's dash, but Tragic not able to find that KO, but will find it with the ultimate. Now doesn't have dash and will procure the score, but will just send a rocket to Luke and find the KO anyway.
Doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it. My bad. My bad. Grabs the first goal, and that's scary. And that's scary because that's 3 prize fighter stacks on the Luna right now. And it's a Luna brawler too, who's not even that concerned about core control. Can just really maximize that DPS with missile prop plus prize fighter, which could become very unplayable if they're not able to keep this core control advantage. And even that, like, look at that. That's a red core secondary from Tragic just because of having so much power. And great pass to Hungry Boy. It's able to get that barrier. Now going to try and pass again, but Twisty's doing a good job staying in the passing lane. Won't be enough to get a good offense though. A bit of damage found on the Twisty, but a lot of whiffs so far from Hungry Boy are going to lead to a very healthy Twisty, meaning this offense can look in a little bit better for the Rose Petals, but at any moment Tragic can dash in with that flip.
Yeah, and that would be fatal. And a next level dash punch. But right now, it looks like they're just trying to play for the goal, using the flip right here, getting shut out by the Mako ult, and that's going to be second barrier gotten by Rose Petals with the flip. Twisty has been shepherded to his own goal box, or her own goal box, my apologies. And it's just, again, it looks so hard for Pass to get anything done, right? Rose Petals just has a much easier execution with Estelle Zentaro. They're able to just get it in there, and now that's a prize fighter stack gone for Tragic. Actually, things are looking a little rough.
Yeah, it's looking a little tough, looking a little rough, but if anyone can hold this down, it's going to be the Atlas. So we'll see if it gets done. And Tragic immediately spawns in, knows exactly what's about to happen, had one thing in mind, just immediately dashed, was not a frame alive where Tragic was not dashing to find that KO. And they're able to find the goal right afterwards. So that was pretty awesome. I have to say. I must implore. I must inquire.
The Tragic hit the lock-on like aimbot technology, just like
just switch to MOBA. Wait, while KO, Tragic switched to MOBA controls.
I bet that's what happened. Yeah,
that's
you're right.
Gotta be it.
Yeah, man,
that's gotta be it.
That's gotta be it.
All right, see the pass here. Instead, I like that too, but didn't quite work. Hungry Boy going for some crazy plays, but won't be enough. So we'll have to. I hate saying we'll have to see, but we're
gonna have to see.
We're gonna have to see if they're able to get this barrier or not.
Yeah, both teams sitting on one barrier, just looking to get it through right now.
Whoa!
And bang! That's gonna be Pass getting it with the flip on the line. They're gonna be securing this set. 3-0 real quick like off that play, and wow, I would not have expected that. Not at all.
Yeah, a lot of things coming out of the Luna are not what I'm expecting, which is pretty awesome to be honest. And we see a Deadeye here, but there's a perfect form right next to it. So this is where you have to make a decision. Am I scared of perfect form? The answer is nope. We are locking in that Deadeye, doing 1 trillion damage. You can't do infinite damage as Zentaro if you're KO'd or if you take Spark of Resilience. Which isn't a bad take, with I believe no sparks having been shown up so far. All 3 are still in the pool, although we only have 2 more sets in order to scale up. So, like max. Like no, I don't know if that's the Awakening. I would want to see the Zentaro take. I think I would just take the perfect form and be God. But hey,
I'm thinking the Spark of Resilience is just great for stagger to try and counteract the damage comp. Obviously, it is the Awakening that gives the most stagger in the game at a whopping, I believe, 450. 450, which is a lot. That's a lot of stagger. Zentaro has max like.
Look, that was from so far away. That dash punch just KO'd from midfield, from cross map. The Deadeye missile prop. Tragic has too many good Awakenings right now. It's looking extremely problematic. I don't know. That's another one, but it's going to be saved by the drum, but in the end will be KO nonetheless. 1 barrier taken. Hungry Boy was looking at the second one, but decided to not just... It's over. It's over. It's over. It might not be over. It's not over. Let's be clear. It's definitely not over, but it's looking really, really good for Pass right now.
It's not over till I say it's over. I've not said it's over. It's looking hard. The entire game is flipped on its head. This Deadeye has changed the landscape just a little bit.
I've never seen that before. I have never seen that before from a Luna. I've seen X do it. I've seen Julie do it. I've never seen a Luna reverse dash punch off of the line, off of the drum on the middle. That was so cool. Tragic has been a player that's been impressing me for such a long time, and just switching the brawler randomly. Turns out if you can win Strike Wars, you're gonna be good at the brawler role. And maybe you don't even pick real brawlers, and you just pick Luna and go crazy because you get to do whatever you want. This is my Tragic's just living my dream right now. This is what I want to do one day. Just pick whatever I want, brawler, and go crazy. I think it's every midfielder goalie player's dream. But Mangoes, great job saving that one. Walked all the way back into the deepest crevices of his own gold blocks. But Doxy, there we go, Super Surge. Able to slip in and grab that barrier. Now, Hungry Boy almost is able to get this barrier, but Luke is going to be able to defend for quite a few cooldowns. Tragic has the dash, is just going to use it for a lot of damage on the Twisty, which means she's going to have to go back and grab that barrier, or grab that orb. But now, we'll have to see if someone get a goal. Honestly, I got like dizzy. So I was just like staring at the core, going back and forth. A little too long.
It happened to me too. There's so much core speed in this game, and it's just we're in overtimes going back and forth all around, and it's really, and the drums, the taiko, like there are so many factors that are just making this so hard to control. And you know, what I'm always thinking about, imagine being the players. Like I'm a guy sitting in a chair watching this game. Imagine
playing through this. And I was playing the warm-up games were pretty intense that we were playing. So they've been through a full day plus these crazy warm-up games, and now they have to beat Rose Petals, and both open nets right now. Crazy strike shots, but generally great defense from Mangoes, but it's going to be scary here. A lot of things coming at them, but they're able to clear it out. Some good angles, some good passing plays. Hungry Boy might have to flip here just defensively, and he's just going to hit it straight in. It was looking was hoping to see Tragic dash and then hit it with the dash. It looks like there's a good synergy there, but Hungry Boy just finds the perfect angle anyway. Luke does have the flip up there, but probably just doesn't think that he needs to use it. Just straight up.
Yeah,
decided to throw it down, but there you go.
Yeah,
whoa.
If I'm Luke, I can't imagine expecting that specific shot, and
wow.
And it went so fast. And again, it's Pass's world, and we're all just living in it.
Yeah, it might be Tragic's world, and we're just living in it. Although Hungry Boy grabbed a KO earlier, I mean everyone's doing their part. They're all playing great. But Tragic just finding some crazy angles. But actually, it's barriers even right now. It is just one more goal, though, for Pass to win this one. But they're once again playing 3 on the same side. But this time, they at the very least have Luna that can dash in, but Twisty's going to be one dashing in instead, grabbing that goal. And the KOs are starting to slow down just a little bit.
Yeah, Pass is getting a lot of KOs, but... Hey, welcome to step 2. Now it's time to capitalize on the KOs. And they're able to get both barriers earlier, but again, just like trying to get through Mako on the open net. It's really tough.
Ooh.
It's really tough. And that's going to be a double barrier, and that's going to be a flip burned. Luke walking up, even getting active, saying, I'm not stuck to this box. Get me in there. Nothing came of it, but still, that's what we like to see. Really good awareness coming out from Luke. And no!
And we're back. And we're back.
And we're back.
And
I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, Tragic able to find. Oh, and a strike war. Luke not going to flip once again. That's just going to be like 2 whole points without using flip. But there we go. We finally see it. Use the counter to Hungry Boy flip. Now it's going to be another double open barrier situation. But Hungry Boy strikes through 2 people to find the same shot that he was able to find earlier on to Luke. And that's going to be a second set victory. We do have that spark scaling that Twisty's hoping for, and there is only 1 spark here. So if Twisty's able to grab that, it's going to be a pretty annoying possible 4th set draft. But they do have to make it all the way there, and that spark of focus needs to make it all the way to Twisty.
Right. If I'm Mango Zayumi right now, I'm saying spark of focus. looking a little good, but Tragic going to be the one picking it up instead.
Shot. Wait, yeah, Tragic going to
Leaving
deny
hot-
it.
Yeah,
This
leaving
makes a
hot
lot
shot
of
to Mangoes.
sense.
Yeah.
So you can look
Break
at
it
like
down.
the rapid fire and say like, oh, we could give rapid fire to Tragic, but honestly, like I bet if you do the math, Spark of Focus is like pretty similar in the DPS increase as rapid fire because it's all 3 abilities, getting that CDR. So it's quite a smart play to have Tragic take that and then allow Mangoes to just get hot shot, which is just such a great awakening on the Atlas, who already has Twin Drive Unstoppable stacks. So I really like that. Really a big fan of how they drafted there. And but it's hard to defend versus Zentaro plus Estelle. So they are going to lose their barriers, but they are going to find 2 KOs, one off stagger, one off knockback. But how are they going to get through Luke is the question, and they were able to get the strike shot out, and after that was out, it's looking really grim. That's so much damage, and it's Tragic just dashing in. Just that a little bit of help from that Spark of Focus maybe. Got able to have 2 primaries off in that power play, along with the secondary that was used to get a KO onto Twisty. Still comes back just in time to get that goal. And just the pressure is so good. These ults from Tragic are just so much pressure going in. Hungry Boy might be able to grab a barrier here. There's 3 people there. It would be really hard to get through, but the help of Mangoes supporting from the back is a 3v3 offense. Now you don't see it very often, but Hungry Boy TP's in. Doesn't strike too early. Learned his mistake earlier. Don't want to strike too early on that, or you might cancel your primary, or your strike, basically. But there's another great ult from Tragic. Has flip again. Probably going to pass it, Hungry Boy. Yep, there we go. But still nothing found. Oxy extremely low, but no KOs found. All of the cooldowns used in attempts to find them as well is a little scary. Tragic using 2 cooldowns there as well. Means this defense is going to be even harder to pull off, but Hungry Boy finds a great outwards clear. And is now trying to find a goal, but it's going to be Twisty who's finding this last barrier instead. Tragic's flying in. They haven't been able to find a KO in quite a while. Luke is extremely low. He's going to walk up and flip. Mangoes is going to clear out with speed. Twisty's going to grab the core, but it's just not enough. No one's finding anything. Almost an own goal. Who's going to be the one that finished that off, but it's not quite. But there's a great pass to Twisty with that passive dash to finish off that point, and it does feel like that Rose Petals have to work so hard, but through all the damage, through all the KOs, they're starting to rebuild their stacks and find their way through this set.
Yeah, I mean, I can just imagine Tragic right now frothing at the mouth looking for a KO. Just anything. But that's going to be an egoist proc for Twisty. You picked up Rampage last draft. I didn't even notice. Tragic going in for the kill, but has 4 Rampage stacks now. A little large. Looking a little big. Which could be a pretty big deal. It's just getting all of these really easy strikes, strike wars, to strike wins, and Tragic again just hasn't found a kill in a bit, and it's like definitely looking for them. But
yeah,
it's tough. Rose Petals are playing around the damage and the KO threat a lot better now.
Yeah, Doxy's actually bounced off of that bottom drum twice now, which would have resulted in KOs, but interesting play there. Twisty able to time that. I think timed the passive strike to actually beat Atlas Primary. I'm not sure if Atlas Primary just whiffed, but it kind of felt like it was timed to do that. But yeah, I don't know. Either way, good goal from Twisty. But there's the KO off kickoff from Tragic. That's what they need to have happen or to get these barriers, but instead are going to lose one immediately. There's the first one. Luke is going to once again lose both barriers while having flip. And this is not the time to lose when you are on map set, or not really, but you've got, I guess there's worse times, but it's not a good time, you know, it's definitely not a good time.
It's never a good time.
That's true. It is never a good time, as opposed to it always being a good time, which is a different complete song completely, but great bounce off of the drum from Tragic to send that one in, just a complete, like, crazy angle.
Right.
Yeah, a little Taika moment, but I believe it was on purpose, and it worked out really well for them. If they can find a K on to Twisty here, who has no evade right now, that could be huge, but not going to quite happen. Tragic ends up hitting the core instead. So, going to be a little bit slower on the damage once again, which means their offense is also going to be a little bit slower. And a great evade from Twisty to dodge that damage, but Tragic still has the ult. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Go, Ian. We'll have to see.
I'm looking right now. Twisty is low. That was a great play from Hungry Boy in the corner with the ult, getting it in there, and just like using it and its core speed to 1v3 right through. Both Doxy and Twisty are incredibly low. Things are getting dangerous. Tragic drops one ability on either of them, and they blow up. And there's one. Great dodge coming out from Twisty though with the Oni's blade. Really good. And grabs the orb too. Things are looking up, and as well, Twisty is still really low. Doxy recovered all of her stagger, but now Tragic is low. Hey, and we're out of the turntables. We made it around.
So true, so true. Tragic is able to grab that orb though, so at the turntables once again. Twisty is going to get hit. Great combination play. Hungry Boy hits Twisty into the center of Tragic's ult in order to grab that, and then a great pass into a secondary for the speed. It's going to lead into the map 1 finishing up. Pass are going to look pretty good.
Yeah, I'm ready to stop casting pass on Tycho. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
these games are stressful.
They are stressful. At like any point, it feels like they can just lose to like not getting a KO. But
yeah,
Tragic
like
with
ace.
12 of them. That is more 12 KOs, almost 1 for each goal. They got that game. Pro was proven to be a solid enough win condition. Missile prop start, picked 3 characters good with missile prop. Well, the Atlas went stacks, which is also pretty good on Atlas. But when you have that damage versus stacks start, and you're the damage team, once you find those KOs, you just took away one of their awakenings, which is really, really scary because now that you have a great awakening that does a ton of damage, helps in sometimes core speed, sometimes more range on your abilities, while your opponent just has no stacks. So really like how they went about this one. Tragic had way more options for scoring with the Luna than the Julie, which is kind of ironic. It was also able to find more dash punch KOs on the Luna as opposed to the Julie. So maybe this is what they should have picked. I mean, for straight up, they could have kept the Atlas, but I also think obviously Vice Luna is just a gruesome comp. You have the Vice and Luna just taking away evades from the opponents for each other so that they can hit them with these nasty combos with their abilities. And you can tell from the 43 and the 49k damage that they're looking quite good. Also sharing similar redirects, 246 to 243 between Hungry Boy and Tragic. Just really playing a double midfield comp, despite Tragic definitely playing a little bit more brawlery of the two. But being able to switch on a dime due to them both having so much midfield experience and Hungry Boy having like really all role experience and Tragic, like both of them, I mean. So really cool combination. I like to see these two players play together, and I'm hoping to see more in a little bit on Clarion. What do you think, Ian?
I think we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see some wacky things from past. I've given up trying to like expect like maybe this time they'll pick some like normal picks. It's whatever. They're making it work. The
We
Lunar,
can find out. Let's find out.
Luna Brawler. Yeah, got in there.
Ooh,
Oh, we're finding
wow.
out fast.
Rose Petals banning the Zentaro on perfect form start. Just are saying like
Interesting.
even though you could give it to us and that would be our second best brawler pick, we would rather you guys not have it as much and us not getting either Kazan or Zen, which are Twisty's two signature picks right now, for sure. But I mean, Twisty's just a solid player, so I'm not really too worried, especially assuming that Rasmus is going in the direction of Twisty, of Twisty being like having an issue of not being on one of those two characters. I do think it's a little overblown. It's pretty crazy. Like everyone's so scared of the Twisty Kazan, I feel like, but I don't know if that's really the number one place to target on this team. It's worked out for Pass so far. It does help a lot. It might be like also like maybe Mangoes just really doesn't like playing against Kazan. So why have your goalie play a matchup they don't like if you don't have to, and you're really not as that worried about them locking in something like the Rasmus. But I'm a little surprised we didn't just see the return of the Stell. I definitely thought the Stell was doing a lot of good things last game. I think it's quite good on perfect form start. I think it goes really, really well with the Rasmus, but instead we're seeing Doxy pull out this Kai, which we have seen before on this map. It's actually how one of the reasons Rose Petals has gone this far was Doxy picking Kai on this map. So probably a big reason they're going to pick it now. But we do see the Vice of Perfect Form reappearing. Hungry Boy seems to really like this pick. So
Yeah, definitely. And he looked really good on it last game. Spectacular. My question is, and it's probably Mango's on the Mako, but what is Tragic playing? You know, either Mako or Asher.
It's got to be
looking
Asher.
like Asher.
Yeah, it's definitely Asher. I know what you mean, though. I know exactly what you mean.
Hey, and like I'm upset again because the time I said I'm done expecting a normal comp from Pass, they pick a normal comp.
They do pick a normal comp, and I don't know if I like it that much, really. I don't think
Yeah.
the Vice fits in here very well. Like Vice Asher can deal a lot of damage. Mako can help out too if someone's low. Can just throw the primary at them. You can use your secondary to make up for your lack of core control in your damage comp, but it's still like kind of iffy because like they have an Atlas who's just going to be healing more. So do you really have the time to be looking for KOs with Vice? The answer is maybe. Maybe.
It's hard.
It is hard.
Yeah, but Hungry Boy, very familiar with the pick. I definitely agree. I think Vice midfield is a pick. I guess Vice goalie too. You have to build your team around that because Vice is a very, very direct game plan, and if you don't play to it, you're just playing like a worse any other midfielder because you just have fewer tools. So you have to play for that damage win condition or lose. And I think the Asher is not a bad start, but I'm not going to say I like the Luna more, but I like the synergy that they had and were able to pull off. And then Mako is a great character that you can slot into just about any comp. But again, it's not more damage, which is a little iffy. If Mangoes can just hold infinitely and let Hungry Boy and Tragic just play their game of kill people.
Which is how they like to play damage. It's not really which how they played it last game, for example. It's just that forward duo does all the damage while someone holds it down. But not being the Atlas is, I do think, significantly different. I'm really surprised that Mangoes didn't end up picking Atlas here, but I guess they just believe Atlas not as good on this map and Mako is a little bit better, which is fair. I think there's reasons to believe that. So we'll find out, but Atlas, no stranger to having like really good performances on this map versus really good teams. Demons Raw and Sad Boys both almost one almost losing and one straight up losing a game in NASL too in Atlas just on this map. So been scary, but we see Doxy getting really low, so the damage is working out quite a bit. They have the increased CDs to help out with themselves as well. Also, before I forget, and I'm sorry because I've been talking for a while, but we have to talk about this rivalry of Luke versus Hungry Boy. Former teammates on LLC, but now turned against each other in the ring. In the battle for landing.
Yeah, in the last match before qualifying for landing, the former teammates for friends to enemies real quick, and it looks like Luke is coming ahead right now on this point. Rose Petal is going to be taking that one, and yeah, it's definitely strange that both these players, split apart to their own teams and now are facing off in the last match of Liftoff. But wow, Rose Petals are here to play, absolutely, and it's looking really good. Something interesting that I want to mention is that Pass, all members of Pass took Perfect Form, which makes sense and is really good. But Doxy and Twisty both took Spark of Agility and have that Spark scaling. And I think that's pretty interesting, pretty important. I don't know if they both had to take it, because obviously Perfect Form's really good, but it's working out. They're getting barriers, they're getting goals. Maybe it's the wave.
Yeah, I can't just stop thinking about how I feel like if Hungry Boy locks in Aimee, their comp is just so much better, I think. But
Yeah.
All good, all good. It wouldn't be passed if they didn't just. Low-key, this was more troll than any of their comps so far. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Their damage has been very good so far. They found a lot of success in a lot of certain ways. But Twisty with that KO and Luke with the immediate heal just completely just undo all of the progress that Pass had that point. So now they have to find a way to score or just defend versus Twisty with cooldowns, who only used a single primary to find that KO. When you're playing damage and get KO'd, it usually dispels the end because you usually got KO'd by knockback, which is exactly what happened there. Doxy's going to break through. Twisty's not going to be able to win a really tough strike war. And also melee range just doesn't have that many tools. But now Hungry Boy is the one who's staggered despite playing device. Gets a KO onto Doxy, who's invisible somehow. Twisty going to lose that strike war to Hungry Boy. And maybe we can turn this point around from the perspective of Pass, but it's going to be Doxy coming online. It will be the barrier taken at a really slow speed. Luke just not expecting to get back that far or that fast. But now it's Tragic and Hungry Boy. It's going to be hard. We need to get the core to Tragic, who's ready in melee range. But there's an ult from Hungry Boy to find another KO, but the core's not going to get there. We see the pass to Hungry Boy. Tragic trying to set up for a pass. But Hungry Boy wants to go to the corner, which Luke is able to defend. And now, once again, Doxy's been KO'd twice, I believe, this point. But it hasn't been enough. It just hasn't been enough. Tragic isn't really stepping up into the net in order to be like the last person to shove. Is playing a lot like he was in the Luna game, where he was just kind of staying back, waiting for his opportunity to pounce. But he doesn't have that same option as Asher. So he needs to adjust his playstyle, like, soon, because they just don't have a way to score right now with just Hungry Boy being the one playing solo, unless something crazy like that happens, I guess. My bad.
And that's where Mangoes Are Yummy steps in. Come on, amateur hour. Am I right? This guy, it doesn't get the goalie sometimes got to put it in. But no, I definitely agree. I think Tragic's got to get in there, get in the enemy goal box real quick, because
like
the Asher,
swimwear.
like swimwear, they say, because the Asher really excels at just winning interactions on the line, and you know, like hanging out in the midfield is fine, but someone has to be out there to score. Someone got to do score real quick, and it can't always be your goalie, you know.
Unless it can't. I mean, we'll start counting.
we'll start
it's just
counting.
eight more, and Mangoes could get every single KO. But great play from Hungry Boy to grab that barrier. Tragic doing a good job of not striking first to allow Hungry Boy to set up in time. But once again, another KO from Twisty, just hitting the primary on someone a little bit too close to the wall. But Tragic is just low-key farming cooldowns too. Yep, he's going to find a KO there as well with that perfect form by ulting to center and then using all abilities on it, which is a really kind of funny interaction. But now we're going to flip in the corner. It looked impossible, but Tragic just hit the craziest angle. My bad. Okay, my bad. Is that what you wanted to hear? Is that what you wanted to hear?
Sit down, Mr. Caster. You're not familiar with this guy's game.
I'm not,
Tragic
man.
just has it like that. And I keep not believing.
It like that. Oh,
I saw that exact same situation and was like, this whip doesn't go in. And then Tragic hit the angle of a lifetime, got a little bit of help from Hungry Boy, and then it went in. And then I said, that flip will be going in. Hey, you know what? That all being said, the net is open for pass. Luke is walking up. Things are getting a little scary for the pass team right here, as they've got a quite the mountain to climb if they want to win this point and this set. And Twisty and Doxy are posted up, looking to make something happen. But good ult coming out from Tragic, putting on a lot of pressure, and Hungry Boy just has to get it through right now, trying to make something happen. Good flip coming out from Tragic. That's one.
I don't know if that's a good that flip. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like flipping cross map for a single barrier when you have an open net. Personally, but maybe. I mean, every time I've doubted Tragic, he's always proved me wrong. So we'll have to see. As they say. But nope, we'll go in eventually. Twisty will find that 1v1 and win it quite well. And that's gonna be another first set. Not LLC. Pass has been here before, but a little strange of a set for sure. And there's the spark of strength. I don't really know how we're going to see it's a draft approach. So that we do see the Spark of Strength denied.
Yeah,
There's a big
smart.
fish on the table. That's definitely going to be grabbed. And now, on Hot Shot. So really interesting draft here. Everyone
Very
gets
interesting
something good. Everyone got something pretty dang good. Hungry Boy, even the Spark of Strength, just adding 24 power is quite nice.
That's
And
a
it
lot.
means for the rest of the game, you can deny Sparks and get 20 more power. So,
that's
and stuff like that will
really good.
happen. Although low-key Doxy just walked into the purple and died, but sometimes you gotta drink the purple.
Well, Tragic's drinking it up right now, and if it happens, it's sometimes you gotta swear off the purple. It's like the ball's there, and you're like, I've got to hit the ball, but sometimes you lose all of your health, and then people start hitting you, and you say, wait a minute, hold on, how did this happen? Great strike shot from Mango.
Yeah, able to save it from Hungry
saving that
Boy's
one.
advance or D-Vance. I guess I don't know.
No,
I
the
don't know.
malicious supernova strikes
That sounds
once
like a
more.
Yeah, malicious supernova. Good secondary from Hungry Boy, denies the orb, but Twisty runs back to grab another one. But now Doxy staggered once again. We'll seem to find a way to KO, but great block by Twisty prevents the barrier from possibly being taken and grabs one of her own. And now it's Tragic with the flip to try to find it again from half court, but not quite going to find it. Mango's is not going to be forced to flip, but will do it nonetheless to give Tragic an offensive opportunity, but it's just not going to result in anything. And now once we in overtime, it's not as easy to just find KOs via damage because of how fast the core is moving. Everyone has to kind of move back a little bit and just kind of respect their opponents that much more, especially Luke, who's hitting the core really, really fast on the Atlas, has the perfect form as well to get just so many cooldowns off of every cool ability, including ult. So just overall really, really scary. I don't really know how Tragic's going to win this 1v1 versus Luke. It's definitely possible, more possible than other matchups, but as long as Luke has a cooldown, it's going to be tough. So Twisty's just going to primary that one in for what feels like the third time this game, just that primary to the bottom.
Yeah, just gonna tap it in right there. Good for par, and really, this is looking like Rose Petal's game to win. They have a, it comes back to comp. Past comp just looks really hard, but again, they just don't have someone posted up, get in the box and start winning these interactions. They have this really solid double midfield synergy going on, and I think it's helping them stay in the game a lot. But it's really hard to advance the win condition of putting the core in the net, and now and also Rose Petals just keeps getting both their barriers really quickly. I think it's because they've got characters that are really good at core control. They show up and they get the barriers, and now they have to get through Mako scoring. It's gonna be a long game.
Yeah,
this is what I've decided right now.
My eyes are getting a little. Okay, good job,
and,
Hungry Boy grabs that barrier. Yeah.
And again, think about the players feel. They've been doing this all day.
I mean, if I'm this tired watching this, imagine how tired the players must be. But they're finding ways in. They're finding ways to keep it in the corner, which is very important for this Asher. It's not an easy task for a Vice to just be able to keep it in the corner without tools like Lich Pop in order to keep it stable, to cover the cross, without tools like Speed in order to just kind of keep core control. But either way, Hungry Boy's going to find ways to make it work as a goal is found. The strike shot just whiffing by a little bit.
Yeah, I hate to see it. Not necessarily curse of strike shot, but curse of strike shot application. Just barely not going to hit there, and we're on the orb map, and it's looking pretty low. Looks like it's going to be taken by Doxy with the barrage. Big Kai in the building, looking to get something done, but barrier's still up for pass. No, holding strong. But pass just also hasn't really been getting the damage out, which again goes back to what you said. And the Vice has to play in such a specific way to like balance CDs for core control and for damage and everything, and most of them have just been for core control, and
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Okay,
let pass troll their draft. It's not unwinnable, and Rose Petals are executing extremely well, and it's because they're able to execute this well that the draft has become a little looking like it's not very good. It's just like the two speed characters of Doxy and Twisty. This is something we saw before, I believe from I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was PLX earlier that we watched, and we watched some teams succeed very well with the Kai plus Rasmus, just able to kind of have two players that are able to just break through the whole other team on their own using their abilities. But now this time, it's Twisty and Doxy doing it, and they're both doing a really good job. But they are able to find a KO, and by they I mean Pass are able to find a KO, which is going to lead to a barrier. And they have a flip to set up the next one. This is one of their best maps, if I had to guess. But the flip is not going to end up KOing Doxy. But the walk into the center, I believe from Tragic, was able to put that one in. Credit goes to Hungry Boy, but the Brawler did get it done.
The Brawler got it done there, and sometimes it takes a little bit of creativity, and that's what we've been seeing in abundance from Tragic. Always a delight. He keeps just pulling out crazy, like just these crazy angles all the time, and hey, if they just farm 7 more of those, you know, they go to landing. Problem is, it's so much harder to get done than your average Asher. Today I'm gonna hit primary on the goalie and win. Like, yeah, big, but
Yeah.
obviously it's very effective. And we're on the bounce house, and we're gonna be on the bounce house for a little bit unless something catastrophic happens.
Yeah, 0.5 bounce house. I mean, you love to
Again.
see it. Again, it is again. I wonder how all that works with if like you can ever. I wonder if you can get like the same map twice. But oh, Luke is gonna, I think, whiff a strike shot or something and end up not being able to save that one. Great secondary from Mangoes is gonna keep that one alive. Now Hungry Boy is gonna put in the like impressive angles on the strikes to keep the bounces in, and Tragic's gonna flip that one in, and through what we thought would be an impossible point. They're able to get through. Tragic and Hungry Boy, just a crazy duo. Found these crazy barriers for crazy goals.
Yep, Deadeye, Stacks, Fighter Flight, all great awakenings on the board. But Hungry Boy has Spark of Strength and might just be picking up Spark of Resilience to deny. Gonna take the Fighter Flight instead, leaving the Sparks up, or perhaps getting Mangoes to deny it, but
Team player,
not
take team
happening.
player, take team player, take team player, take team player. Thank you. Okay, we're not seeing the Deadeye Asher technology brought out, which is honestly a little surprising to me. I think it would probably be really good to be brought out right here. If you do not know, I still don't really get how it works, but Asher can trigger Deadeye off of primary and secondary. So
you gotta dash and then you
and ult.
Yeah. Oh, true. But you gotta dash and then, as some people say, punch. And if you go far enough from where you casted the primary, you can proc Deadeye. It's pretty good. I like the twin drive pickup. For things like that right there, you just have more secondaries, which you can strike secondary. You confirm your strike on Asher, and it makes it a lot easier for forcing things in. You know, like the goalie sitting there like, thank God I got to the primary, impossible. And the secondary, I just have to worry about the ult now, and then a secondary comes down, and you're like, GG, sorry. But really, I think it's good for Tragic and how they're playing, because it's another ability that Tragic can use to get in there, you know, cover the distance from sitting back, and then move forward. And Tragic right now, kind of going on a tear.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but Pass have just been on a tear for these 2 points in a row, pretty much. Just have been going absolutely super style mode, epically moment. I'm out.
Retweet.
I'm out.
Hey.
But they are going to lose both barriers actually, so it is turning around quite quickly. Doxy able to get that get her health back up as well. Now looking for a pass to Hungry Boy probably, but not going to be quite found. But now Hungry Boy needs to get through 2 people. We'll kind of find a way around, but Tragic not in a great spot in order to help. Going to dash into that expanse Gonna force the flip out. Good play from Twisty. Now they can score if they get a 1v1. But it's not gonna happen. Now it's gonna be Mangoes. Aryami passing Hungry Boy. I don't know. There's a lot of the same going on right now. We see the backwards primary from Twisty. Isn't going to result in much happening. Doxy really low. Hungry Boy keeps the speed on that strike. Flip from cross map is going to go really, really fast. We have the team player in overtime. This is why it's such a good pickup, is you get this late in this game and it gets a little crazy. Hungry Boy tries to strike flip, but the flip comes out a little late. Not really going to even deal that much damage. So tough spot, but great strike work from Hungry Boy on the line. It's going to help out on that defense. Tragic gets a pass to Hungry Boy, and that's going to force it in. A little sandwich from Luke's own expanse with Tragic's ult. The pass splitter is going to just kind of combo that core in. Great plays all around, but again, I really think this team player is going to turn up really huge for this team. It's already good on Mako because when you have that passive strike, you're already red coring it. But in OT, just every strike's a red core. And that's a little OP. It's a little OP, but they are losing both berries.
Yeah, I think something I noticed that point, long as it was, is that Twisty picking up 2 sparks, one of them being resilience, means that she's immortal. Twisty will not be dying. And that's really cramping the vice here, because obviously, right, they're out there to do some KOing. Now, Doxy has 1400 stagger. That's a much lower number than 2475.
That was a crazy bounce. Holy
that all being
mole.
said, holy mole, Pass came to play this set.
Yeah, I mean, really... I can't tell you. I couldn't tell you what switched, but something was just turned down and Pass headquarters, and they all decided we are the exception. And now they're going pretty crazy. This is going to go Mach 10. Low-key, you just strike through Twisty. I doubt she can react that fast to that the
my
flip
God.
plus team player. I doubt anyone can, to be clear. But yeah, damage coming out all around. Still not really enough. Doxy, good evade on that Vice secondary. But yeah, not Tragic. He's just trying to bring the core up so that Hungry Boy can put it in, which has kind of been how they've been playing for a while. But it works. It's been working. It's been working. And now it's OT.
Yeah, now it's OT. This is Pass's domain right here.
Oh, Mangoes!
Get a little spooky there.
Yeah, 2 crazy strike wars. Hungry Boy kind of saves that in a pretty impressive way. Tragic using that twin drive, has that secondary. I've used it again, but not really quite going to find something. Another great strike from Mangoes. Getting these, really, no time allowed, no mistake allowed, or there's no room for error. That's what I'm looking for. Shots on. Or shots defended, I should say. And now here we see the team player. Pass, boom! Tragic's able to put that one in. Eventually they'll get this flip, and Tragic is, well, as we've seen, really good at finding these crazy angles.
Yeah, give Tragic a core flip, and it's over. Give Tragic a catalyst, and it might be even more over. That's a very, very big pickup. Almost definitely going to see that taken, and I'm going to start talking at length if it's not. And Egoist, it's similar. It's not quite the same, but now Tragic's going to get a huge burst of speed every flip, which, we were just talking about Tragic getting flip being game-winning, stack a little bit of Egoist on top of that. Yeah, Catalyst is going to fall all the way to Doxy on 4th.
You also just gave Twisty 3 sparks, kind of for fun.
3 sparks hotshot is pretty scary.
Mango's having a Dash Awakening is pretty good too, but I don't know if I would allow the 3rd spark to fall. But hey, I'm not Pass. I'm not in this match, and they were able to play a really dominant last set despite all of my criticisms of their composition. So maybe I just gotta, put the words out of the mouth that aren't inflammatory, and just start saying what's happening on screen. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, and what I'm seeing is a little bit of Egoist action. Which actually, I've never noticed on Asher. You drop an ult, infinite energy farm, obviously, and then you get Egoist. And that might be why the
era
Egoist
of Brawler. It's like the era of Brawler.
It's like era of Brawler. Don't ever say that to me.
Oh, just completely just ate that person. That was kind of awesome.
Completely consumed.
Yeah.
2800 stagger Does not matter if you get dash punched. And
Yeah,
that's
like-
an unfortunate fact of life.
522 base speed, 2800 stack. Yeah, it looks
I mean, the
ridiculous,
stats.
but it's
So many
statistic.
stats. Yeah.
Oh!
But another dash punch is coming in
Doxy,
from
like,
Tragic.
yeah, keep hitting me. Let's see if I care. I'm getting healed out of the wazoo, and then it went away. And then it went away.
and then terrible news.
Yeah, maybe
Dude,
the
that all being
worst
said,
news.
Yeah, power play for pass only netted them 1 barrier. Doxy looking a little low though, grabs the orb, take it all back. Atlas
Wait, there's
coming
another
in
ult.
again.
That
Yeah,
was
the
like
extra
2
special.
seconds ago. Extra special plus perfect form, looking quite
that
nice.
was,
And
oh.
Tragic just straight up accidentally like killing Doxy there. I think it was mainly towards the core. I'm sure like there was some intention of also dealing damage there, but works out quite well. And Hungry Boy's just gonna put that one in, and we are on match in series point, landing qualification point as well.
Yeah, I wanna point out how well Hungry Boy played that point there, getting the barrier by passing to Tragic and then warping in to like on top of the barrier with the secondary and then confirming it. Really well played into getting the flip, and it's like immaculate play coming out from Hungry Boy.
Honestly,
We got the
also
Hungry Boy glazing squad out here.
Yeah, I've been great glazing Hungry Boy all game. We've been glazing Tragic all game. Mangoes just had some crazy saves, and this whole game has had some crazy saves. Had some pretty crazy strike wars earlier too. I was kind of commenting on, but Mangoes has had a really great game, which I really love to see after some small. I mean, not that Mangoes had bad games earlier, but had some mistakes that were point losing. And that just sucks to feel that way when you know that was a mistake you didn't have to make. But this game, not having those same errors, great clear once again by Mangoes to Hungry, who sees that clear as well and teleports to that spot, is able to get that barrier as well from that positioning. The pass isn't going to be quite through, but Mangoes with the support sends down the ult and snare drums. Could be enough to push it forward, but it's not quite. Hungry Boy taken out of the play. But Mango's not in a high-pressure situation, really. They have time to set this up. They have the overtime team player speed. Tragic is moving a little bit quickly, too. So all of this could come together into a goal. We have the flip. We're going to have to force a flip to keep it out. Hungry Boy does flip into the barrage, but the core is moving quite quickly. It's a little bit scary to strike into there, but they do it anyway. Tragic is looking for a dash, but isn't going to quite get it. We see the flip, backs up the flip and dip. I kind of respect it, to be honest, there, after you don't get that first time when you wanted. But now Tragic's about to get flipped once again with the egoist speed. Tries to even get a KO onto Luke off of it, but isn't going to quite find it. Uses the flip to get to Hungry Boy. Hungry Boy probably has primary here, but doesn't really see an angle to use it, or didn't have it at all. And is not... Oh, there's the primary. Isn't able to get through. Pass to Tragic. Has the stun going on, and that's going to be pass as your final landing team.
Beautiful pass. Poetic, honestly, for this team to be winning off a pass. But that's going to be a pass moving straight to landing off what we were criticizing as a terrible dog water dumpster comp. Not that
Yeah,
bad. But...
my bad. It turns out Mako speed is pretty good.
Mako's speed's pretty nice.
Asher
We could've
getting
seen it coming.
size and speed is pretty good. And Vice getting rid of all their evades and doing 56,000 damage. And Asher doing
Whoa.
52,000 damage is pretty good. And turns out getting 50 more redirects, 60 more redirects than your opposing midfielder is pretty good. So just... and have like probably able to match that Kai speed with the Mako, is what I imagine a lot of that midfield being. But yeah, I mean, Hungry Boy's a beast. Really happy, really excited for that guy to be in landing and possibly NASL. We'll have to see tomorrow. Make sure you're there for that. But Tragic and Mangoes as well have had a great run last season on pass. They took us out of a weekly. They took Bang Bang out of a weekly before, although that was without Hungry Boy. A little bit of a different roster. It's just they've been a team that's been on the up and up for a long time, and I'm really excited to see their performance tomorrow in landing.
Yeah, definitely. But Liftoff is concluding. Both these teams have been playing. Hey, this was the Rose Petals first, not Game 3. Which is insane. Both these teams finally get to rest, but we're not done yet. Hit him with the OxyClean. we've got the landing draft coming up next, where the 4 teams waiting and landing right now are going to be picking the 4 teams that they'll be facing off against tomorrow. It's happening tomorrow. And so we are going to be tomorrow. We're going to be getting to that shortly. Quick break. Fudgy and I will not be here. We've served our purpose, but I'm looking forward to it. You guys better be looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it too, if anyone was wondering. Like,
I mean, thank God. I was nervous that you were going to say I'm actually not looking forward to it, and then well, you know what happens next. Anyway, we're done here. Done stalling. Stay tuned for the draft. Going to be very exciting. Bye. See you in a bit. Bye.
bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Liftoff broadcast. Landing is tomorrow in just a few hours. Just 15 hours. That's crazy. Today went 10 hours almost. But we're here with 4 of the teams that will be participating in the defending side. EKC, Calm, PP Legends, and Bomba Roulette, formerly Last Call. And the first pick of this landing draft will go to EKC Soren. Who are you selecting?
Modern Magic.
Okay. That'll be who EKC faces off against in Group 1. And next up are the Cosmic Calamities. So Threezy Breezy, viewable through Gramella's camera. What are you looking at?
We're going to go with Ember's Flame.
And next up is Bomba Roulette, Frightfully Fresh. Only 2 teams left. Who are you picking?
This one's going to be more of a selfish pick, just because I'm confident that we'll make it back into NASL. But if we end up losing, the team I want to lose to is RTF, so we're going to pick RTF.
Ooh. Pick to lose. Never thought of that one.
Not pick to lose, pick to be happy no matter what.
Oh, okay.
And
Nice cope.
And that means the team left over is Pass. And Alex, did you expect that?
I'm going to be honest, I came in with no expectations. I'm just having fun with Rivals right now. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, you want to play after?
I could.
Oh yeah, that's what I've been playing lately.
Well, see you tomorrow for landing.
This was awesome. This was awesome. I'm glad I was here.
Holy moly.
The illusion of choice.
Wait, 2 teams from Group 1 are going to make NASL? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Wait, guys,
crazy.
did I miss out on Nasty?
That's crazy. Fresh? That's crazy. All I'm going to say, that's crazy. 1 team with NASL players is not going to make it. That's crazy. From last season.
Well,
that's crazy.
See you tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone.
Cheers. I guess Froggy too. Yeah. I guess Froggy's an NASL player, but he kind of retired and he came back, so he doesn't count.
Okay, goodbye for real this time.
Okay.